8 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, our number. We have another day ready to go. And hey, wow, it's great to see you and talk to you today. RBU is ready. Gene Hallman, President, CEO of Bruno Event Teams. He has, man, I tell you what, he's been with us for quite some time. They go back and look at the history of Gene Hallman and Rick and Bubba, and then talk a lot more about different events that he's involved with. You don't want to miss RBU this week. Well, we know the Wheel of Meat has spun. Mike Pereira with the USFL has spun that, and the boys are giddy. A, it's been checked off the list, but B, it was a lot of fun. Mike's man, he's a lot of fun. Great guy. Your calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, you don't know. We could go unscreened phone calls. Major League Baseball has started. Tiger Woods is tied for 10th in the Masters. Everybody pump your brakes a little bit, and he even tells you to do that. But we'll discuss that, too. Eddie Van Adler's got TV, and Greg and Helmsy are here ready to go. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
On the air, that's a good thing. So we're getting started off better than we did yesterday.
I think we are good.
Yesterday we were hung in neutral in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of emails yesterday. Hey, where's kickoff off?
Yeah, I know.
Well, it got canned.
We didn't do one.
I talked to my dad late afternoon. Hey, son, was there a problem this morning? And I said, oh, yes, Dad, there sure was. Well, I kind of tuned in. I thought it was a best of. And I was like, well, it was.
Yeah. We were just proud to have that.
He said, then I couldn't. I just moved on, and I had other things I needed to get done. I'm like, I get it. But, yes, there was. Yes, there was.
Goodness.
I got an email from Larry the Leaf about it.
Did you really? I said, well, he was concerned. Yeah. He's up there, and the wind's blowing, so he's struggling.
He's hanging on.
He's barely
It's been a tough few weeks for him.
Yeah.
You mentioned Gene Hallman in the podcast. I do want to say this. We promo these things all the time. I've never heard so much laughter going on during a podcast yesterday. Yeah. I'm in my office back there and getting ready for Bible study and doing a few things here or there, cleaning up my act from yesterday. And I hear just I'm telling you, horse laughing in there. Don't know what they were talking about, but if you want to laugh this weekend, podcast.
I bet one of those laughs was about Speedy running naked across the golf course at
That's
Gene's
exactly
event.
what I thought.
I bet one of them was that.
Yeah.
Well, we've talked about this on air, but it was funny because I was talking about it off air. If you don't know what we're talking about, then you just think I run around naked. So that's not what happened.
At that time, you were.
But at Regent's Tradition, which was the senior tour that came through at the time, the Champions Tour.
Still can't believe it.
Actually, David DeBose and was it Coach DeBose? Not David.
Yeah, not David. No, it's Mike.
Mike DeBose. Yeah, not David. Yeah. Sorry, David.
Wouldn't be near as good a story.
No, it wouldn't.
Because only we know who that is.
And Chi-Chi was on the
Rodriguez.
Did he do the sword when you went by?
Oh, Chi-Chi.
Or did you?
Craig Burgess.
Stop.
Huh?
Now I see why they were horse laughing.
When I was on the phone hiding behind some old growth, and I was ready. And I told Gene, I said, Gene, you're the reason I dropped my pants, is because when I heard I heard your name, your voice go, Speedy, it's okay, buddy.
You said I got the green light.
I've got you, and I was like, well, it's on now.
It was.
Little did I know when I ran through the woods to the other side, there'd be a lady on the back deck drinking coffee.
Evening, ma'am. How are you?
Well,
I just ran naked. That was me. Yeah.
Well, hello, ma'am. How are you?
Exactly.
But there's a lot there. So Gene Hallman is RBU this week, President, CEO of Bruno Event Team, and they're involved with so much. And so tune in and learn some history with Gene, and just enjoy a great podcast. All right, so there's a lot out there today. Helmsy, this one here is kind of interesting. Ronald Acuna Jr. I don't know if you've heard the drama
Freddie
behind
Freeman,
this.
Yes. Yeah.
Now he claims that it's not true. The translation's all jacked up. But apparently, according to this report, he got on Instagram Live and revealed there was bad blood between him and Freddie Freeman.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And he's basically saying, I'm not going to miss him.
What's he mad at Freddie about?
He said that when it came to him and Freddie Freeman, that they didn't really communicate much. He said he won't miss Freddie Freeman. They had friction, he said. Freeman didn't care when he was plunked. He was overbearing. He wasn't someone Acuna could talk to, and it kind of went on and on. And Acuna has come back and said that the Instagram Live translation, he never said that. And so, it is what it is. But it's if you in the sports world, besides Tiger Woods, this is the big story that Acuna Jr. and Freddie Freeman had bad blood and friction, and he ain't gonna miss it.
Did I hear?
Well, some people get along, some people don't. That's no big deal.
Yeah.
Big whoop. They won the World Series, so they must have worked through it.
Right.
Did I hear the statement? We were close in that we shared the same stadium.
Yeah. That's about it.
That's a good one.
That's
that was
about
from Acuna.
it. Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
But anyway, I bring that up because Major League Baseball has officially started. Yesterday was opening day, and so that's there for you. I know a lot of the bigger market teams in the Northeast got shut down because of weather coming through, but everybody else was rolling that was on schedule. And then speaking of Tiger Woods, I got a little piece of audio I want y'all to play.
You want to play for us?
Yeah, play for us.
Oh, you want us to play?
And y'all can play it. Actually, I can slide my laptop over here if you want. I'd like to play it for you guys, and it was after his round yesterday, and what he's got to go through to get ready for today. I thought it was kind of interesting.
And he's wearing new shoes.
He is.
He's not wearing Nikes anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Home Depot, Lowe's, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy, Bass Pro, and Cabela's, and pick yours up.
Rick and Bubba.
We were just discussing with John McLemore from Masterbuilt. We're enjoying ribs. We've got their delicious pimento cheese that is just, I don't even like pimento cheese, and I like your pimento cheese.
I love that.
Rick,
I'm serious.
I'm glad you said that because
It's only pimento cheese I'll eat.
Yeah.
I know my family is cringing. They go, "You don't eat pimento cheese. Why are you eating that?"
Because it ain't made like this.
Yeah. See, Rick and Bubba says we don't really like John, but when he cooks, we like him.
No, kind of like. Let me tell you this, and I'm being completely honest, and I love you as much as a straight man can. But I want to tell you this: I like you more because of your cooking.
There you go.
I would still like you, but not to the level.
Not
I do.
as yeah. You like me, but
right.
you love me because of my cooking.
right.
There we go.
Yeah.
We just associate
It's like
you
another
with
clique.
fun
Yeah.
and happiness.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I've never been around you. I thought that was a bad day. So let's talk about.
That's a good thing.
You did a little tease. You said you had an announcement you wanted to make.
Oh man, with Father's Day coming up, I think this is an appropriate announcement to make. But Tanya and I, we've been married for 28 years. As I glance
that
over,
right.
get
Better get
Your
it
down
numbers
pat.
are right. Well,
And our my son John, who y'all have met here, is third generation at Masterbuilt, is having his first baby.
congratulations.
And Michelle, they got married last November. So
That's that, Pawpaw Masterbuilt.
oh yeah, so they're
Old puppy.
quick to the gun there to get things rolling.
Yeah, ain't no sense wasting time.
Tanya and I's first grandbaby. Awesome. So take Father's Day to a whole nother level.
Well, I think what you're going to love, because for a minute I thought you were going to tell me you and Tanya were having another baby, but
Yeah.
After 28 years, that was impressive.
Tanya would have had
Yeah.
9.
yeah, you're about to get the nickname Thomas Edison. but I was going to say this. I've heard this, and you're going to be glad to hear this. I know you're already elated.
Yeah.
I can tell you, and it's been 100% so far. I've asked every single grandparent, and they all say the same thing. Few things in life live up to the hype. Very few.
Yeah.
Grandparenting does.
Yeah, I've heard it is so amazing. Our pastor, Bill Purvis, at our church in Columbus, Georgia, he said being a granddad is so awesome. If he'd realized it was going to be this fun, he would have had grandkids first.
Right. It's the ultimate in children enjoyment, you know. Thank you very much. What a great day, and we'll see y'all next time.
That's pretty awesome.
Hey, Rick, here's some candy for the way home.
Here's candy. Here's money. And I've told this story 100 times, but you'll love it. So one night, one of mine, my dad was, just like the kind of dads we all grew up with, real hard nosed, no nonsense, no anything. And then he turns into this person nobody can recognize with his grandkids, and you're going to be like that. So we're at a little league game one night, and it's 9:30 at night on a school night. Okay.
Yeah.
I go over there. Dad's at the concession stand. My kid's he's got an icy right here. He's got a hot dog right here. He's got some kind of
French fries
and some kind of candy tart, and it's all in his hands like this. And I said, Dad, what in the world are you doing? He said, that's what he wanted.
That's what he wanted. Yeah. So, grandson, you can only have 5 items.
Right.
Yeah, see, Tanya tells a similar story. Her dad was named Wes, and we lost him to cancer about 6 years ago. And he was the same way. He was like hard-nosed dad. She loved Tanya. She loved him. And then our kids come along, and Tanya's like, who in the heck is this man?
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand. Like, what happened to you?
Well, after that concession stand
Game
thing,
on.
Game on.
I watched my parents fade into, the darkness of the lights of the field, and I'm almost certain I saw them high five before they got in the car. Yeah, they say, "Hey guys, enjoyed it.
Yeah.
See you at the next game."
Yeah. Well, that might just be the beginning of 4th generation at Masterbuilt. Because,
There you
40, 44, almost 45 years now we've been doing this.
That's
My dad,
fantastic.
Dawson, started it.
Yeah.
I came along, 2nd generation. John's 3rd generation. So we got to keep it going.
All right. Well, we have some callers that are always looking for tips.
Oh, yeah.
From you. Let's go out to Waco, Texas. Donna is standing by with John McLemore. Donna, you're on. Go right ahead.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I had a quick question. Is there a model that you recommend for smoking smaller amounts? It's just me and my husband now, and I am thinking about getting him a smoker for Father's Day. But I didn't know if there was a particular model that was either more efficient or easier to use just for cooking small amounts.
Yes, ma'am. We have.
21 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we are live. Thank you so much for tuning in. The number 866 We Be Big. We have the Good Time Gang here. Everyone's settled in. Adler's got TV rolling. To my left, it's Greg. To my right, it's Helmsy, and I am Speedy, and we thank you for being with us. All right, so yesterday, first round of the Masters, Tiger shoots a 71.
Pink shirt.
1 under, and he is, I believe, tied for 10th, which has got everybody buzzing. And I didn't know this. I was listening to.
Helmsy claims he's winning.
I was listening
Did
to
not, Greg.
I was listening.
I think he's already won.
Yeah,
I was-
The fact that he's there.
I was listening.
This may be the greatest feat he's ever had, by the way.
Time out.
In all of his career, the fact that he is back playing and shooting, what was it, 1 under yesterday?
Breaks.
By the way, he's never done that on the first round. He could go home tonight and be done, and who cares? After coming back and doing this, think about what he's gone through.
Yeah.
They didn't think he'd walk again. Many people didn't know if he'd make it out of the car. He's at the Masters 2 years later, hadn't played anything in 500 days competitively, and he's tied for 10th.
How about that?
Awesome. Greg's going to play some audio.
Yeah, I got a little here.
I was listening to some commentary yesterday from someone that was there, and she had some type of like Apple Watch or something, some device. And a lot, if you've never been there, you don't really understand how hilly it is.
Yeah.
And she said after trailing and walking with Tiger's group, her little watch or something said she had climbed 50-something flights of stairs.
It's amazing.
And so you just think about somebody that has had that type of injury. Yeah. And there's a lot of elevation there, and you're walking up and down hills, and you know, TV might not help explain
Doesn't
that.
justify it at all. I mean,
and even the guy that when she pitched it back to the counter and at the main desk, and he's like, I had no idea. I knew it was Healy, but I had no idea it was that many flights of steps. But Sirius XM caught up with him after he played. Here's a little bit of that. I thought it was some interesting commentary. Take a listen.
Tiger, after so long away, did it feel like business as usual once you got to the first tee, or did you kind of have to get into the mindset of competition again?
No, it was, I had a terrible warm-up session. I hit it awful. And I went back to what my dad always said. Did you accomplish your task in warm-up? It's a warm-up. Did you warm up? Yes, I did. Not go play. And that's exactly what I did and went and played. And forgot whatever I did on the range and just go ahead and play shot for shot, hit the ball in the correct spot, commit to what I'm doing, leave myself in the right angles, hopefully make a few putts, and let's get after this thing. And I was able to do that. And then finish it in the red. I'm only 3 back and right where I need to be.
Tiger, what will you go through over the next, 18 hours or so to get yourself prepared for the second round? What's your treatment like?
A lot. Lots of treatment, lots of ice baths, and just, basically freezing myself to death. And, that's just part of the deal, and getting all the swelling out as best we possibly can, and then getting it mobile and then warmed up, activated, and explosive for the next day. Those are two totally different ends of the spectrum, and most sports, if you're not feeling very good, get a teammate to pass it off to, and they can kind of shelter the load. Or in football, you got, 1 day a week. Here we got 4 straight days, and there's no one going to shoulder the load besides me, and I got to figure out a way to do it. And my team's been incredible at getting me into this position so that I can compete, and I'll take it from there.
I just thought it was kind of funny. He said, I'm basically freezing myself to death with ice baths and everything else to try to get ready for the day. We were talking about Gene Hallman, and he's the guest in RBU this week. And they run Bruno event team, the Regents Tradition, when the Champions Tour comes through. And he was talking about how hilly it was yesterday to me before Rick and Bubba University when he did the recording, and it'll publish Saturday morning. But he gave some interesting commentary about just what all physically walking at the Masters and what it's like. He said, I've played some rounds there, and you don't stand with the hills and the elevation, how exhausting it is. Yeah. So for him to be able to come back and at least shoot under par, and I heard some other interviews, everybody needs to, from him, hey, tap your brakes. Yeah. I got a long way to go.
It's usually the other way. It's usually he goes 73, 74, 72 on his best day, first day.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, crap. But they don't realize that's what he normally does. So now he's actually shot. I found one thing very interesting in that. It's a life lesson for me. When he talked about his warm-up, and his dad said, hey, listen, it's a warm-up. You're just trying to get warm, not play. And I think about how many times I've gotten frustrated with my kids during the warm-up about the way they're hitting either the tennis ball, golf ball, throw pitch, cat, whatever. Mm-hmm. And I'm miserable 10 minutes into it because of the way they're acting. And that's great parental advice right there to go, hey, to accomplish the goal was to warm up. Yeah. Not be perfect and play the game, and so that was actually good for me to hear. Mm-hmm. Look, his gait's obviously different when he's walking. You can tell that there's some little bit of a limp
lately.
Yeah. But this is his course, isn't it? I mean, for him to come back on one course, this is the one.
Well, that's why he won it in 2020, and everybody thought, goodness gracious, what on earth has just happened? And then he hadn't played for 500 days and goes out and does this. It really shouldn't catch us off guard because he does know every nick and cranny in the place.
Yeah.
How did Phil Mickelson do?
He was not.
He's over in Dubai.
I'm sorry, he's in Dubai. Yeah.
There was a lot of conversation about that, and we actually had a story yesterday. I guess the Augusta chairman came out and was like, we're getting criticized here on Phil not being here. I want everybody to understand he turned down the invitation.
Phil made that decision.
Yeah, they didn't ban him.
We didn't ban him or anything like that. Matter of fact, he's welcome to be here.
He just didn't want to have to hear it.
He basically announced shortly after all that he was stepping away from things for a little bit.
Yeah, let it die down.
And letting everything kind of cool off a little bit.
Of course, what he did was not a big deal.
It really wasn't. It really wasn't. I mean, there's been a lot worse said, and I think to be canceled and ridiculed for it the way he is a little silly. But I mean, believe what you want, but my gracious. But anyway, yeah. So we'll see. I didn't get to see one swing yesterday. I'm just watching the highlights, but it looked like the gallery was huge, and now it's going to be real.
How'd Shooter McGowan do?
It's going to be real windy and kind of cool until Sunday there, so we'll see how everything plays
One
out.
of the things that I loved yesterday, and this is local, okay, but you just have to deal with it. I didn't know this. Danny Willett, who won it a few years ago, 2016, from Jacksonville State. Yeah. Did y'all know that they put Jim Nance did a great little mini piece on him yesterday. Did y'all realize that there is a banner hanging in the Coliseum at Jacksonville State
no,
for him
I
in the
did
Masters
not.
win?
No, I did not.
Didn't either.
Are you serious?
Yes. Jim Nance talked about this yesterday, which I thought was also
he
cool.
talked about a banner.
A banner being hung at Jacksonville State
Really?
in honor of his Masters win.
Now, where do you put it?
I guess up there where the other banners are. Yeah.
I'm just saying because it being golf. I didn't
But it was
Rick,
very
what you got,
You
Rick?
talking about at the peak?
and it was great to hear the voice. Alabama fans are going to hate me for this. Vern Lundquist yesterday.
There he was.
Him still calling golf. That was really good to hear.
I don't think they care if he calls golf. They just don't want him calling football anymore.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
I don't know. They probably care.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About 3 different sizes, and our small unit is what we call the 30-inch. It's still got 4 racks in it, and you can get the 30-inch model in digital. I would recommend the Bluetooth, but you can also get the same size, now 30-inch, in the thermotemp. So if you're looking for electric, you can get the Bluetooth. If you're looking for propane, you can get the thermotemp, and specifically ask for the 30-inch Masterbuilt.
Okay, great. I just made notes. Thank you.
That
so
is
much.
awesome. Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
that.
you.
Boy, that's a husband that's got a gift coming, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Let's go to Richard Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Richard, you're on with Macklemore. Go ahead.
What's up, Richard?
Good morning, guys. John, I have a couple questions. One, can you do like burgers and steak on your smokers?
Ooh, can you do burgers and steak? Yes. When I do my hamburgers, because we get this question, when you smoke a hamburger, it'll still be a little pink on the inside. You want to smoke them for about 60 to 75 minutes and make sure you get them to the right internal temperature. The last 5 minutes when you're smoking those hamburgers, put 2 layers of cheese on it.
Here we go.
And let it melt that cheese on. You get a little bit of hint of smoke flavor in the burger and the cheese.
Look at you.
Now for steaks, we've got a video that's coming out real soon. I've actually smoked fillets by a whole tenderloin and cut them up about 3 fingers thick, about 2 inches thick, and take sea salt, black pepper, and garlic powder. Season them up, toss them in the refrigerator for about 2 hours, and let it just melt into that steak.
Set up shop.
Take it out, set your smoker at 275 degrees, and put those steaks on there for 60 minutes. You will have a medium steak with a little bit of hint of smoke flavor in it. I'm telling you, it's one of the best steaks you will ever
Look at you.
eat.
You're just running
Yeah,
wild.
yeah.
Now,
I did that recipe for Tanya's 20th birthday. We had been married 22 years, but she was only 20 when we had this birthday party.
So, Richard, those are great tips, and a lot of these tips you can find on the website too.
Yeah,
And you got
can.
great videos, John. I
Yeah,
told
you
you in the
do.
break, I love your videos. They're informative. They're funny. I don't think you mean for them to be real funny, but they are, and I enjoy them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
I mean that as a compliment.
And Richard, do look, because we just last week actually did the video at our studio on that steak recipe. It should be coming out pretty soon. We'll let everybody know when it's going to be available. But we did that exact steak recipe, and I'm telling you, it is amazing.
John, question, the temperature control you were talking about a minute ago, what did you call it, your name
The
for
thermotemp.
Thermotemp. Is it the same setup on the electric one as it is the propane? Does it look just alike?
No, it doesn't look the same. The digital electric is going to have push buttons, and it's got a little screen that shows you what the temperature and the time is, just push button. The
got
propane,
a little different look.
Little different look, and it's on the top of the unit. The propane is going to have a big red knob down at the bottom, and you basically push it in, press the igniter button, and hold that button in for about 10 seconds to let the thermocouple heat up. And then you can release the pressure and turn it to whatever your temperature is, from 175 to 325 degrees, and you're done. And what's so amazing about that is when it's hot outside, it changes the internal temperature of the smoker.
Oh, yeah.
So if you've got charcoal or propane and you don't have the ability to change the temperature, you have to monitor it about every 30 minutes or so. With this, if the temperature changes and during
Lock
an
and
8-hour
load,
recipe,
man. Lock and
it
load.
automatically adjusts and is perfect for the entire recipe.
I love the term steady.
Steady.
Steady heat.
And
Steady.
I don't think we can stress this enough. Don't be intimidated. These are so simple to use. You do not have to be some smoking expert that's
grilling
going off on
expert.
competitions
That's
and all
right.
that.
That's right.
The simplicity of you being able to have great food, because a lot of people say, "Well, I just can't pull that off."
Yeah.
You can with this.
Yeah, and that's we've said this several times, and people go, "Is that really true?" When people love the great flavor, we go to these or people that are at Memphis in May and the Kansas City Royal and Texas cook-offs have these trophies, and they are just excellent, far better cooks than I could ever be, and they've got these $5,000-$10,000 rigs. They want that for their competition. They have Masterbuilt on their patio when they want the convenience, because they'll say, I want the convenience, but I'm not willing to sacrifice flavor. Masterbuilt gives them both. Then we talk to people who have never, ever smoked in their life. They can perfect the same recipes exactly like those championship cook-off folks do, because Masterbuilt's taking all the guesswork out of it, making it super, super easy.
Now,
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show is live, and if you are experiencing a little audio issues, we apologize. Engineering is trying to work through that. We're getting a lot of you that are in different markets saying that at times the show sounds a little choppy and being interfered with in some kind of way. And we apologize for that. Almost like it's skipping or static in the broadcast. So we are aware of that, and we apologize for that. And engineers trying to figure it out. I don't think it's affecting YouTube at all, but it is on the audio radio side. So we apologize for that. And I'm assuming app too, but who knows? As we roll on back, we've discussed a number of different things. If you were able to understand that, and one of them had to do with MLB opening day, the Masters in full effect as round one was yesterday, and we'll see how round two goes. Tiger tied for 10th, and so everybody is just going crazy, and rightly so. But just everybody, whoa! Let's see how he looks come Saturday. And even he said that. He goes, man, what I got to do to get ready for the next round is unbelievable.
I gave it a little bit yesterday while I was in carpool, and then again for about 5 or 10 minutes yesterday afternoon, just sitting at the house. And I don't necessarily watch for a particular golfer. I watch this because of the place, and it is so special.
Right.
And I have been a few times, and it is hilly.
Right.
And watching it, you hear that, watching it on TV don't do it justice, whatever, and that's true. But man, the beauty of that place is unbelievable. You just kind of, I wish I'd have had me a chair and just sit back.
Yeah.
Right next to an azalea.
I saw a story that's talking about how they've bought up all the property over the years around it, and there's just one house. It's just a regular ranch house. I mean, it's a nice home, but nothing. And the people don't want to sell. They've been offered millions, and they won't give it up.
Yeah.
Really?
They like living. They've lived there their whole life, and they like it.
How about that?
But now
Millions.
some of us have plenty of money.
Yeah, I guess
it has
so.
changed dramatically in the past,
yeah.
even really in the past 10 years, but probably 15, 20.
Yeah. Are y'all that tired?
Now we got construction going on. Does it ever end around here? My goodness, I've been has much patience on this deal, new studios. I can, and I'm losing my patience quickly on this. Thought today would be a different day. Really did. I mean, now we got somebody up there just banging a hammer.
How about that?
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
I mean, what does it?
I don't know if that's translating to on air.
I don't Morse code.
Anymore.
I hear them tapping Morse code.
I can hear
it. So yesterday, JC played out of town about an hour and a half away from the studio, and so Terry worked kind of a half day and was going to join me, and we were going to have a meeting location and then ride together.
Yeah.
A lot of times with just time and.
Hey, turn our mics off for a minute. Just turn our mics off.
Turn them off?
Yeah, turn them off. Give us some music and turn them off.
That could have really been on air.
Yeah, you should.
Well, I didn't want the email going. You shouldn't be screaming at people like that.
You know, we're trying.
Greg, nobody cussed.
We're trying to get their attention. Why don't you try it
again?
No,
I'm not doing that again. That hurt my lungs.
Let's do it together. Like when I'll go 3, 2, 1.
I think you'll stop though and not do it.
No, I will. Greg,
you know how you do with the kids.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Stop the hammering!
Greg, do
they
your
can't hear us over the hammering.
Greg, do your whistle real quick.
That was weak,
okay.
Greg.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you,
buddy?
There, he's warmed up now.
All right.
That was like Tiger's warm up. You needed to play.
My nose is stopped up. I can't get a good breath.
Look.
I'm starting to think.
We're doing a radio show here.
That's a voice right there.
You go.
Hey, you're going to be a good coach.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Should I hit the drums?
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, add to the noise.
He ran to the.
Yeah, let's do that.
Do the drums.
All right, here we go. Drums are coming. I think this is therapy. This is therapy for him too.
It. Wait a minute.
All right, let's see if it
may
stops.
work.
Listen. Shh.
It may
I think it stopped. Maybe that is so. Anytime we hear it, we play the drums. Adler, I think we got something.
I broke a stick. I'm not messing around.
I'm hitting them hard.
All right. I think that was. I think y'all could actually hear that. It was so loud. I felt like we're being punked.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things going on here. I feel like at times somebody is punking us, and there's hidden cameras. And there's going to be some big show revealed, and somebody's going to come in and go, for the last couple of months we've been messing with you.
Yeah, we would get right above you on hammer.
But
I don't even know what we were talking about before.
Everybody's saying the studio name should be called Can't Have Nothing Studio.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's might be it. But
you're talking about your trip. yesterday.
Yeah. Our trip yesterday was about an hour and a half away, and we had to find a meeting spot, and we did. And so we met and we jumped in one car. I don't know that we did that before gas prices. I think we just probably were going to meet, but it was a good trip away. So from the meeting spot, it was about maybe an hour and 20-minute drive to where we were going. So we went together. Man, we had really a good afternoon, and we were traveling there, and we were going through a city that had just about everything you needed. It had your convenience stores. It had plenty of bathrooms. It had all your little fast food places. But we weren't hungry and didn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay.
And so I thought to myself, this is probably the last time.
Yeah.
Once you get through rural Alabama with hills and woods and there's nothing around. Nothing around.
Zero.
So
nothing.
we get about 10, 15 minutes past that last big city when I say big city, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it has everything you need.
Yeah.
It's got fast food restaurants.
Yeah. Drive-throughs and gas stations.
And she had a little backpack cooler, kind of like we have now at rickandbubba.com with the Rick and Bubba logo on it, and we'll throw a bunch of stuff in that. And she said, "Hey, by the way, made some sandwiches for lunch and everything." Like, wow, like we're going on a little picnic. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is awesome. So I knew that was my lunch. So food wise, we were handled. We had some drinks back there and everything else. And I hear about 15 minutes after we pass through the city, boy, I got to use the restroom. And I thought,
you missed your window of opportunity.
And I'm like, well, hon, I said, maybe there'll be a place, coming up here soon. and we're up and down hills and and
if you do come across
the dogwood
one,
trees
nice.
are really pretty right now.
At all.
No, and you got
if
hardwood.
you're a female, it's really bad.
Yeah, you got hardwood left and right. It's barns everywhere. I'm loving it. Okay, and this is nice. And now she's kind of taught me into having to use the bathroom. Has somebody ever said, "Man, I got to use the bathroom," and you start,
You could just pull over and handle it.
Right. Well, we had a car behind us, some cars in front of us, and every chance we had, there was a mailbox at what looked to be like a little turnoff. And I'm like, well, we can't do that. I don't want to get shot. Somebody going, hey, what are you doing? And then I'm like, I'm peeing at his mailbox.
Put that away.
Pal.
What are you doing? And so there
Stop the hammering.
Yeah. So finally, the person behind us turned off. And so now there's nobody behind us, and I can look through the rearview mirror, and I don't see anybody heels behind us. And I'm like, honey, we could just pull over. I'm not doing that. And I was like, well, I don't know what else to do because I'm looking. And for those of you who don't know, Wadley, Alabama is about 20 miles away, honey. And so it's a beautiful area, beautiful campus, but there's nothing around going there. And so I'm like, we got to have a plan.
Grab a tree and lean back.
There it is.
And so
Gives you a good sapling.
And so finally she said, okay. You're gonna have to find somewhere to pull over.
Oh
and I thought,
Is this
for
her I gotta pee voice?
Yeah, she was almost like underwater woman because she was drowning in her own.
I get it.
And so I was like, okay, well here we go. So there was nobody behind me, so I could brake and see, all right, is this a good turn off or not?
Wow.
And so there was a couple of times that I kind of got duped where I thought it was a good turn off, and then I realized 20 feet in there was a gate, and I saw a house behind it, and I'm like, well, I can't do that. And so finally I found one turn off, which I feel like I did pretty good. And it looked like maybe it was to somebody's hunting land. I'm not sure, but there was no gate, no sign, nothing. But it was a well cut out dirt road. So I'm like, this is it, honey. Get ready. And so and she's gonna be so mad at me.
She is, by the way. I can't believe you're telling
I
this.
can't
This
either.
is awesome.
And so we pull off, and we're in her car too because it gets good gas mileage, and so we're not in my truck. And
Kind of hard to hide between the doors of a car.
right. And I'm like, what's your plan? And she's like, well, I said, honey, do you have? I mean, do we have what we need? And she's like, yeah, I think we do. And I'm like, okay, well, here we go. And so I'm off. She says, you can stop. You can stop now. You can stop now. And I'm like, well, no, we need to get off in here a little bit so when traffic's buzzing by us, they don't see a little dip down low. And I'm looking for game cameras because I'm sure we're on there. And I apologize for those. So she jumped. Oh, my goodness, I'm in so much trouble. So she jumps out and runs to the front of the car, and all you see is a little head sticking up, Yeah. And she talked me into having to use the bathroom too. So there we are.
A little easier for you though.
Yeah. There we are, and we're just looking around, and I don't know what else to do. I mean, there was no markings of well, we made some, but there was no markings of, hey, don't trespass or this is our property.
Don't pee here.
Yeah, don't whatever. And we really weren't harming anything. We were just peeing.
Sure.
Killing the grass.
And so she was able to get back in the car and oh my gosh, thank you so much. And we were still 14 miles. It said 14 miles from your destination. She would not have made it. It was that bad. And I was kind of glad we stopped too. I was almost at that point. So I start backing up, and she's like, "Have you been looking for game camera? We're on somebody's game." So now, since we did that, the whole time she thinks that there was a Moultrie Mobile out, and we've been on a game camera.
Everybody that listens to that air is checking their camera.
Yeah. But it was. I have any of you ever been to the point where you're like, I've got to pull over. I don't know what else to do. Yeah. We were at that point.
And again, it is much easier for us.
Much easier, much easier. And I probably won't be able to go home today. Hopefully,
I'm gonna play this segment for Amanda later so that I can go see.
Well, how about this? It gets to a point, and I gave her, what do we want to do? Yeah. Are we going? Are we in our pants in the car? Or are we going? Are we going to pull off on the side of the road? Yeah. Those are the three choices. And she picked number 3.
The right one.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where can you get them? I'll tell you some places, and you need to jot these down. And most everybody has a Home Depot, a Lowe's, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy, Bass Pro, Cabela's. And then if you want to see even a more detailed list and more information, these videos and these tips and recipes, masterbuilt.com.
Masterbuilt.com. And thanks, Donna and Richard. Love the questions.
Yeah.
Everybody else, send it into Masterbuilt. We'll take care of you.
Yep, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Macklemore, I know we got a lot of questions out there. A lot of people are now itching, but you know what it's time for, don't you?
It is time to start spinning the wheel.
Wheel of bingo!
I want some King's Hawaiian when we're walking over there. Can I have some?
Yeah, I can get you on a little old sweet roll. Put some of that rib meat in it. Huh? There he goes. Your guest spinner today, John Macklemore of Masterbuilt.
John, it will take us just a second to get it plugged up with our temporary extension cord.
It's a temporary power source.
Get loose, because leaving it permanent would be a violation of the fire code.
Yes, it would, Bubba, and we always want to be.
We won't have that.
We're properly under the fire codes of the location.
Every which way we can be.
Now it's time for us to spin the wonderful wheel of meat. Macklemore is ready. Now on the wheel, in honor of John Macklemore and Masterbuilt, there are 3 slots on there with Masterbuilt smoker. So we're trying to increase your odds of landing on a Masterbuilt smoker. So they're on that wheel.
Do we need to discuss our chant if somebody wins one of those?
Ooh.
So we got
Masterbuilt,
Masterbuilt, Masterbuilt, smoke it!
Yeah, that's what we do.
Okay.
All right. So,
we got to be sure we had the right one.
Stockyards.com.
So you don't get to do this on Hannity, pal.
Stockyards.com has meat on the wheel that you can put in the Masterbuilt smoker. 1-800-Flowers.com has bouquets of flowers. Moultrie's got a nice Moultrie package with Moultrie Mobile is on. We got Rick and Bubba prizes on the wheel. We do have Pippet, which means you could be eaten by Jaws and you don't win anything, and also other prizes, including you think about also we've got a Rick and Bubba spatula on there too.
Yes,
have you seen those babies rolling out of our store?
Has John got one?
Greg, do we have one?
I think we're out. We don't have any
Are
back
we
there.
out?
We got to get John a
Blackberry
spatula.
Smoke found them the other day.
Yeah, they did. They did. Speaking of smoking.
They went nuts.
All right, here we go.
But hey, we loved it.
All right, we're going to start in Hayden, Alabama.
Hayden.
Jeremy is standing by. Jeremy, what do you say to John Macklemore to get the wheel spun on your behalf?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Johnny. Here comes Johnny. All right, here we go.
Spin it like you smoke.
All right, let's see how.
Hard.
All right, Jeremy, let's see. Let's see what's on the wheel for Jeremy. Jeremy. Oh! Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. So congratulations.
Why does Patty look so nervous during this? Have y'all noticed?
1-800-Flowers.com, and you've got an incredible bouquet of flowers. And you know what? You've won yourself 2 dozen assorted roses for the special person in your life, unless you're, a little something I didn't expect. You want them, but I mean, 2 dozen assorted roses. And remember, when you go to 1-800-Flowers.com, always enter the promo code Bubba to see some deals that are available to Rick and Bubba listeners. So 2 dozen assorted roses for you, Jeremy. We'll put you on hold. 1-800-Flowers.com. We'll send them wherever you want them to go, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. You cannot smoke roses.
Yeah, they don't go over as well. They're harder to baste.
All right, Josh in Wetumpka. Josh, what do you say to Macklemore?
Roll Tide. Wow, what a wheel.
Hey!
Oh, the change-up.
Macklemore put a little English on it.
Yeah. Right out of the gate. Little backspin.
Let's see what happens. Oh, Will. Patty's right.
Patty's nightmare.
It is.
Hate the hound.
Hate the hound.
He's a naughty dog.
He's a naughty dog.
What's up, guys? What's up?
Hey, Hank.
Hey, kid, I just want to say something to all the kids out there.
No, Hank, don't.
Hank, don't.
Remember,
do this.
kids.
No.
There's nothing more fun than finding out if your dad's wallet will flush down the toilet. Oh, yeah!
No, Hank, no!
No,
Hank, no!
Put it
He's
away.
a naughty dog. Naughty dog.
Hey!
disturbing, isn't
Somebody neuter that dog.
Yeah.
Seven minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are celebrating another day with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. This portion of the show brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. When getting the word out about job opportunities, it's hard to find that qualified person that's right for your job that you are needing to fill. And if you run a small business, and let's say you're the owner, you're probably doing about 10 other things. You don't have time to put up job postings and try to figure out who's gonna fill that job. LinkedIn.com/Bubba says, let us take care of that.
Let us do it.
And you're going to find that person that you want to interview faster, and it's for free. Create a free job post in minutes at LinkedIn Jobs to reach your network and beyond, the world's largest professional network of over 770 million people. Add your job, and they will take care of getting the right person in front of you. Simple tools, too, like screening questions. Come on, big guy. Make it easy to focus on the right person to fill that job with the skills that's needed and the experience that you desire. So check it out at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. It helps you find the candidate worth in interviewing faster, and your first job is free. It's LinkedIn.com/Bubba, LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, one thing, you know how a lot of times things kind of are happening here every day, and it's always an adventure. But I'm thankful for the kickoff hour.
Are you?
Yeah, I think it protects the main show because there's a lot of times, like today again, where we're having issues. But the issues are discovered because we're live.
Yeah, that's good.
And by the main show, it's most of the times resolved.
Yeah,
and
yesterday we were off our entire hour, but
it was
better
resolved
than
by
the main show being off an entire
right.
hour.
But if we weren't on, then
nobody would have known.
Nobody would have known.
Kicked it off.
And then the first hour of the main show would have been
Then what
affected.
you got?
You got a mess.
That's right.
So I guess you know what we're doing? This show is sacrifice bunting and getting a guy to second.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Absolutely. And it's for the team.
It's the little things.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the little things.
And little things win ball games. I don't know if y'all know that or not.
They do. Right. They sure do.
You got to make the routine plays, get the bunt down.
Right.
All those things are important.
Right. I have not heard from Terry, which means that she's not up, but that's good.
You're in the clear then.
And
until somebody goes, hey, I heard Spee on kickoff hour today. That was funny.
Especially
Talking
since
about
she's
you peeing in public.
Yeah, and they'll change it. No, they'll change
now
it.
somebody
They're going to say
hearing
that, though. That's what they're going to say.
Is that not what you just said?
It wasn't in public.
This is the way she's going to hear it, though.
It wasn't in a bathroom.
She's going to say, hey, I heard Speedy talking about you being in public yesterday and on a game camera.
Yeah, right in front
That's what's going to happen,
right
guys.
by the front tire.
They'll have the game. It'll be by 2 o'clock today. It'll be game camera to social media.
I heard game
There's
camera
pictures out there.
peeing.
Well, y'all aren't helping any. I know
that's
that.
what's going to happen.
I'm calling Oompa Loompa to the audience.
That ain't
y'all gotta look. If y'all want these stories to continue to come to air, y'all gotta be quiet.
At what point today
y'all can't be
will you get a
contacting
call saying you're embarrassing the family by talking about this?
If I'm being ratted out and she gets told about this, it'll be by 7:30 a.m. Central Time.
Okay, we'll know.
It'll be. Did you really do this?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, a couple that pees together stays together. Everybody knows that.
He almost spit his spark out everywhere.
That's the good thing.
Spark makes you pee too. You gotta be careful.
Oh yeah.
Don't you agree?
It's a diuretic.
But I love how she was calm, cool, and collected, and was like, "No, I'm fine." And then it got to the point where it was like, "You got to find somewhere. We got to do something.
Yeah.
We got to do something."
Ain't gonna make it.
And
Wadley's further than I thought it was.
It's kind of funny to see.
Hey, buddy.
It's kind of funny to see a woman have to use the bathroom versus us, like in the car. You know how we'll squirm and we got things we can do to help, and they don't. You know what I mean? They just don't.
We can always pull out a 16-ounce bottle while driving.
Yeah.
If you had to.
Right, yeah. Just don't pause when you're talking.
All
right, so we
oh wow,
we got a lot to talk about today.
Probably can't.
No, probably can't.
What are y'all's weekend? What are y'all doing this weekend?
Nothing.
Oh, we got more ball games.
Yeah, that's what.
No,
I can't think that.
One of her best friends just texted me. She said, "I'm telling her. You better not, Summer.
I'm telling her.
Summer, I will haunt
Summer
you.
breeze.
You got me. You got to have my back, girl." I have got today ball games, tomorrow ball games, running sound for church.
Oh boy!
And
there he is,
I'm just
mixing
telling you,
the gospel.
I'm not nervous, but I kind of am because I've got Palm Sunday sound, and then I have got a Good Friday Passover message sound on the 15th, which is a week from today. I've got two of those things back to back, and those are big services, and I'm and it's on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
y'all
don't
don't
mess it
care.
up.
I don't know why I said it.
Speedy, if I didn't care, I wouldn't ask what's going on with y'all's weekend.
I don't know why I care. I mean, y'all don't care.
I don't know why you care.
Yeah, he's rattled right now because he thinks Summer's
well, I've got more text messages coming in from people. So what about y'all's?
Low key. Well, I'll say low key. I'll be in Tuscaloosa tomorrow with Braden in a tennis tournament. But outside of that, it's just a one-day event, and we'll be early and back. Very similar to what we did a couple weeks ago. I actually tried to play in this one, and I waited too late to sign up.
How's he let him have it?
But it's fine. I got plenty to do. I got some work stuff and some other things I got going on that I can tinker away at while he's playing. So he and I will spend, and no girls are with us.
Oh,
so that's no
going
no
to
drama.
Augusta.
No offense, women, but
I'm going to Augusta. Yeah, Tiger does.
No, you got a house to sell.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Somebody call that clown. Brian.
It's that time of year.
Boy, you talk about a place that loves to smoke. Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, they'll smoke one in a
Brian, are you ready, buddy?
Yes, sir.
What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Johnny.
Johnny with a quick serve.
Come on, John.
Come on. The lights don't look right. Yes, that's stupid. Here he is. Coming on the right.
Come on.
Come on. Come on. Yeah. Meat. Well, you got meat from stockyards.com, Brian. I know when it comes to beef, Texas, high grade, baby. And a $50 gift card for you to use at stockyards.com, and they will send you delicious cuts of meat, and you can find it there. And remember to enter that promo code Bubba anytime you go to stockyards.com to order the world's finest cuts of meat. All right, let's go to Frank. Frank is actually in Dothan, Alabama. Frankie, welcome to the program, Frank. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on! All right, let's go. Frank! Oh, it lit up a little better just then.
Did John hurt his arm on that first
John, you
spin?
okay,
I know he had a tennis match last night.
Come on, baby. Masterville, smoke it! Well, you did it, buddy. You got a Masterbuilt smoker. How about this? A Masterbuilt smoker.
Good thing I greased her up.
That thing is headed to Dothan, Alabama. That's right. Peter Gabriel. You know, you can see Peter was kind of running out of lyrics. You can be a bumper car bumping. Maybe he was coming up with all the things. You know, we laid down the track.
What a great little tune. Yeah, it's a toe tapper.
Well, it's a little toe tapper.
If I'm out driving, I love to hear it.
Right, right. Former lead singer for the group Genesis, and then that's when we ended up getting Phil Collins when he decided to go.
And he rolling them out.
And he can be a little weird, but every now and then he's got a good one. That was a little toe tapper, as you said. We do have a lot to do going forward on the program. I know, Bubba, you went to college visiting again yesterday with your second child. That's always...
Yes, my daughter Caitlin. We visited the first of some 35 colleges she would like to visit over the summer.
Right.
So I don't know that we're going to get to all of those, especially the long list on the West Coast. But
yeah, I was wondering because you said I'm going to go college visiting, but I'll be back tomorrow for the show. You said that yesterday. Now, I was trying to do the numbers on how you get to Southern California and back here, because I know that's where KK wants to go.
Yeah, she wants to hit USC, UCLA,
Really?
Something Santa Barbara, Pepperdine, and I said,
She wants to go to UC Santa Barbara?
I said, ain't gonna happen.
Right.
So let me just be clear right here. You might as well change that. That's not happening right now.
Yeah.
At what point she told me that she felt God wanted her to live in California.
Are you just having fun?
No, she told me that.
Okay.
And I said, he went out of his way to place you here on the East Coast.
Right.
So, you may work your way there, but it may be on your dime, my dear.
Right.
So if God wants you in California, he will make a way for you. And he has not spoken to me in that same way.
You know what? If you take away it's your daughter in Southern California and college, it sounds like you had the same conversation with her I had with Scott Dawson when he said he was going to run for governor. Are you sure about that?
Well, but we did. I'll tell you all about that. We had a great time yesterday, and Rick, I don't. There's so many really cool things that happened yesterday, and I don't know if I should say all of them. I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
When did that ever stop us here?
But we had a great time, and I want to thank Kate Larkin, who not only gave us a tour on a golf cart yesterday, which means we didn't have to walk all over God's green creation like we did with Hunter's tour. But
give me that contact.
Yeah, with this knee coming off this weekend, that was a blessing. But Kate usually doesn't give tours, so she went out of her way to do this, and we also have to thank her for not one, not two, but three of our interns we've had. So
well,
she has rolled out the interns for us.
I need that contact because I'll be following.
You the next 2 years.
I got two more to go. Well, let me also throw this out there. I will warn all of you now that for a lot of you it'll be fun. On a regular Rick and Bubba day, we do not speak well on a regular day.
All right.
Today, I've heard so many misspeaks before we've ever even got started, and including the kickoff hour. I mentioned one, and then you saw me in the garage, and I've got a Babe Ruth jersey on today. And you said, "Hey, how about you, Hank?" And I was like, this is Babe Ruth, not Hank Aaron.
Well,
and then I just called you a woman.
Right.
So it doesn't look good. I've heard a lot of. I heard you a minute ago in your office, and I'm not far off of you. I'm about a click not quite there, but close.
Yeah, I'm two clicks off.
When
right
Bubba
now.
said, "I'm just going to sit in here and not speak," because we had so many misspeaks, and
I tried to tell you something else. I got tangled up.
You got tangled up on another one. But also, I heard from the office next door. I'm just going to sit in here and not speak.
Gather myself.
Oh,
so I just,
man.
it looks like we're just a little off kilter today, and so I just, I know every day we are, but worse.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are with us. This hour starts with our national anthem. the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are thankful that you are here. So here we go, a brand new hour, and we are excited to spend more time with you. We'll do your phone calls. We'll break down the stories of the day. Wheel of Meat is already spun, so that's behind us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one, is ready to go this weekend. Mover and shaker Gene Hallman is our guest. We discuss Gene's participation in all the stress this show has brought to Gene Hallman over the years, where he has to continually weigh, are they worth the trouble? And we go back through some historic moments where we made Gene extremely uncomfortable and made his job a little tougher. But you'll hear some behind-the-scenes things that Gene now shares that he says he hasn't shared in years about some of those historic Rick and Bubba events, including the day that Speedy went streaking. So enjoy that Rick and Bubba University, the podcast edition this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, as I said, they're all here. They've done a kickoff hour for you, and across the way, there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional and cheaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, thank you for joining us for another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Come on with it. And Daddy was a preacher. What? That one.
Good stuff.
I like
there,
that one. Need to breathe. That's a good bunch. That's a good bunch right there.
They do good stuff.
Boy, they do. So, Bubba, we'll unpack another day. It is, the more things change, sometimes the more they stay the same.
Yes, Rick. I think someone very wise said that once upon a time.
Yeah, I realized earlier in the kickoff hour when I heard them screaming, "Please stop the hammering," I thought to myself, does hammering draw us? Or do we draw hammering?
Yeah, I mean, you would wonder. It appears that we go hand in hand, no pun intended. But
it seems like wherever we go, construction is going to start.
Yeah,
it's
maybe we've been in high construction areas. Maybe that's it. I loan for the standalone. But it's
the old standalone, and
Rick, we all need a dream. You know what I mean?
Well, now I will say this. Your dream also was us to be in a very public place and a big old mall or a strip and all that. Of course, that brings hammering.
Yeah, it does.
It does. But I mean, it's just.
But I love the big glass window. I did enjoy that.
Yeah, that was great. Now it comes with hammering.
Yeah,
and it comes with noise. Now, if you go back to old school radio, now we're out in the middle of a pasture somewhere with a gigantic tower.
Yeah. Literally in the pasture with a tower right over.
And I mean, and nobody, if anybody tries to find you, they got to take into account, do they have enough supplies?
Right.
You know it.
Yeah, carry 2 weeks.
Yeah, the early days of radio. Of course, now you got to remember radio in those days. I mean, the people on the radio, like we said before, to be number one in the city now, if you're knocking out a 15 share, buddy, you own it.
Yeah, well, most major markets never see double figures.
No, but in the
6 or 7 is your number one.
But in the early days of radio, when that was TV was still trying to get its legs under it, and the band didn't have radio frequency stacked side by side.
Oh yeah,
I mean you could be a radio guy.
Wasn't a translator in every slot.
You could be doing a radio show, which you actually got to use your personality and create, a show that people wanted to listen to and felt like they knew you.
Right.
Those people would have 42 shares. Things like that. So there also was we really don't need everybody to know where they are, because they were some of the biggest celebrities. I mean, they had massive audiences, and I mean, a lot of times you never knew where the station was located. You didn't have any idea. I remember the first time it got to where you could actually find out where shows were located. I thought, man, wow, so there it is right there. Because I was one of those little kids that was listening to it, thinking, where are these people?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I envisioned. It's funny because you're talking about the way we envisioned it in our mind. I remember listening with my dad to Paul Harvey.
Oh yeah,
and for some reason, I thought he was sitting on a stool with a microphone hanging down from the roof, and the entire wall just had knobs and meters. I mean, it was dark green equipment, and he was just sitting there on a stool talking. I don't know why I thought of it that way.
That is
Paul
interesting.
Harvey looked nothing like I thought he would.
No.
I thought he had like jet black hair, comb back, and big black rim glasses, kind of like Buddy Holly looking.
Sure,
an older Buddy Holly.
Yeah.
He didn't look anything like that.
But every now and then, when we're flying somewhere, I'll look, and you can still see them sometimes. Like you can tell it's probably one of the old local AM radio stations, and they'll still be sitting out in the middle of a giant thing way outside the city.
The transmitter's there. Sometimes the studio is there. Sometimes it's not.
Yeah, in the old days, the studio would be out there.
Oh
too.
yeah.
So it's a different time. But I know we had hammering in the kickoff hour, and I know we had some audio trouble again, which you just love that, especially when everything you do is based on audio. But anyway, so I think we're working with that too to try to get that cleared up for most of you.
We knew it'd be a process with a new studio.
Yeah, sure.
We just thought maybe it'd be over by April.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Normal.
Yeah, so let's just go ahead and call it, and we can all enjoy that as the misspeaks roll.
We have a master-built hangover is what we have.
I think there's something to that. So
I'm gonna tell you, I ate way too much for breakfast yesterday. I didn't even need anything till like after supper time last night.
Yeah, me too, man. I struggled to like 11.
Yeah, I mean, that may be why I'm speaking funny today.
All right, we'll come back. We have a lot to talk about. We'll get the headlines. All right, so last night when we left yesterday, there was a discussion with Helmsy that he would buy in. If you don't know this, Bubba I wouldn't say Bubba's a conspiracy theorist in a lot of things, like say Greg can be or anything like that. But when it comes to sports, Bubba tends to think at times we should at least entertain the thought that professional sports, and there has been a history, this has happened in the past with individual players, gambling rings, and of course the great Black Sox saga that nearly destroyed, did destroy for a time, professional baseball until it was brought back by Babe Ruth. But anyway, so Bubba told us to look at the money that's involved in extending series. And Helmsy, you said last night that if the Cavaliers win by 10 to 15 points,
10 or more, yeah,
you would be on board.
I would buy in.
And of course that did not happen. Now,
correct.
Now Bubba, in true conspiracy theory, has found for some reason has said that them winning also means there's a conspiracy. And now this is going to be a little more difficult to follow, and Bubba will one day have probably a very high-ranking position in the Democratic Party. But so tell me, right? This almost sounds like the global warming people that say cooling is also warming. Now,
Rick, there's several things. It did not play out last night like I thought it would. But now remember, it's not over yet.
Right.
I go back and I enter into evidence Alicia Curry, who last year during the final, the wife of a player, last year said, "I have lost all respect. Sorry, this is absolutely rigged for money or ratings. I'm not sure which. I won't be silent. I just saw it live." Now, this is a wife saying
right.
that.
I remember that.
And you remember she had to take it down, and she's been hushed up. You don't see her much anymore. Right.
She's just blaming.
I think too the fact that so many people have started talking about this, that it's brought it to the light. So they've had to. You know how sometimes you have to shut your operation down and come back later.
Oh, yeah.
But and also there's a possibility, and I'm not saying this for sure, but it looked like last night, as Helms had pointed out early on, that the way the game was being called was going to favor the home team. And even down the stretch, the Cavaliers had a lead. What was it, 3-5 points there at one time with just a minute or two left?
Yeah.
And at one point, I know it was 3, and Durant goes down the court and throws up this 3. I mean, no offense, no set. He just crosses half court, takes a couple of steps, and puts it up. I'm not too sure if he was supposed to miss that shot.
Okay, so you're saying that.
And see, if he misses that, Cavaliers get it and go down the floor. They're up by 5 with under a minute to go. It'd be very difficult.
So that perfect shot that was nothing but bottom, it was supposed to be missed.
Well, how many times have all of us played horse and we needed to miss a shot and it accidentally went in?
Right.
And horse?
You know. So
you're comparing
it
what
happen.
Kevin Durant does to us in the backyard playing
watch
horse.
This shot again, though. He goes up. Look how much room LeBron James is giving him and lack of defense on that shot. I mean, he just barely threw a hand up. He didn't even jump. You got to admit that looked kind of strange.
So the Cavs want to lose?
I'm confused. You're really confusing me now.
Yeah.
No,
because
I'm just
I was
saying,
in your camp.
It didn't look like that was what was supposed to happen.
Right.
And it threw LeBron off because he went off script.
Can I please? Because I don't.
He
want
wasn't
my
even
name
ready to
associated
block
with
that.
this at this point.
Right.
So let me clear the air here. A couple days ago, when I was talking about this, I made the reference.
If I stretched it as far as I can go.
The officials can absolutely influence the game one way or another, and I believe that in the first quarter and a half last night, they did that. I do. I truly believe.
Pause on that because I'm going to come back to that because there was a study done on that.
That's really all I was
saying. Say that one more
saying.
time, Hams, because I was studying this video.
The officials, they are really the only ones that can influence the game one way or another. Okay,
unless the player's ball.
I really believe
unless
that.
One player's ball, which we've had shaving points. That
we
really
have.
has happened.
We have.
Yeah.
And so, there was probably about a quarter and a half. I won't say the entire first half, where I was starting to buy into that, the way it was. And look, these guys who referee, I can't believe I'm saying this, referee and umpires, officials, they have almost an impossible task at times.
I give them that.
It is.
It's 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one. And we are so glad that you are here. So I mentioned that. Do catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend as we talk to Gene Hallman about his life with Rick and Bubba. For most of the 28 years that we've been a show, and you'll hear him talk about some things that you may not have known, and some things that I really he may have told me over the years, and maybe I forgot. But the most interesting was his ongoing conversations with the PGA concerning us being on location at their celebrity pro-am. With the what is it called? The Seniors Tour? What is it? What's the Champions Tour? Champions, and in the Champions Tour, and because we spent a whole history with Gene trying to be involved, and he finally let us be involved, and basically was told, please don't let them be involved again. And we recap some of that, and I think you'll enjoy some of that historic moment, and just and hearing the life of Gene Hallman and
Gene
how he ended up doing what he's doing.
He's an interesting guy and has done a lot for community and has brought a lot of events here.
Yep.
And you know, it's not easy. I like I say, I got more of a close up look at that when we were dealing with the Davis Cup, and you know, it's difficult bringing municipalities who have their own deal.
Oh yeah,
and organizing bodies, you know, that oversee these things, like the PGA, the USTA, and getting them, and then you throw in international elements on some of it. It's a whole nother deal. And so, you know, I don't know if we talked about this as much at the time. Maybe we wasn't supposed to, but when the Fed Cup came, which was the female version of the tennis competition, the head of the Russian team, the coach, and Hams, I don't know if you know this, he was not allowed initially in the country because he was on the terrorist list.
That's
nice.
Nice.
He was listed as a Russian mafia gangster, and they would not let him in. And the head of the USTA literally had to call the White House and say, we're having this international event. We have to let their coach in, or this is going to be terrible for everybody. Put your agents on him, follow him, do whatever you got to do, but we need to let him in the United States, and he got in. So that was part of the drama going on behind the scenes. So you just never know. You just never know.
And we talked about Bubba being the face and how important he was to all that. And
we didn't cover all of that story, how Gene and Rick did that. To me, it's one of the great jokes of all time.
I defy anyone to say that there's another podcast that's out this weekend that this question is literally asked. So, Gene, let's talk about this. What caused you more problems, Speedy streaking or the golf ball retrieving Dotsons? And he actually answers that question, and you may be surprised.
Yeah, that one. I think that one concerned Gene even more than we thought it did. And,
so we find out this weekend that the ongoing battles with us really gave Gene a lot of handles, and I left thinking that, confirming this, and it makes me feel really good. And I want all y'all to know this, that we are more fine than we are crazy.
Okay. It's good to know. Rick, I'll tell you something. Can I tell you something about that story? And we didn't completely delve into that part, but I got to thinking about it afterwards. That was at a point where Gene would not let us play in the tournament.
That's right.
And so we held an open tryout at our studio for dogs that would retrieve golf balls.
Right. Yeah.
And we had made a veiled threat that we were going to release these dogs on the golf course.
Right.
So that every time somebody was golfing, they would go get their golf ball and run off with it.
Right. Yeah.
And Gene didn't really think it was true until he got wind that there really was.
Yeah.
And he actually sent somebody, I think, to look at this. And we were actually training and having tryouts for dogs. And the majority of them were Dachshunds.
Yeah.
I don't know why Dachshunds are so in tune with golf balls.
Well, we were always coming. We never could figure out what can we do to get people to get their attention. You go back way back before that. I mean, when we were in Gadsden and they were putting an occupational tax on us, we went out there and gathered 1 million pounds of fat people and threatened to flood the city by jumping into Coosa. And, eventually the mayor came and addressed it. So, we were always coming up with things that might be able to help us, to take on something that needs to be. And he also said what it was like to be driving with all these relationships and to turn the show on, and we're doing a playoff of people that we outrank that are getting to play and are getting to be there. And he said that was fun. Really, that's enjoyable.
I had a conversation with one of Gene's.
How can this guy be playing and we're not?
With one of Gene's generals during the golf ball episode.
Yeah.
And he told me, he said, they're not going to let you bring dogs on the golf course. And I told him, these are seeing eye dogs. Silence. I was invited to play 2 hours after that with Chichi Rodriguez.
Whatever it took.
Went right to the top.
Whatever
Had
it took.
a ball with him.
Whatever it took.
So.
But it was interesting to hear Gene really say, he finally just said, your audience is so important to me. All the pain and suffering and the mistreatment that y'all give me, I have to endure it.
Right.
And he talked about too to me.
Well, we had to get our foot in the door, Rick.
Yes.
And then we were great. Then we were great partners.
In the beginning, nobody knew how to deal with us. They just knew we were loud.
Yeah.
We were unpredictable.
I was that way.
and they didn't. Other media outlets would complain and whine about us to him, and because they didn't know who are these guys, why are they so loud and obnoxious and bringing Nerf guns and trying to shoot them into our broadcasts and stuff like that. Yeah. And then now, as time has moved on, now everybody they don't complain as much because they know how to deal. They know what they're going to get.
It doesn't do any good.
No, it doesn't do any good.
Really, to complain about us, that's like you take a fire over here and go over and dump gas on it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, if we find out you're whining, we see weakness and we really start to go.
We do that to each other every day.
Yes. You know what whining does to us? It's like a predator when I was told not to run in Africa because it triggers their instinctive kill mechanism. Yep. And when we hear that you're complaining about us, it triggers that kill mentality. Then we attack. Yeah. Then we really go. So we just keep turning until finally you scream, "I won't say anything anymore." And then we go, "All right, well, we'll move on. Don't stir us up now." The best thing to do is with us is just not paying any attention to us. Then we get lazy.
Rick and Bubba.
A tough deal. But what I saw last night was ridiculous for a quarter and a half. It was almost like, hey, we're doing all we can to keep you in this game.
And you realize this is not some run-of-the-mill. This is the best of the best.
And it hit me when it started. You got to understand something. When it happened last night, when this was going on, and if you just go back and watch the first half, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It was the Cavs had played about their best that they could play. Okay, and the Warriors were not really playing all that well, and they were not getting the calls, and the Warriors were still up by 6. Right. And that's when everybody realized there's really nothing we can do at this point.
There's another interesting backstory about when this team was actually born, and it was back in, I think it was 2014 when the Players Union voted to raise the salary cap, and the owners wanted to phase it in. And they told them, they said, if we don't phase this in, we're going to get some real strange free agency things that are going to create some teams that are overly dominating. And the players voted they wanted it raised right away. They didn't want to phase it in. So, and they're saying that, so some of what we're seeing in this super team actually took place back in 2014, set the table for this. But look, the evidence is greatly against me here, but I will not close the case yet.
Well, let me just tell you this: no team in NBA history has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit in the best-of-7 series.
But they have played to a 7.
126.
Well, I think that's a key point, Bubba. What you just said.
Yeah, you don't forget what Bubba's talking about is extending it to 7. Right. That's where the money is. The money's there, no matter who wins.
Right. And the key here's
so
the
we're
other
really
thing.
Discussing this like we're serious.
There's
about
several
this?
stories out today that you normally don't see about the NBA that says how much will a sweep cost the Warriors.
Yeah.
And you never see those kind of stories much. They pointed out that the net bottom line for the Warriors, if they just get one more game in Oakland, is over $12 million, which is about what Steph Curry's salary is. So you could see, man, we can pay for one of our star players if we get one more home game. That would be to their advantage.
I have heard former players this week talking about how officials, this is not Helmsy talking, this is not conspiracy, this is former players saying officials do influence the game in times like this.
Right. Well,
and so I do believe it happened. It happened last night. The problem is the Warriors are just too doggone good, and the officials put them in a situation to have a chance last night, the Cavs, and they just couldn't do it.
Well, you do know we talked about that study on the air, and so I do want to reference it, but and I understand what you're saying. But if you remember, we had a group that did a very extensive study on whether there is really such thing as home team advantage.
Yeah,
and they found it is not the crowd, it is not the routine where you get to stay in your own town or your own campus. It was the officials. They are influenced by the home crowd because they're human beings. And the home team usually gets the best calls. That's where the advantage is because the officials are influenced by the environment, and they said that is the home field advantage. And the officials may not even, not that they are. I'm not saying they intentionally do it, but they get caught up in it. And that's home teams. If you look back, and they did research over a long period of time. Yeah. The home team gets the calls more than the visiting team.
And Rick,
and that's the advantage.
More evidence is that we all saw the Naked Gun movies. We see how umpires like for the crowd to cheer for them too. So,
Guys, it was so last night. There were times where Steve Kerr was he was standing up going, "Hey, just give me one foul. That's all I want. Just give me one foul."
Right.
Where the Cavs are already in the bonus.
Yeah, when the
it
other
was ridiculous.
Now to really throw some, just a sprinkle, just a little bit of water on top of the water, some fish food. If you love conspiracies, the only thing better than a team coming down back from 3-1 is the team coming back from 3-0.
Yeah.
Okay,
because they did it last year.
Right.
We got to have something a little more exciting.
We'll
we'll see how the script writers handle it Friday night.
Just a little bigger for our game.
Yeah.
And if we can just get to 7, it doesn't matter who wins. The money is still in.
It looks better on TV if the home team, when whoever wins it they're at home because of the celebration and all that too. So there's a lot of things in play.
I even heard sports reporters saying, I hope they don't win it Friday because by the time we get to Monday, we'll forget all about the game, won't be able to talk about it. Public, you can get tickets and be there at rickandbubba.com. This Bob Stoops thing, we mentioned it going to the break. It was odd that he decided he would step down as the head coach of Oklahoma. Not that it's odd that a coach steps down. Is the time of year that he stepped down, and it caught Barry Switzer, as Bubba said, off guard. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So can I tell you, if you're listening to this program and you're part of a fleet, does your truck really care where you get the gasoline, the fuel? And does it care at all? Well, it really doesn't because it doesn't have the ability to reason. But if you are using a fuel card that only gets you discounts at selected stations, you can do better than that. A2B.com/radio. Now we've got a fleet fuel card that gives you discounts anywhere you fuel up because it's accepted wherever they take Visa. So whatever fuel you need, if they take Visa, then you get discounts. Here's what you're going to love too about it: no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fee, no late payment fees, no over the limit fee. We're not going to have gallon limits on the amount of discounted fuel. Plus, you'll build business credit when you pay on time, which I hope you do anyway. If you ever need any help, they also have a 24/7 customer service team that meets every need. In today's world, you deserve to save every time you fill up. So join us and apply today at A2B.com/radio. No credit check required for a limited time. You also get a $50 credit when you use their zero fee card. The website again is the letter A, the word TO2B, another letter B, .com/radio. Find a link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, also, we talked about our podcast that's coming out this weekend. Enjoy that. And then you and I yesterday headed over to the Kevin Derryberry Celebrity Golf Tournament. You don't play in that one. Have you ever played in that one?
Yeah, I did some of the early years when it was at a course a lot closer to us. And we would get there and have mashed potatoes. You may remember that, the great Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I do.
Franchisee that used to
thankful for what they have now.
Yeah.
Thankful for what they have
great.
now, too. But I do miss the KFC. If I was just being honest.
And you know those instant potatoes that they have, they put out with that ice cream scoop.
Yeah.
It stays in that ball. It's so thick.
Well, especially for me.
I know they're probably not good for you, and I've eaten a lot of them over the years.
Yeah, and thankful for everybody supporting and doing and the ministries that Kevin, all he does for the kingdom. But it was been one of those things. Anytime I have had guests in town, they always, and rightfully so, I'd be the same way. If they come from other countries or they come from up north and they come to our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama, they want to eat barbecue.
Yeah.
So I've been eating barbecue for days now.
Yeah,
and which is fine. Which is fine.
I had a killer open roast beef, not roast beef, but it was I think it was pork I had yesterday.
Yeah, because there was no roast beef there.
Yeah,
if you had an open roast
I was
beef,
saying open. I'm just used to saying open roast beef sandwich.
Yeah.
It was an open barbecue pork sandwich, and with a side of mac and cheese and baked beans.
Well played, my friend.
Which explains why I
had so much on the plate it was touching each other.
Which explains why
I didn't want when I was a kid.
I heard you scream unprompted, "It's good to be a Gentile." Anyway.
But it's varied. I've played in it. I have been a celebrity swinger on one of the holes. I guess is what you would say. Well, that sounds. That doesn't.
You were a celebrity swinger.
I realize that doesn't sound
if you
good.
got a pineapple upside down in your bag.
You're going to get slapped by Will Smith.
Does that mean something?
I think it does.
Yeah.
I've been told.
Really?
It's upside down.
What?
Oh, yeah. Y'all ain't heard
so
that?
it looks like a rocket?
I live a sheltered life.
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
He knows. He runs with these guys.
No.
What would you call
this
that?
This is a deal.
If you're a celebrity hitter
are
on a hole, what would you call? I said swinger.
A celebrity golfer.
A celebrity golfer.
Yeah, don't say
What I would-
swinger.
yeah,
Okay.
Let's stay away
You were
from
teeing off.
swinger.
I remember they had you
I was on a par
recliner.
three.
They had a recliner you were sitting.
Yeah, I was on a par 3, and my shot,
Yeah.
if they wanted to use it, they could. And
Absolutely.
if not, which, most of them didn't because it was in the woods.
Right, yes.
But so I've done that, and then I've just done go and eat and say hey to folks.
So,
which is also a great form.
Yeah, we've kind of all moved to if whoever can get there, to go and eat and say hey to folks. And so Bubba and I, and things have gotten a little more complicated on this tournament, especially this year. Number one, Kevin said he had to do it earlier than he normally does. Mm-hmm. He said, I like to do it after everybody's seen the Masters because now everybody's excited about golf.
Yeah.
And then he says, I also like to do it, because that gives people more opportunity to actually be involved. So he's at a different date. He's much earlier than normal. And so, but now Kevin moved the tournament a few years ago much further than it used to be.
It's a great course.
It's a great course.
But it's just a long way from where we are.
Well, all I'm saying is for us to get there.
And now with this studio is even really harder to get there.
We're further away at this studio now, and we're also we started doing the Thursdays is our day to do the podcast, and his tournament always falls on a Thursday.
Right.
So it's become more and more complicated to get there. Which is great, and we certainly want all of you to come to town and love when you do that from all over the markets because he does such a good job. I got a funny Kevin moment, but so anyway, we were wrapping up with Gene, and I thought that Bubba and I had gotten out of here in a similar clip, but you told me in the text when I had to give you the bad news that I had got out ahead of you.
Yeah, you're the king of leaving quick.
Oh, let me tell you something.
Call it vaporizing.
Yeah.
You even vapored here.
Yeah.
When I knew you were leaving, but you're good at getting out the door. I had a few more things to close up and bag up and get moving.
Yeah,
and I think I made a run to the bathroom. Of course, that's about 10 minutes right there.
Right.
So in distance, not in time spent when you get there.
So the clip for us to get to the tournament now, and I can pretty much tell you because I know how it's on the way to the farm, and it's almost to the farm. The clip to get here to there, if you have no issues whatsoever, is about 30 minutes. Okay, because we have to get it. We have to work.
That's the best case scenario.
Yeah, that's no problems, no nothing.
Yeah.
But we have to go on this gigantic interstate, which runs north and south here in our great country, and it's called I-65. Now, where we are, remember our location of Sweet Home, Alabama, it is set up for everybody who wants to come from the north to go to the Gulf Coast. They're all going to rock 65.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
For a clip until you start trying to find other ways. But to Montgomery, 65 really is your only choice.
Yeah.
Now, after Montgomery, you can make some other decisions. But you got to come on.
Mm-hmm. But there's some old interstate highways, but they run through a lot of towns.
Boy, they do.
And they're not straight.
Now, also, you have everybody going to the various lakes that are down that way too. So honestly, when it gets spring and summer, if you don't check your maps before you leave, a 30-minute trip can turn into an hour-and-a-half trip like that.
Easy.
And sometimes it's no wreck, it's no construction, it's just traffic because there's that many people moving. You got to be careful of Saturdays because that's when the hotels swap. Mm-hmm. Okay, you got to be real careful of that. You got to watch Friday, but you better pay attention to that.
Yeah, nobody works on Friday anyway.
And I got to caution you: watch Saturday on the other side. You got to watch north and south on Saturday because people are coming out, giving up their hotel, and then people are going in.
Yep.
So anyway, I thought on a Thursday we got out of here about 11:30. Okay, so we're supposed to do. I'm supposed to do a little welcome and a little message for everybody at 1, and the second flight's at 1, but lunch is supposed to be before that. And so I get about. Well, I can tell y'all where it is now. The rest of the audience won't really know. And it's the one you always know. If you can't get through the Alabaster exit, if you get through there smoothly, you got it. Unless there's some wreck down the road.
That's
as
far
as far as just the normal traffic.
Exit 338 off.
And all of a sudden, I do that thing where you come around, and there must be 1 million 18-wheelers. It usually is.
Yeah.
And just as I'm coming around, I see the first brake lights. Brake light. Brake light, brake light, brake light, brake light. And I look, and I do that terrible thing where you get around the truck and kind of look, and I see nothing but I'm bumper to bumper. I mean, and I thought, you can't even have a golf tournament. And so I call Bubba immediately, and I say, hey, FYI, I'm sitting still.
And I'm one exit and a quarter mile behind you.
10-4.
And I immediately go to the right lane, and I exit off I-65 at, for y'all's information, the tank farm at Pelham.
Okay.
And I make the decision I'm going to Calera, which is the closest town to the golf course.
It's actually in Calera, yeah.
Yeah, via Highway 119/31/ whatever else I need to get on over there.
It's not a bad move.
Now, I don't know about you, but I also took the exit that was further down to try to get on 31. But so is everyone else.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, see, everybody wants to get off this, and they all know there's only a few ways to go.
Right.
So then, if everybody that's in said traffic jam moves to get around the traffic jam, it's just another traffic jam.
So now you have 2 traffic jams.
Right. Yeah.
And the problem with the country back roads is they're not set up for that.
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of 2-lane roads. You have a lot of roads with no turn lane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's one right there. Calera is a beautiful historic town.
Yes,
but,
it is.
There's a left-hand turn you have to make to go back toward the golf course in town.
Mm-hmm.
And there is not a turn lane there.
Mm.
And immediately, if you do make that turn, there's a railroad track close to that.
Yeah.
And that's what we call, double trouble.
Double whammy.
Yeah.
So I finally realized, so Scott Dawson is supposed to be playing in it, so he immediately calls, hey, man, where are you? And I said, all right, let me guess. I'm sitting trying to get off the exit here. I got a school bus about 8 cars in front of me. He goes, all right, that school bus is behind me. I said, yeah, there's a school bus between you and me. He said, yeah, are you taking the Alabaster exit? I said, well, I'm sitting here like everybody else who wants to take it. And he said, hey, we're not going to make it. And I'm like, no, I probably not. And so we all start calling Kevin, and we come back, I'll tell you. And hey, man. Yeah.
I just texted him. I said, we're hung up.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to make it. We're hung up.
So he's getting this. Now, keep in mind, he's not just getting this from you and me.
He's got to be getting it from anybody coming from the north.
He's getting it from a tremendous amount of people that are supposed to tee off at 1 o'clock. And because they all thought if they got there by 11:30, they got plenty of time to eat lunch, then play. Lunch is going away.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, take a listen.
This stuns me today. I have a Georgia sports writer calls me, and I answer I don't recognize the area code, so I get this call from Georgia, and he tells me about Bob Stoops resigning. And I said, what is this, fake news? Is this from Russia? What the hell is this? And it doesn't make sense to me. I'm stunned, as everyone is. No one saw this coming. We win the national championship in softball last night. It's a wonderful evening, and then we wake up today and we're stunned by Bob Stoops, an iconic legend coach in college football, decides to quit.
So it was caught Switzer off guard.
Yeah, and Barry Switzer still kind of plugged in there. I mean, he was there for a long time, very much beloved by Oklahoma fans. One of the top programs in all of college football, and for him to be caught off guard, and he made a great point. The Oklahoma girls softball team just won back-to-back national championships. that should be the headline with Oklahoma, and he basically steals that with this announcement.
He did.
It seems like he would have give it a week. You know what I mean? To let them have their time in the spotlight, because now that's completely off the board. He just signed a recruiting class, Rick. I mean, did he recruit that class and say, guys, welcome to Oklahoma, I'm not going to be here next year? It's just very, very strange. Now, I understand his reasons, and some of the assistant coaches who have gone on to bigger and better things under him say, yeah, we kind of figured this was coming. His dad died young. He died coaching on the sideline. He has, I think, a senior or maybe two seniors playing high school this year. So, I could see him wanting to be there for that, but it just seems a little bit strange.
No, and I'll tell you why. Here, and we said it to begin with. I have no issue, or wouldn't be surprised, and probably would think a lot of him to say, you know what, my kids, it's hard. It's hard being involved in this business. You don't spend that much time with your family. You don't, at the college level. And really, sadly, the high schools are getting so, like they're mini college programs now too, so it's getting to be the same case there if you're at a big program. But at the end of the day, that should be strategy that you would see not in June. It would have been, hey, guys, look, we just finished the season. Just so everybody knows, let's go ahead and get we had the coach in waiting. Let's get him set up, and he's already there. Next, I'm going to step down. Look, my sons are getting older. I've missed their childhood.
Yeah,
I understand that. My dad died at a very young age because of the stress of coaching. It's time for me to step down. But that's But 2 months before camp, as Bubba said, just went through the recruiting process, getting people signed up.
Did he tell recruits that?
No, of course he didn't. But what I'm saying is that's what makes it odd.
Yeah.
Is the timing. Not that Bob Stoops says I'm done with coaching. Now, if you look at his age and you hear the things that are being said, I have 2 words for you, and that's Urban Meyer.
Yes.
It sounds exactly like that.
Yeah.
And that means that he's going to say he needs to spend time with his family, but magically we're going to see him on ESPN or the Big 12 network. Okay. And then he's going to be a commentator for a while, and then somebody else is going to hire him at another big school, and suddenly all the things he said about the stress of coaching will go away, and he'll be coaching somewhere else.
But Rick, where else would he want to go? I mean,
where else did Urban Meyer want to go?
Yeah.
Well,
the only
Urban
thing about
wanted,
that too,
he was an Ohio State
the
guy.
schedule is not as grueling. Let's face it. I mean, Tim Tebow's playing baseball and doing the ESPN thing, so maybe he actually will get some relief and spend some time, if that's what
compared
he's
to
doing.
Coaching, I agree.
Correct. That's what I'm talking about.
But the time to do it might have been after the big Sugar Bowl win over Auburn. You come in and go, God, we've had a great run. I'm hanging it up. That would be a time. A lot of coaches do that. Mm-hmm. Think about this. He's got a great team coming back. They're expected to compete for a national championship. He's got a quarterback that'll be in the Heisman race. And the timing, it's just a lot.
That's what's got everybody
stuff.
baffled.
Well, in my opinion, and this is all it is, and you can take that in a nickel and good luck with you, but it's totally my opinion. And how about this? It's not any of our business. Can I be clear about that? It's not any of our business. But I think that it seems to me it would be likely. You know how you think about some things and you and your wife ponder some things, you think, what about this? And then there's some incident or some moment or some conversation, with your wife or with your children, you go, you know what? I don't know why we keep putting this off. I'm out.
Like a doctor's visit?
Yeah, or something like that. Hey, I need to step down. There's something that happened, and I'm not saying it's bad. Don't misunderstand me. Not anything.
All of that was in play, but there's a keystone that came loose and everything moved.
You know how you have a plan that one day you might do something and suddenly something takes place. You go, hey, but what? That needs to go ahead and be expedited a little bit. Not talking about anything illicit or anything like that. I'm simply saying it could be health. It could just be a family dynamic. He says, you know what? I just don't need to keep doing this.
He could have had a son that.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we're talking about yesterday. We had the honor of getting over to Kevin Derryberry's golf tournament. Many of you came in not only to be there, but to help sometimes. Yeah?
Sorry,
that's all right. To help.
Way centered it up.
Caught me.
Those directional mics, they're really good. Pollen got him down. So anyway, we're sitting in traffic, and I realize that honestly 1 o'clock is in jeopardy. Now, Bubba, I'm gonna speak for both of us, so it doesn't, because I know we don't want to typecast, okay? Right. So I'll speak for both of us. Yeah. The one thing that started hitting my mind is we may make the 1, but we're gonna miss lunch, and I started thinking the fact, we're not gonna get any lunch. And
you used to have that tent again with all that good stuff in it.
They didn't do it in a tent. It was out there, but it was just at a table outside.
Well, that's some good stuff.
It wasn't in a tent, but yes,
that's
good. That stuff was
there. Was one point I had been sitting in traffic so long on one of the side roads that I saw a fast food place, and I thought, if I just leave my truck running,
I just walk over to it
and just run over there. Okay. I think I'll be back because I hadn't moved in 10 minutes.
I'm going to go grab a burger.
Do you think that would break the traffic loose if I would leave my truck here?
Yeah,
and I thought I may do that for everybody.
Thank you. Do you know what I did one time? I'm not proud of this. I started looking into all the different compartments in the truck. Going, is there something in
Rick,
here?
That was after I'd already done that because I'm not driving.
Right, yeah.
So I just put it in park and start fumbling through going, did I leave something in here I didn't know about?
Yeah.
Could there be crackers in my snake boots I forgot about? You know?
So
cracker in my snake boots.
So I called Kevin just to let him know, and he answered, "Hey, man, you in the traffic? You in the traffic with everybody?" It's all right, man. We got a pretty day. Jesus gave us a good day. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I said, I'm just letting you know that I'm not sure how this is going. We prayed there'd not be any rain. Jesus once again get a perfect day. And and it is a pretty day, Kev. I'm glad it's going well.
Not a pretty traffic situation.
I'm glad that everybody who donates to your ministry, that's already happened. Really, nothing's going to change on that. But I just want you to know that Bubba and I, it's not looking good. And of course, Speedy's bailed on us and left us. That's
I had to feed the show.
Yeah, well, Greg, you're out on Thursdays.
He's so proud of his excuse.
Has he noticed? Excuse, I want to eat out of that tent.
Yeah, I know.
I know you
they
do
have
enjoy
into
that.
the stuff they have at Augusta. They have in that tent or something like that.
So anyway,
and I had a son with a ball game. I didn't just skip it.
Yeah, I understand.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's just fine.
I know it hurt your feelings.
You're right. A lot of games. So anyway, you don't make them all. Yeah. It's not possible.
Rick, this was that one.
Right. Nice, very selective pick. So anyway, I
don't play but 70.
Got a ball game.
Right. Well, how many do they play? Well, about 105. But anyway,
one team.
How many of those at home? 80. But anyway, so and then on the road, a lot of those are closer than even home. So anyway, and when I got in that traffic, and I started sending you pictures.
Terry laughed real hard at your call.
Yeah,
I got to tell you.
So anyway,
y'all helped me tremendously. By the way, that was a game changer for me
because
I had to be in that area at like 1 o'clock as well, and I just rescheduled it. Because I knew I couldn't get back in an hour to where I needed to be my next.
Well, I knew you said you were going that way, and I said I know that you said, Hams, you were going to get your taxes done, so that's why I sent you a picture wondering if that was your tax place.
That was funny.
That's funny.
It wasn't, but that was funny.
So anyway, Bubba, I timed it because I struggle with this badly. I do believe that those poor people that I want everyone to be reconciled to God through Jesus. But those that refuse to do this, I'm telling you, part of you being in hell, you're going to be in traffic.
Yeah, I think pretty.
And about the
I feel
time,
pretty solid.
About the time you think the traffic jam has opened up, the place you're going to end up is in the parking lot of the DMV. So anyway, I realized that we finally get there, and I know there's not going to be any parking. And Bubba and I both are in gigantic trucks.
It couldn't be any bigger.
I'm glad to be a Hendrick driver. Apparently, they think I'm much younger than I am by putting me in this lift kit, which is a beautiful, massive, really good truck. And it draws quite a crowd. People love it, and mainly young people. And in my knees, with no cartilage at all, getting in and out of it, and my climb up in it. I have to take poor little Sherry and throw her up in it. And then for Dad, it's always he wants to prove to me at 81 he can get in it. Mm-hmm. So anyway, we get there. My time, Bub, I don't know about yours. It took me 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Mine was slightly longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
I had just guesstimated about 125, 120.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
for what could easily be a 20, 30 minutes.
How many times did you almost turn around and go, "That's it"?
Well, no. Here's the problem.
Are you just stuck and you?
I was jammed in so bad I couldn't go either way.
Yeah. If I'd have got any indication from Kevin that if he would have said, "Just forget it,"
now, at one point, I almost
Lift turning around.
Speedy, at one point, I almost rammed my truck into a train.
Yeah, right.
Just thinking it'll come to an end one way or the other.
So we get there and we
wow, a lot of trains.
Yeah, and we get some of the
the
train.
Why do we need so many trucks? We got a lot of trains in that area. What are they doing?
Can I tell you one of the hilarious, man? It was an absolute beautiful day. But one of the hilarious things, this thing where they have a thing where you get a chance to try a hole-in-one for $1 million or for a car. This time it was $1 million. So Kevin has to stand there and act like he can see the ball because he's trying to let everybody know how the shot is. Now we got so he's gonna get and he's gonna take a shot for $1 million, and he's looking. You can't see what's happening unless it gets on the green. You don't know what happened.
Right.
Look, Kevin's standing there. I said, "You can't see it, can you?" He goes, "Nah, I can't see it." And I said, "What are you gonna say?" I guess he didn't make it. You already see Kevin said, "Where's the ball?" I said, "I have no idea." And I submitted. That guy looks like he's walking away. I think he's already shot. Can you see the ball? And he shoots. I can't see it. Can you see it?
Can I tell you one of the more exciting things in life is these golf shots for monies or car. Those are a lot of fun if you ever participate in them.
Yeah. I got to know. I'm sorry, I got to go back to y'all's trucks. Getting in and out, because now everybody's parking, on the side of the road because of the crowd. So now you can't just get down the road. You got side traffic you're trying to get through. Where did y'all park? And how far did you walk?
You know where the house is welcoming you to the neighborhood?
Yes.
Yeah, about there.
You know where I park? You know where I park? You know where the train station is where Thomas used to go?
Yeah, I passed.
Hey, folks, thanks for being with the Rick and Bubba show today. I want to talk to all the guys. Guys, listen up out there, all across Rick and Bubba land. I want to point you to manscaped.com, manscaped.com. When you think about, look, most of us, our wives, they got all these products. Everywhere you go, there's always products for women, so they can be all clean. They can be all smell good and all this kind of stuff. But a lot of this stuff just isn't designed for us. Well, at manscaped.com, they have launched the Ultimate Men's Hygiene Bundle. This is called the Performance Package. You can join over 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer. You get 20% off and free worldwide shipping with our code RICK20. That's RICK20 at manscaped.com. Look, they sent products for us to use. I mean, I love the body wash. The shampoo is fantastic. Even the containers that the products come in. I mean, they're metal. They're sturdy. They smell like men. They look cool. And then, of course, they have all kinds of things. They've got trimmers. Now, I never thought that this would be a big deal for me, but as I age, the Weed Whacker, the ear and nose hair trimmer, is fantastic. They also have all sorts of products, to make sure we're smelling good, to be sure that our beards. The trimmer is fantastic. If you haven't had, it's called the Lawnmower, the 4.0 trimmer, and man, it has helped me so much with my beard and anywhere that you may need to do some grooming. So if you would like to get this package right now, go right now to manscaped.com, put in the code RICK20, and you're going to get 20% off. Do you realize that the fourth generation trimmer that I was just talking about, this cutting edge ceramic blade reduces accidents, you cutting or something catching down here on your neck or wherever you need to be grooming. It's all part of their advanced skin safe technology. It's waterproof. It even includes an LED spotlight in case you need a little more precise when it comes to the shaving. So get 20% off and free shipping with the code RICK20 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Again, the code is RICK20.
He had a heart-to-heart talk with, and he said, "Dad, you ain't been there.
Right.
I don't know you.
Yeah, right.
My senior year, I've never seen you in the stands.
Right.
You know." And he goes, "You know what? You're right.
Right.
It's bigger than the OU.
Yeah, it could be something like that, and we don't know. But I will tell you this:
don't know. We're just speculating.
If it's anything beyond that, you'll know. It'll come out.
Yeah.
And but yeah, you can look at it. To me, to think someone who's, and I don't know the Stoops family well enough to make the call on where they are. I bet you when Urban Meyer went back to coaching, people who know him said that doesn't surprise me. You know, Urban Meyer was saying he was going to die. I mean, coaching in the SEC is killing me, and it's too much stress, too whatever. So he went to a very unknown program, Ohio State. You know what I mean? So,
right. Rick, first off, he wanted to spend more time with his family, so he took a job with ESPN, and the joke was he wanted to spend more time with his ESPN family.
Right, yeah. And even though that is a different schedule, you're right, but it still is. I'm working. I'm not exactly, because if we need you on the set, you're probably gonna miss a game too. But what and then go back to Ohio State, but he did say he had a different attitude, that the break prepared him to continue coaching. So we'll see. Who knows? But one thing that we cannot argue about is the fact that it is bizarre timing. Now, one thing I was wondering, and Thomas is going to hit on this out of Tuscaloosa. Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Hey, what's up? How about you?
Hey, I've got a theory about, he just went through a scandal with the running back, Joe Mixon, punching that girl in the bar. And, there's a couple of different things here. Either he was forced out because of the way that was handled, or he just decided that, I handled it the wrong way. I don't know that I want to continue in coaching if this is the way it's going to be.
Well, I think
and that scandal could have weighed heavily on his mind.
It could have, and you may have got there right at the end. Not necessarily, I didn't handle it right, I wish I'd handled it differently. Maybe, and I've heard this from some coaches that have been doing it a while, the things you have to deal with today with these young boys that come out of these horribly run households that most of them don't even have fathers, the things you have to deal with, you just get tired of it. And, maybe when he was sitting there trying to, he was vying for a national championship, and all the commentators talked about the entire game and kept showing that video over and over again as, what is this kid doing out here? And, and then same thing in the draft. It came up again. Yeah. And, maybe he's sitting there going, you know what, this is going to become more the norm than not. And you have to continually explain why somebody's still playing. Are they going to be kicked off? What's the discipline? Maybe it was that. I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, well, there's Bill Bubba Bus.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, buddy. All right, so I know you went college visiting yesterday with child number 2.
Yes, my daughter Caitlin. We started the first of what looks to be 36, 40 colleges she wants to visit.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without
All right, here we go.
another.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Keep in mind that Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out again this weekend. Gene Hallman will be our guest. Catch that. The archive for the Wednesday Bible study is available. Genesis 14, that's out there this weekend as well, if you want to grab that. If you're headed to the Altar Conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, Derek Carr putting on his first men's conference. Now is the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders. Team Man Church will be there. All of our resources will be there. In Vegas, I got word that they arrived, I think, sometime last night. So they'll be set up, and if you're going to be attending that or your church is attending that and you've been wanting to go kick the tires on the themanchurch.com and the Men's Discipleship Strategy, all that will be there, including a little introduction to a new app that we'll be launching very soon that'll help you with resources and searching some of the archives that we have a little easier as well. All right, Bubba, you ready to dive into Biden again?
Let's do it.
Let's dive into Biden.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So, Bubba, history has been made. We have can we say it?
Ketanji.
Ketanji. All right. So we have confirmed Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. By the way, that's going to be the entire run of her being on the Supreme Court, which is her entire life.
Yeah.
And one, because that's just one of those you think every time it's going to work.
Yeah.
But anyway, so here comes a very, very awkward moment when our president is supposedly celebrating this historic confirmation, but it just comes off.
Rick, it looks staged like a photo shoot because he already knows the outcome. The vote to bring it to the floor is always reflective of how they're going to vote. Okay,
Right.
so if you have the votes to bring it to the floor, you have the votes to pass it. But it is historic. But Biden, his enthusiasm here looks a little plastic.
So he's watching it on the stream
with her.
Yeah,
with her.
He's
Okay.
watching the vice president here talk on the TV, and they're in one of their rooms.
Okay.
Is this the video, Adler?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
All right. Okay.
I understand you have to wait for the official vote, but the vote to bring it to the floor was 53-40. I mean, that was pretty much, you knew it was a done deal. They just had to show up and vote.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
You know what I mean? It looked a little weird.
Well, you know what you have? You see the camera running, looking at you. All right.
Let's see it again, Adler, right quick.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
All right. Okay.
Okay. I think you could hear that over the hammering.
Yeah, I wish she'd have got confused and thought she didn't pass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, nays.
I thought smelling her hair was over the line.
Yes, that's his move.
He buried his nose right in her hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Man, that smells like history. All right. Love you, Ketanji. Yeah.
First black Supreme Court justice ever. Oh, wait.
Wait a minute.
Clarence Thomas doesn't count because he's a Republican.
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, there was another guy, but first female,
right,
a minority Supreme Court justice. So you can say that.
So did she get the job because she's a female minority or because she's qualified? Because that kind of hurts.
All right.
Well, again,
Kind of hurts her case. Kind of hurts her case.
I just think Biden handled that wrong. And if you feel like you have to plug in someone of a certain gender and a certain race, if you just have to do that, do it, but don't tell everybody you're doing it.
Absolutely.
Because that only demeans her.
That's the point.
And see, the only reason you would announce that ahead of time was to buy votes with it.
That's all.
Yeah.
So
because it wasn't helping her.
So you have to go back and say, what is your real reason for doing this? Do you really feel this way, or are you just trying to garner some political support for it? So
yeah, because what you've done,
there's a better way to do it, but silly me.
Yeah, what you've done
I'm
is
just Bubba sitting here doing a radio
which
show.
is disrespectful to the person. You 100% right. Here's what you've set up, and the left's been doing this forever. If you vote for her, you're not a racist. If you vote against her, you're clearly a racist. Yeah, we'd like to look at her credentials. Nope, it's all about racism.
You don't like women.
You don't like women, especially black ones. And that's how it works. And you either cave to it or you look at merit. But anyway, there you go. So then we have another Biden deal today.
This is why, and we've talked about this, Rick. Elections have consequences. If I can quote President Obama,
absolutely.
When you vote for certain candidates, you know the type of Supreme Court justices they're going to nominate. Whether it be Trump, whether it be Biden, whether it be whoever down the road. So those are big things that will affect your life, the way that Americans live for decades to come.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot more important than mean tweets or, some alignment to some party or to some one issue somewhere.
Yeah, and here's another example of elections matter. I don't know. Every now and then, God love him, and I know why, the president just seems to speak gibberish that is impossible to understand.
Are you talking about word salad?
Yeah. Well, no, word salad is just a bunch of words. At least you can understand what they are, but you don't know why they're together. You can't even understand what he's saying at all.
Sounds. These are just noises.
These are just noises.
I put them all under word salad.
Okay.
But I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is you don't even have a word in it.
No. Don't you have to have lettuce to have a salad? but so
just to get you a look before he fires it off, just please look.
I know, Greg, and
what's that?
Hey,
you know something's coming.
Greg, and I know that look.
I know.
Rick, his lips are disappearing.
Yeah. If you've ever had somebody you love go through Alzheimer's, and in this spectrum of cognitive skill loss, look at this face, and we've all seen it.
And when he was the other day when everybody's ignoring him, and he did his arms like he is, like same thing.
Oh yeah. So here we go. Here is him talking to the
attempting to talk
to building trade union conference. Is that what this is? A union conference?
Yep.
All right. Here we go.
You know what it is. Most people don't. To ensure that we rebuild America, we upheld a promise.
What?
A promise.
Oh, no.
What did he say?
Do that again, Adler.
Him in America.
Oh, gosh. It's worse than I thought it was.
God love it.
You know what it is. Most people don't. To ensure that we rebuild America, we upheld a promise.
What?
Promise.
I can understand our callers better than that.
Yeah, and that's saying something.
Adler, one more time.
Is he saying?
I'm thinking that we could make a case. He's saying yabba dabba doo.
Rick, I think he's singing. I think he's singing part of the chorus to the Daisy Duke song.
Is he saying? Most people aren't going to understand what I'm about to say.
You know what it is. Most people don't. To ensure that we rebuild America, we upheld a promise.
What did he say?
American promise.
I heard American Promise. What's this thing in the middle?
I'm not sure.
I tell you, there's nothing better
He bridged the gap
than
between
that,
American Promise
than that,
the noise.
than that chewed up thing there and the hammering. It's great.
Oh yeah,
does that go good together?
Yeah. Did you?
I said, "What that hammer, dude?"
Baby,
You remember that bit I did that time that I was riding with one of my kids and their friends, and they were listening to that rap song, and I said the guy said,
"Yes,
that's what it sounds
yeah,
like."
Right.
Yeah.
I'd like for you to put a beat to that.
Do it. You know what it is. Most people don't.
No, we don't know what it is.
To ensure that we rebuild America, we upheld a promise.
There's one of the.
It sounds like an auctioneer.
There's a political commercial running right now, and I can't remember which one it is. It might be Durant, where he's got 2 or 3 clips of Biden just chewing things up.
I think it is Durant.
Is it?
I think you're talking about the current leader.
Out of nowhere.
Promise. Sound like Underwater Man.
It always goes back to Underwater Man with you, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, you gotta get
Underwater Man is clear as a bell compared to
Yeah, Underwater Man is a communicator.
Soul.
Hey, 25 give it up.
Soul to the man in the back.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Your truck doesn't care where you.
And we were at Auburn University on the plains yesterday, and I want to thank Kate Larkin, who really doesn't give tours per se. She works in the alumni office, and Kate's a great friend of the show. She has sent us 3 interns,
including her daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think didn't she have She has. I know there were some kids and some that were so close they thought they were kids of hers. I mean, it's just a whole family affair. Mm-hmm. And but Rick, she really pulled us out of the fire yesterday with a golf cart.
Absolutely.
And we got. And I tell you how enjoyable a tour can be in a golf cart versus walking is number one.
That's what we call night and day.
Yes, it is. But we met a lot of really nice folks yesterday. I do have to give a couple of shout-outs. Tim Gore, who runs the Auburn Rec and Wellness Center, which, by the way, quite a facility.
Yeah,
Tim, big fan of the show, and had a great time with him yesterday. Lori McLean, who is a academic advisor. We actually did sit down and talk academics at one point. Well, Caitlin and Betty did. I was talking to Kate. But anyway, it was a pleasure to meet her, and saw Coach Tim Horton, running backs coach, for a minute yesterday. Ran into him. And Rick, we also dropped by the radio station there, WEGL, the college radio station. Billy Ferris and Britt Bowen met them yesterday.
The station that Adler built.
And, there was several conversations about Adler.
Adler was a hot rocking DJ there on Wiggle Wiggle.
His hair like you liked it. He was.
Chris Eagle.
But they got a real nice setup there, and it was good to meet them. And we had a good day. It was a lot of fun. So now we've got to move on to the other 12 schools that Caitlin would like to get visited this month.
Right. So a lot of that we're talking at our house, thing we call reality, and that is we can pull colleges out of the sky.
Yeah.
But colleges have requirements that you must meet. Or it's a meaningless conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so
it's like going to look at a house you can't afford.
Yeah, I think with our family it was a little bit of confusion like a football game. See, anybody that gets a ticket can get in to the football game.
Right.
It doesn't work that way at school. It doesn't work that way.
At one point, I'm like, look, guys, if we're going this route, good gracious, let's go to Johns Hopkins.
While we're out.
Let's run through Harvard. Let's
touch Yale on the way.
Right. I mean, guys, come on. I mean, you just can't declare. I mean, you have to actually make it happen. And Chris Eagle, hey, Bubba saw you old stomping around just
Chris Eagle. The old station.
They said you was a real go-getter when you were there.
Got my feet under me there at Wiggle.
Did they really have to change studios after you left?
Well,
can't get that smell out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So no, they were upgrading.
What is that hemp smell?
They were, who put the tie-dye in the window? Who put the tie-dye bed sheet in the window?
Wait a minute. Do we play Grateful Dead?
So I was the station manager at WEGL.
I manage a little.
I also did a morning show during my college years.
Can't imagine that.
It was the I'm in morning 'cause it's morning show.
I thought it was Best Buddies.
No, that's
a whole different deal, Greg.
That's a program that pairs up college
students.
Oh,
I knew that had something to do with you at Auburn, right?
Yeah, that's completely
Thanks, Greg.
different.
I thought it was your morning show.
That pairs up like special needs.
Okay, that's
college
fine.
students.
I got mixed up.
Oh, did you, Greg? Did you get mixed up, buddy?
I knew that it was something you had called Best Buddies, and I thought that was it.
That's a great bestbuddies.org, by the way. That was one of the most beneficial things that I did during my time at Auburn.
Now, probably led to you becoming a better person.
It did. It did. Really.
Now, give us the name of the morning show again.
I'm in morning 'cause it's morning show.
My goodness.
What about get your head out of bed and feet on the floor?
There it is.
I mean,
we knew we get there. You know how you start going, there it is.
And there it is.
It was Greg and not me. I know, but it's like a fight to get there first.
I thought I let it breathe long enough.
You did. It was almost shocking.
It really was. So I caught you off guard. You thought I'd let it go.
I did.
All by design.
I thought to myself, we'd left Piedmont and I was wrong. But
best buds in 1 minute. You did good.
Did you always want to get into radio, or was that something you're just talking about?
You know,
it's Chris Eagle. I'm in the morning because I'm in the morning show.
I really enjoyed. Really enjoyed my time there. But it's just kind of like radio opportunities came up, like the opportunity to be the station manager just was there, and it came up. And then my first job out of college, I was a hot rockin' DJ on an FM station.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up at the bottom of the hour as we make our way back. So there was the comforting Biden clips of today. Well, if you want to get Phil creepy again, Anybody been keeping up with how the Chinese government and the Shanghai residents are being treated? Now, remember, this is one of those things we always talk about, and many people make the point that the left is they'll coddle evil dictators and tyrannical governments, and if you want to wonder why that is, it is because that they desire to be one themselves. But China gets a pass from the left. We've never fully understood it completely.
And the NBA.
Well, that would include the left. When it comes to our citizens who lean to the left. But anyway, so Bubba, you were telling me about this. We have video. They're locking down the Chinese citizens again. And you told me they're even going as far as welding people's doors shut.
Well, soldering them shut so they can't get out. So you've heard the term getting shanghaied.
Yes, I have.
That didn't just come out of thin air.
Right. Right. So here comes.
But Rick, this is what's really odd. This is the clip we're going to see. They're using drones to speak to the Chinese citizens who they are locking, and they're under another COVID lockdown. Like you can't go outside.
Right.
You can't open your doors.
Right.
You can't go get food.
Right.
They're literally telling people you got to stay inside.
Right.
Totally. It's not like a restriction here.
Of course, lockdowns don't work. But
theirs is totally different. Yeah, and y'all, it's so over the top, which makes you wonder why are they doing this? Because we know now, we have numbers. COVID is survivable 99% or higher.
Right.
Okay. So why this over-the-top response to this? Maybe they just want control of their citizens.
Right.
You always have to have that one. Listen to this. You can't understand the language that this drone is speaking in, but listen how eerie this is, and tell me if this is not Orwellian or Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation.
Wait till I give you the translation on what it's saying.
Yeah.
朋友们，在疫情封控期间，请严格遵守市政府相关防疫规定，控制灵魂对自由的渴望，不要开窗歌唱。此行为有疫情传播的风险。
Oh wow!
So they're using
that
drones.
Drone is flying around.
It's dark in Shanghai. You see the drone flying high above the street, and that voice, a very creepy voice. Rick, you want the translation?
Yeah. Do you see that? What it's saying?
Yeah. This is a direct translation of what they're saying. Go ahead. You want to do it?
Please comply with COVID restrictions. You go, okay, well, that sounds like our government. But then, our government's not saying it this straightforward. They just act this way. Control your soul's desire for freedom. Whoa. So they're even acknowledging that a human soul desires for freedom.
One, and I think this is something that they didn't really think, or maybe it's lost in translation. They're saying you have a soul.
That's right.
Which is something the communists have always told you don't have.
And it desires freedom. Then the last line, which is weird, and it may just be in the translation, do not open the window or sing.
Well, Rick, here's the problem. People are going out on their balcony.
Oh, I see. You're right.
And they're singing group songs together about freedom.
You're right. I remember that now.
And that's why they've got that. So, boy, that's just eerie, isn't it? I mean, you know what it reminds me of, too? We talk Orwellian. We talk Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation. It also reminds me of the movie Logan's Run.
Yes.
You remember that, where people had to report to be?
Oh, it does.
You know, in that deal where you make a run for it. But that same voice in the background, it's kind of a young female voice, just eerie.
Yeah. So
here's another clip. This is just B-roll. This is in China. This is people kneeling and waiting for Chinese officials who look like stormtroopers to come by and scan their QR codes on their phones to make sure that they are okay to move. And just look at the hordes of people just kneeling on the streets, just waiting for the stormtroopers to come by and check them. And they've got these social credit scores. You can't take a train if you don't have a high enough credit score. And it's just apocalyptic future stuff, guys.
And you know how you improve your citizen score, or your, what did you call it, Adler?
Social credit score.
Social credit score. It's by being a good citizen and following what the government tells you.
Wow.
So long as you stay in line, you stay quiet, you kneel when you're supposed to, you don't object, you get points for that. Now, if you object or you don't follow the rules, they take away your citizen credit score.
So
isn't that exciting?
Yeah,
right there?
that
looks good.
And
That's something I'd like to live in. How about y'all?
Now remember that the next
even hiding it.
Yeah, remember all these things you've seen and heard today. The next time an NBA star lectures you about
China,
or about something that they think you should care about, but they let the Chinese citizens live like this, and they have no issue with it at all. When they get to boycotting and canceling people.
And here's that robo dog you were talking about, Bubba.
Oh, no.
Listen, Rick.
Like a big spider.
So that robo dog is patrolling the streets, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And wait a minute, is that Robo Dog? This is not a movie y'all were watching where somebody said, "Ooh, what about the creep?"
That's not a sci-fi. That's real life, Rick.
Yeah. Wow. We got a Robo Dog out there.
Isn't that weird looking?
With the government.
Yeah. Is it me, or do you just have this spinal reaction? You want to hit it with a baseball bat?
I do. I want to destroy it.
Because you feel like it's a giant spider. It needs to be killed.
Yeah.
That's real, guys. That ain't the Terminator. That's not some sci-fi movie.
No,
that is real life happening right now.
No.
In China right now, there's robot dogs and robot drones telling people how to act.
This is
for your citizen score.
Bubba, please comply with COVID restrictions. Control your soul's desire for freedom. Do not open the window or sing.
Or sit.
Yeah, do not open the window or sing. And control your soul's desire for freedom.
It's just a drone overhead giving you that message.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's creepy.
You throwing a Robo Dog with that? Hey. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so if you want to reach us, we'll chat with you when we come back on any topic. You can bring up your own topic. You can respond to topics you've already heard. You can ask a question. You can make a comment. You can bring information to the table. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In Birmingham.
I thought you worked at a pet store.
That was in high school, Greg.
Oh.
And then,
Alan, how about that wellness center? Did you ever go over there?
And then
the
this,
rec
so
center?
it's
nice.
it's like God wants me to be in radio is basically what I'm saying. Because just radio jobs keep happening for me.
So you're in radio, sort of, and video.
Exactly. Totally.
Yeah, right, kidding. You're going to think I made this up, but I remember, now correct me if I'm wrong, this is when I wasn't working here. I was in my truck, and I listened to the show. He was an intern here.
Yes.
And y'all played an interview he did while he was on the station at Auburn. He was interviewing somebody.
I interviewed
he would
the
ask
president.
questions. He goes, yeah, cool. Yeah.
That was the president of the university.
Did I not play that on the air here? Or did I make that up?
No, we did.
I remember that was funny.
And it was the Chris Farley thing. He sounded
Yeah,
like
exactly.
He did.
Yeah,
you're the president of like a big university. That's cool.
Cool, man. Cool.
Hey, you remember?
Remember that time?
You remember when
it was awesome.
When Carnell Cadillac Williams led to an undefeated season, man. Yes, I do. I'm the president of Auburn University. Well, that was cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
I remember.
So you remember me when you were in the parade, welcome you to town? I was out there waving.
Yeah. I was doing a live broadcast from there. You know, that's the beautiful thing about if you're working anything in college and there's other students involved, you can move up the ladder because people get thrown out of college and people don't come back, that kind of stuff. You're like, yeah, I'm here.
People graduate.
Yeah, well, maybe you heard of me, Chris Eagle.
But I did a live broadcast one time, and I didn't know how to really do it. And so I got stuck in the I'm an idiot loop where you can hear your voice and then you hear the echo and then you're talking and it makes you slow down your words.
Yeah.
So you're like, hey, on the radio, the listening to the audience,
awesome.
91 point.
Gosh, am I going to have a recording of that?
It was a bad time.
Yeah. So, well, here you are. Look what it's done for you.
But the extracurriculars at Auburn's campus are a great way to get some actual hands-on experience, whether you're doing the on-campus TV or on-campus radio. And War Eagle, guys.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an alum.
Rick, I called Adler to ask him where the studio was, and he didn't know.
Well.
They moved because when I was there, it was the last year that we were in the cool old hip Foy Student Union, and then they moved it to a new building. I forgot where it was. Plus, they had to get the hemp smell out of there. So,
What you should have said, he should have said, now how far is that from the supper club?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the early morning rain. Bubba, say hello to Reagan Cunningham.
Hey, Reagan
Hey,
Cunningham.
Reagan Cunningham.
What's up, Bubba?
Reagan Cunningham, that name will not last very long because she's about to get her Rick and Bubba intern name, and she asked before she walked in here, should I be nervous? Yes.
Answer is yes. I'm a little shaky, but not too bad.
But you should be nervous. Some things that we can look at in her resume that will help us with intern names. First of all, the first name Reagan's got to get. I mean, you got that going.
That's
but
it.
All the different things there. She's a graduate of Florence High School.
Go Falcons.
She also worked in the athletic department at UNA Lions.
Roar Lions. There you go.
UNA Lions.
Getting all the mascots in.
You have been on the worship team at Church of the Highlands Tuscaloosa campus.
That is right. Yes, sir. I'm still on that.
So
still
you
going strong.
You still go. You go to the University of Alabama.
Yes.
Road Tide.
Tuscaloosa campus.
Well, I mean Road Tide.
Road Tide.
Road Tide. Tuscaloosa campus. That's the big one.
You know it is.
That's your biggie. So your major's public relations. You'll probably leave here with things you shouldn't do.
I had a feeling.
Yeah. We can help you with public relations, but it's the things that shouldn't happen.
Right. All the things to not do. Y'all going to teach me that.
Yeah.
You also have a concentration on sports management and entertainment.
That is right.
So that's good there. Every now and then our show will sound like Sports Talk 1480. So that'll help a little bit there too. I don't know why that hit me right, but it just did. So you have that. You're a freshman now, is that right?
I should have updated that. I'm actually about to be a junior.
Oh my goodness!
I know that's my fault. That's
this
my
is
fault.
highly outdated here. You've worked at Alice Magazine. What is that?
Yes, that's the campus magazine for the University of Alabama that students run through the journalism department. And I got to model for that. We did this kind of vintage shoot. We went to the Tuscaloosa airport, and it was really fun. There was a lot of vintage planes and everything, and that was for the May ad. So,
did you know that the person who kind of oversees, which shows again about us not having the greatest public relations, our intern program is the real Greg Burgess. Did you know he was a model?
I did not know that.
I'd
love to see those pictures.
I left that.
The hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Lines are available. If you want to join us, we go phone trolling right now. 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer is king. Your time on the program will close as soon as the 30-second mark hits, unless you're given a timeout. There's only 2 of those from either Helmsy or Bubba. Let me point you to simplysafebubba.com real quick. What do U.S. News and World Report, PC Magazine, Popular Science all have in common? Well, they all rank simplysafebubba.com as the best home security last year. In fact, U.S. News has just named the system the best home security for this year as well. Now, look, they protect your whole home, small business, around the clock, every door, window, and room, and it's all backed by the best 24/7 professional monitoring in the business, all ready to dispatch police, firefighters, or EMTs if and when they are needed. Plus, with a comprehensive set of sensors and cameras, including the all-new wireless outdoor security camera, you always know what's going on the inside and the outside of your place, and it costs less than $1 a day. So make the move now to a better security system. SimplySafeBubba.com. Claim your free indoor security camera. We'll throw that in. Plus, you can save 20% when you get their interactive monitoring, which is the best in the business. SimplySafeBubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You find that under the sponsors button. So let's start with Aaron. Aaron's out of the great state of Sweet Home, Alabama. We'll start with him. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Aaron, 30 seconds. Let's roll.
What's going on, fellas?
We're good.
2 quick points about this China thing. All right, what's that going to look like if a drone flies over well, let's take my area, Asheville, Alabama. It ain't going to be flying very long.
No, it won't. It will not be. It'll not fly very long. I mean,
but, that's the problem with this thing. And if we don't stand up as believers, it's going to creep into America just like it has over there. And I think.
Yeah, it's already creeping in. I would go that far, but I hear you. Anonymous, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Is that me?
Yes, that's you.
Oh, hey guys, big fan.
Thank you.
I just want to comment on the local schools banning the prayer over the PA systems at the football games. They sure don't mind sending them chocolate boxes home and taking that money that says "In God We Trust," or the local churches to help out the schools. So.
And you're referring to a couple of high schools in Jefferson County, Alabama, that have recently had an announcement or edict sent down from the superintendent that they would no longer pray before football games over the PA speaker. I think is what she's.
Well, I thought that's been that way for forever. That's not a new thing.
Yeah, I think it's.
Did somebody start doing it or something, and they're shutting it down?
I think you can have student-led volunteer prayer. I think if I understood the Supreme Court ruling on that, but it couldn't be something that was sanctioned by the school. And how that actually happens or doesn't happen, I think, is somewhat up for debate. And it's been a hot point topic for many years.
Yeah, the Jefferson County schools agree to stop prayers over PA at football games after complaints at Gardendale, Alabama, and Pinson.
Oh, so there were people still doing it.
Yes.
And now they've come, because I know there were schools that still did it.
Right.
And they're saying again, we're gonna crank up the tighten the noose on that.
I know. I think this Freedom from Religion bunch, and I think they're in Ohio. I think they should be challenged in court. All that we can challenge them, because I think they're fighting a battle they can't win long term. But just in the short term, I would say this: as opposed to getting all tore up about that, you can have volunteer prayer in the parking lot. You can pray all you want to before that football game, and maybe you need to look at that approach. Yeah. Not that we're caving in, but just the fact, if you feel that strongly about it, do it where you can, and don't try to make an issue out of this. Just move the target.
Yeah, and I think on the other end of the spectrum, I think all of us that pay taxes for schools and see the state of the government schools, we wish that they would put the same effort into eradicating prayer on the PA system at the sports game. Maybe put that same effort into some really big problems here that they seem very apathetic about.
Right. So yeah. I think you can do this two or even three-prong attack to this. You challenge the Freedom from Religion group, get them in as many court cases as you can. You still pray, but you do it in a different way, at a different place, and at a different time, and that you also, as parents, demand that your school system do a better job of the things they should be doing, and that is reading, writing, and arithmetic, and leave all this other stuff alone.
And then there's the other option: leave the government schools and let them rot.
Yeah, that's it too. Right.
And let them have no students. Let's go. Let's continue. Let's go to Ann out of the great state of Alabama. Ann, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I was just going to say that the drones that you were talking about could be compared to the movie Hunger Games. What do you think?
Yeah,
absolutely.
any of those.
Absolutely.
Any of those work. Yeah. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Robert.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba show.
Hey, I just wanted to see where we were on the time daylight savings time bill. It passed the Senate. I would see if you could reach out to Gary Palmer, see we were in the House.
Well, I can tell you,
it's the most important thing we got going on.
It's held up in the House right now by a lot of the Democrats on the West Coast. They're saying they don't want it to be 8 or 9 o'clock before the sun comes up. Now, it's funny to me, the same West Coast Democrats in the Senate didn't have a problem with it.
Right.
I do find that strange.
Well, it also goes back to selfishness. So what they're really saying is it may affect us in a way we don't like. I know it's been affecting all of y'all that are, are toward the eastern part of the country, that are still on Central Time, and you start getting dark at 4:30 in the winter, we couldn't give a rip about how it affects you. We just care about how it affects us.
Well,
so I mean, there's going to be somebody's going to have to sit there and deal with it, But the bottom line is, are we done with this archaic changing the clock 2 times a year?
Here is the bottom line in all of this: if you change control of the House in the midterm, you will have it shortly after November of next year.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. And let's go to David. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just you guys were talking about Biden and the word salad earlier. I was just curious about the caption. What does it show up when he's talking, or sometimes there used to be a caption guy that would have to write it out. I wonder what that looks like.
That's a good point. We didn't have that turned on. The video doesn't have that. I wonder what they actually type.
That's a good question.
When we were on Turner South, there was somebody had to type what we were saying, and we would just throw in things like hippopotamus, just for no reason, just for them to have to type it. But I
see if they could get it.
I wonder what they did put under that. I wonder what it said.
Do y'all want to try listening to it one more time? Maybe see if we can figure out what he's saying.
I'm really going to try this time.
Okay,
all right, I'm dialed in.
Let's try here. All right. Here we go. All right. Yeah. Okay. So Zach, did that
couldn't have been any better. And we joke, but if you played him behind that, it'd be about the same.
Lisa, Birmingham, ZZK. Go ahead. Lisa.
Oh, hey. Yes, I wanted to call about the social credit scores. It reminded me of an Louisville episode where they visited.
I can't. I'm so sorry.
Sounds like our phone.
I was about to say, does that sound like our audio? Is that how it sounds? So sorry, Lisa. Somehow with your phone, it went really, really bad. I'm so sorry about that. Randy in Gadsden, Z93. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, fellas. Hey, guys. Rick, I'm a few months behind on this call, but you got talking about your big lift kit truck earlier.
Yes.
And it just reminded me, so I thought I'd share this with you. We were at the ball play when you guys were up here at Uni number 3 a few months ago.
Oh, yeah.
And after it was over, I grabbed some guys like, hey, let's run out here and see if we can find Rick's big lift kit and maybe go yell at him before he heads out. And we walked out in the parking lot, and finding your truck at a ball play church was like me trying to find my white church van at a youth pastor conference.
You're right. I wasn't the only one. I think, was that the one you fell out of at Helms and hurt your knee? Or was it Greg?
No, I was in Mississippi.
Greg fell out that time. Greg fell out of it there. I remember that. Let's go.
You just forget you know how you miss a step sometimes and you think you're done. That's what it feels like. Hurt my back, sure.
Yeah, it did. Mary in Fort Payne, Alabama. Mary, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, we went to China in November right before the pandemic, and we were on a tour bus, and when we were there, our tour guide said, well, the soldiers are about to come on. They said, if you do anything to provoke them, they can take you off this bus, and we have no control of it.
Who? Who's about to come on the bus?
The soldiers.
Oh, the soldiers.
The military.
Okay.
They actually came on our bus, our tour bus, and walked down the aisles and asked a couple of people for their passports.
Oh yeah,
So did they? I was confused. Did they ride with you too, or are they just checking? Are they checking everybody's papers?
Yeah, I think when you stop somewhere, they can come on anytime and say, "Let's check papers." Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they're doing. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. The Rick and Bubba Show rolling on, and we thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's done a little modeling.
We need to bring those out.
Yes, there was a pair of slacks that was being pushed at one time by the department store Martins.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Was that your big break?
Yeah, that was my break.
That's when you peaked in your modeling career.
That got me off the power.
How old were you then?
None of that's true.
It is true. You did that.
No, I did not.
You were a little kid, but
that's not true.
Remember that, Greg? It was actually Buster Brown.
Y'all don't listen.
No, I'm just kidding. All right, so now let's unpack this for a minute.
Underwear.
I know the Church of the Highlands pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a men's conference there. know the pastor pretty well, know that operation. To be on the praise team and to be a singer, they don't just let anybody get up there and sing.
No, they don't.
Can you belt it out pretty good?
I mean, honestly, I would not give myself the credit, but my roommate, Mishka over there, she's nodding, but I don't know. I'm more of a sing in the shower or in the car type person.
Mishka,
I
they
just got
don't.
real lucky.
Now, that's great that you're saying this.
Yeah.
They don't just let anybody on the stage.
No,
you got to be able to wear
not
it
at
out
all.
up there.
This ain't like the old days, the little church I grew up in. Where anybody could sing.
Right. Y'all, I was in the choir.
Yeah. Oh boy.
You have that step tap going? Bubba had that going yesterday.
Yeah. What do you have going yesterday?
A little step tap. He was loosening up.
Really?
Well, that's called my knee was hurting.
So
that's all that was.
And your roommate is Mishka, the pole vaulting cheerleader?
Yes, we are roommates at Alabama.
Wow. So I guess you got to meet Lane Kiffin too.
I have too many stories about Lane Kiffin.
Right.
I take it she's told y'all some about that.
Yeah.
we heard a little
The
bit
reason why
about
we
it.
said that is at one time he lived across the hall
Once
from you.
upon a time.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
So anyway, all right. So there we go. Moving on.
Good call.
What is Waters Bluff?
That is a clothing company that kind of does T-shirts.
So that's more modeling?
bathing suit. That was more like product design team.
Marketing, that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right, because it says model here too. You
Yeah,
need to
she
really,
does a little
You
modeling.
need to really update this resume.
You know, you're telling me something I already know.
Well, now, Rick,
that's on me.
I've already gathered a little information. I think it was day one. You need to tell. She got a little family lineage here that may head to help with the nickname.
Okay.
And now you claim this is straight up, right?
This is straight from my grandmother. She told
Okay.
me this standing in her kitchen. I am a direct relative of Pocahontas. She's like my great lot more greats.
You're talking
grandmother.
about the real Pocahontas.
The real deal.
Not the intern.
the Disney princess.
And an intern.
The
We had
real
an intern.
deal.
We had an
Did y'all have
intern.
an intern?
Yeah, we had one named Pocahontas because that would have been it.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought it was an interesting fact.
So you not I think you know.
No, this is legit.
This is legit.
This is legit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we got that too. Have you ever had a nickname before?
No. Only everybody just calls me Ray.
Now, Mishka's saying yes. She's shaking her head
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know why she's entering in this.
Why aren't you in here?
Yeah, because
Come here.
you can tell us stuff she's not going to tell us.
Oh.
So what are some things, since you're her roommate, is there anything you could help
She's
the
the
audience?
last person we need to ask.
Right. Yeah. So what do you think? That we can't hear you right
Yeah,
there.
you got to get to the microphone.
Here, he's gonna run the recorder.
Doggone it, another graduate doesn't know about the microphone.
Come on.
All right, so here we go. So
Get
what?
that notebook out again.
I have a lot of nicknames
What
for
are you about
a
to
lot
say?
of different people. No, it's either Ray or Reg. Or,
Oh,
but
yeah,
then
that
but then Reg turned into Regions, and then Regions turned into Regions Bank, and then
Forgot
it's
about
Regions
that
Bank
one.
of America. So it's
It
kind of
just
like
keeps
that's the
going
long
on
name. So
and
just,
on.
but
I'm
Reg,
so glad.
Usually
Regions-
nicknames get
Regions.
shorter, not
I know,
longer.
yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. There's some people on a green bicycle that's pulling for that one.
Oh my God. Well, we live right across from one, so that's why it kind of
Right.
the Regions Bank. That's where it came from.
What is Petey? Something hits. Is that an email?
Oh yeah.
Okay, you got to get
No,
away from
it's-
emails.
yeah.
You got to get away from emails,
Oh,
especially
these
this
are good.
this
Just the
guy.
intern names are
This
good.
guy on line one comes from the kickoff hour today. We're not going to go with that one.
Wait
Same
a minute,
one.
Rick.
Same one. No.
That's a piece of equipment.
No,
Everybody likes
y-
Richie.
yes, it
though.
is.
Yeah,
You're right.
but
You
So
are
I've
correct.
seen
You
some
might as
great
well hang
videos
up
of
on
it.
that one.
Listen,
Oh, boy.
I know. Rick. Boy, I've seen some good videos this morning.
Yeah, it was some kind of thing. So we're not. Gonna
I
do
just
that.
thought we could tie that in with like Pocahontas,
Yeah, I saw that.
Nah.
Now, Rick, I told you she reminded me of somebody when she walked in. I couldn't think of who it was, and it hit me this morning. She kind of, if you just glance, she kind of reminds you of the lead actress on the TV show Glee, just a little bit. And I can't remember her real name. You mentioned it.
Leah
just-
Michelle.
Leah Michelle.
What about
I've never watched
intern Glee?
I've never watched Glee.
And now
I
Sean,
hadn't either.
Sean is
Singing
saying,
bunch.
I would pass it every now and then, catch a musical number.
all right, Sean, you're
a toe
guilty
tapper.
pleasure?
Yeah.
A toe tapper.
Yeah.
Sean is saying, where do you come up with this name, Sean? Go ahead, because it's a pretty good one.
Well, she's a model and she's a singer. Intern X Factor sounds pretty good to me.
She has the X Factor. Intern
Okay,
X Factor.
Got it.
Okay, all right, that's a thought.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So we just heard from engineering young Scruggs that they think they have fixed the audio issue that we're having along the network. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. We hope that has solved the problem. We apologize. We've had some issues the last couple of days on and off. All right, so Bubba, you were telling me, if you're out there right now, and I've got one that's, I'm graduating college here in about a month, and I'm starting to think today with what you told me, I may send him to truck driving school so he can work for Walmart.
Rick, I hate to quote the movie Top Gun, but does anybody have the number to Truckmaster?
Right.
You know what I mean? Or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Walmart is raising the starting pay for its in-house truck drivers, Rick, to as much as $110,000 a year.
Come on with it.
Did you hear me?
110.
110 a year.
10 and 2 for 110.
And expanding a program that trains its existing workers to become drivers. The company is doing this in a bid to keep the supply chain running smoothly. It is setting starting salaries for its truck drivers between $95,000 and $110,000 a year, up from an average starting salary of $87,000 per year, according to a Walmart spokesperson. The internal training program will offer workers in in other Walmart roles a 12-week course to become a certified truck driver and join the company's internal fleet. How about that?
Did you hear the fleet go by right when you said it?
Sure did. It was almost like you played a sound effect of somebody going by. That was great.
But that is, I was talking with someone. It was Wednesday, and. And so this is someone that's in that world of building houses, okay?
Yep.
And so he was talking to me. He's in the Wednesday Bible study and introduced me to, and he said, hey, I'm building a house for this person and whatever. And I said, well, let me ask you something. I said, so those of you in the house building business, so has the supply thing gotten worked out? He goes, oh, no. Oh, no. He goes, you just tell someone as opposed to we can get a house built in 6 months. We say we'll get it built in a year and a half. You just work through it.
Yeah,
I said a year and
slow getting.
I said a year and a half. He said, "Yeah, we can still build you houses, but the time
take a minute.
We can get stuff eventually." I said, "So the supply chain, you can't just get stuff like you once could." He said, "Oh no." He said, "That has not improved to any significance. It's still a nightmare."
Rick,
which may why you see this right here.
Yeah, federal labor. I'm sorry, I can't speak today either. Federal labor statistics, which is hard to say altogether.
It really is.
Showed that the trucking industry last month lost almost 5,000 jobs.
Wow.
That is the first decline in the past 2 years. And it puts more pressure on supply chains, which, we're already having a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to tell you, Rick, at 95 to 110,000. That's impressive. Now, it's not an easy job. I think it takes a special person to be able to do that, and you have to have a skill set to drive that big truck. But you can learn. You can learn that. I think that is something that can be learned. It's not. You're not born with the ability to make wide turns.
No,
you have to learn that.
Yeah.
Sure.
But it can be learned, and that is a darn good living. 110. That is a good start right there.
Hard job, but you're getting paid for it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's I think it's probably more tough mentally than anything. You got to be safe. You got to stay awake. And you're on the road. But it's the old joke. We always compare everything to digging post holes. You're not digging post holes. And because that's a job, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever. That post hole digger is a beast. I mean, it is a beast. And
if you can find a good soft ground, it makes a difference. But,
but what about?
But it's hardly ever soft ground. I've noticed.
You can't open it up.
That thing. That thing's a booger.
Yeah. Oh, it's your shoulders. It just wears you out.
Yeah.
I mean, that is. You got to be a real man, no pun intended,
right?
To people that might look at
right,
what they are, something else.
Right.
But,
and in pretty good shape.
Yeah, but I go back to what the doctor was telling.
I get to breathing pretty hard working post holes, and I hadn't took a step.
What was the doctor's name, Adler? That we had the clip. He was on Dr. Phil talking to the transgender.
It's just Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh, yeah. when Matt Walsh was talking to the guy, now keep in mind he's sitting there on Dr. Phil saying he identifies as a woman, but chose to keep his full beard.
And he identifies as the bearded lady.
Yeah, and so I mean, if you want to go to a carnival somewhere, you got something. But the
if I want to be a woman, the first thing I get rid of is my beard.
Yeah, but he goes back to remember again.
Well,
he says, but if you're going to identify as something, the thing that you're saying is now your identity must be defined. That has to be defined. You can't identify something if you don't define what it is.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. He's like, what is a woman? And then the transgender person on Dr. Phil says, oh, a woman is a person that identifies as a woman. And he stops and he goes, what is a woman, though? And this whole thing is important because, and it's important with Ketanji Brown Jackson, she can't define what a woman is either, because woman is a legal term. And she's now on the Supreme Court of the United States. Woman is a legal term.
Well, let's go back to this, Adler, and others have said it.
I love you giving a passionate speech with a predator behind.
By the way,
you.
did you see the email? Did you see the great email? The audience is picking up on it, and they are saying, here's one. Is it just me, or is anybody else loving the fact that Adler is moving toward being the next William F. Buckley? and with him with that look, as becoming the new William F. Buckley,
he's got more and more conservative, and now that he's cut his hair, I think he's made a giant leap.
Oh yeah! Since he got here, when we first came, he was our little liberal guy.
I know. I was not a liberal.
You were.
You dabbled in it to try to pick chicks up.
I wasn't little, and I wasn't a liberal.
Right. Well, right. So, but what I'm saying, Adler, is,
before you know it, he won't even be following Pelosi on Twitter. You know,
how you say her name again?
Ketanji
cannot make history if we don't identify what a woman is.
That's right.
She can't even make history.
Yeah, she
just
must
don't try to understand it.
Right. I mean,
if you start doing that, and
well, it is funny when you ask her what a woman is, and she can't give you that definition, and then Joe Biden turns around and brags that we have the first black woman on the Supreme Court.
Right.
You go, what?
What do you mean?
You couldn't even tell us what a woman was.
Right, because
So how do we know we got one?
Yeah, because we've had black. We've had black humans.
Yeah.
But you said that you are making history because it's a black woman.
Right.
Well, then woman must be defined, or we don't know even what the historic moment is. I mean,
give you a brain freeze.
Do you see no? I'll tell you what it is. You don't have to have a brain freeze. It's lunacy.
Yeah.
It's insanity. It's absolute lunacy and
XX, XY. That's all you need.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, not going to take Jerry's call.
I
have to warn you.
Jerry, just hang up.
Let me just warn you. A lot of times nicknames will actually come out of people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, on many occasions, nicknames will come just from topics that have been on the show for a period of time. And you'll think, how's that tied to this person at all? Like Mishka, the pole vaulting cheerleader, that kind of stuff.
Right.
To try to find some of the nicknames, their origin is just bizarre. And it may just come from a headline from that day or, like we actually had. The reason why we have to call Greg the real Greg Burgess is we had a female intern one time. Greg had all these minions that loved him when he would just come on the show every now and then, and they would keep calling in every single intern. How about intern Greg Burgess? And it finally happened.
Yeah,
that's what won.
And really then we ended up with a Greg Burgess, which kind of made it weird.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we needed the real Greg
Burgess. We needed
Burgess.
to let him know which one you were talking about.
All right, Bobby, what have you got here?
Hey, I was going to turn around and suggest intern Happy Days because her last name's Cunningham.
Okay. All right.
That's a famous Cunningham family.
All right, Laura, this is
Richie Cunningham.
This is interesting too. Laura, what do you think?
Hey, I said intern 84 because those Reagan Bush 84 T-shirts are so popular.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. Intern 84.
You're also a tennis player, right?
I am. You do like swing that racket.
So where did you play? Just in a league?
I played in high school, but I've just kind of grown up playing. I still play every now and then with my sister.
Okay.
Your sister's real good, isn't she?
She's real good. She just won state, so.
Though we've already got one sister that doesn't like the other one. Let's not go down that road.
Intern, ooh, I'm a model.
I'm not.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Nicknames are coming in. Some things that are tying to her nickname. She has done. She's done some modeling. She's a direct descendant of Pocahontas. She is a singer for the worship team for a church called Church of the Highlands. So there's some singing there.
I think we need to hear a song, Rick.
Yeah, she's. Remember, we've had that happen before, Bub. We have. She's got a UNA tie-in because she's from Florence, Alabama. She's going to the University of Alabama. Some of the ones I see, because the Tide. Now, this is. I don't know if this is politically correct or not. How about intern Redskin? Can you go?
I don't think you can do that anymore.
Sure you can.
How about Redskin Reagan?
Redskin Reagan. Redskin Reed.
Any other time, that'd be a great name, but I don't think you can.
Intern Casino.
I'll tell you one that's moving up the charts. Moving up the charts today. Intern Zoolander.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty funny right there.
That's a good one.
How about Poco Ono?
Okay.
I like Poco Ono. That's fun.
That's got a ring to it.
Poco Ono is good. That way you get the Pocahontas in there, but you're not saying Pocahontas.
Yeah, I like Bankahontas.
That's funny. Bankahontas is funny. That's pretty funny too. Let's see.
I've got Richie, X Factor, Regions Bank of America, 84. Ooh, I'm a model. Zoolander. Bankahontas, Nancy Reagan,
Kiffin's Kitten. That's what it said.
Greg, you don't have to read every one of them.
How is that bad?
How is it bad?
It's not bad. I'm just reading it.
We're just all staring at you, buddy.
Well, I know you hate it, but I mean, I didn't say vote for it. It was just it came in.
Right.
I wouldn't vote for it.
Greg, talking about the headlines. Here's someone who wants intern Coach Stoops.
That makes no sense.
No
Coach Stoops, Redskin.
Yeah, regional manager.
What's that?
How about the real Pocahontas?
All right. See, you can always come back with the real.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so let's.
We did with the real Greg Burgess.
Anybody else see anything? Because I think we've got some. Anybody see anything?
Ooh,
else?
I'm a model is pretty funny. That got to be laugh in here.
That's.
I got to thinking about that modeling thing. I was doing articles. They got like chunky models now. If y'all seen that, I may get back in it.
Plus size models is what it's called.
It's not called chunky models.
Oh, Greg. I still think we need to bring out the old pictures you took in the Martins band.
Greg, intern Blue Steel, which is from Zoolander. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Kiffin's Kitten and chunky models.
Well, we did an article. One of them was mad because they're doing.
They're not called chunky.
The new
Sports Illustrated had they call them plus sizes, don't they?
Yeah, it's not chunky.
What's her name? Ashley something. I can't remember.
That girl wasn't that big, but they got a new movie coming out. It's some kind of animated. I can't. Is it Cinderella or something? And somebody got mad because they portrayed her as chunky, and this chunky model got mad about it.
Greg, they're not called chunky models. All right, so intern Cher, because of her ties to the Indian tribes.
I hate to do that to anybody.
Yeah. And she can sing.
We're not going to go with intern half breed. That's not going to happen.
Oh, that's a good one.
From the song.
The song was great.
Yeah, that was about
She was
part Indian.
That's all
way.
I just don't know what that is.
Way before you.
Half
Somebody sing
breed.
it.
It's a good song.
All she ever heard.
Half breed.
Nice.
Both sides were against me from the day I was born.
Are y'all on the worship team?
No, there's a reason. Funny you mentioned that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get it
I guess a joyful noise can be interpreted many different ways.
Greg, also from the not so creative camp, we have Austin who's suggesting singing Indian.
Wow, that's
A lot of thought into that one. You creative devil.
Oh my God.
I don't want to think it through. All right, so
we got a bunch here. Not a bunch. We got
What's this?
intern
Jane Redcorn.
What? Yeah.
Oh my God.
We got Billie Jean Tomahawk. I'm just they're coming in. I'm just reading.
This is.
I know sometimes in your mind it sounds one way, and when you say
let me tell you this.
I got Joni Loves Kiffin.
Let me raise my hand. Let me raise my hand. Let me raise my hand. I rarely follow this, and I should more often. We've been in a lot less trouble. My sense is we should get down to the 5 and vote.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the more,
quicker the better.
The more we keep taking suggestions, the worse this is about to get.
Right. All I got is Bankahontas. I mean, I got FAU.
All right, here we go. Let's go with Zoolander. Get that one down. That'll be in our 5.
Mm-hmm.
Poco Ono will be in our 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. I didn't even have that one.
All right. Then I'm open for suggestions, but those two I think would be there. Do we want Ooh I'm a Model?
I think Ooh I'm a Model has to be a part of it.
Redskin.
That's 3.
Greg, please stop talking.
Redskin's not bad.
We have a football team still called that.
Yeah, but they're under protest every week.
I am in a little sports area in my major, so it kind of ties in.
Yeah. See? Yeah.
What's that Billie Jean one?
I keep getting Elizabeth Warren. Why do I keep getting?
Yeah, I don't get that one either because you're a Republican, right? I mean, you
Absolutely.
you wouldn't be Elizabeth Warren.
Put that on her.
Yeah, I ain't gonna put that on.
Billie Jean could be a tie to the tennis thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it would
Billie
be.
Oh,
Jean.
yeah, no, that's
Oh, I
exactly what
see.
it is.
Okay.
Or it could be a
See, I
tie
went
to
straight to Michael
singing.
Jackson. Yeah.
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 Or Sadie Lane Kiffin, but I don't want to. Let's not.
Indian outlaw, half Cherokee and Choctaw.
7 minutes past the hour. Demanded a new one. Another hour from the No Name Studio. Or some people call it the Flying Dutchman. We are back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All here for another hour. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up this hour at 866 We Be Big. Will you join me in welcoming back for a brand new hour? There he sits, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
What's up, Rick?
You doing okay, buddy?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Well, good. You good?
How you doing over there?
Well, you know, when you ride on the Flying Dutchman, you don't know where she's going. I mean, ain't nobody driving.
It's you know,
checking test 1 2 test.
You know, it's easier to say Flying Dutchman than it is Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Wait a minute now.
What'd you just say?
Sibilance.
I don't think you said that right,
Yeah.
Bubba.
I said something that bright was close to Chitty.
Yeah.
But,
and bang, bang.
God! Tiger by the tail, it's plain to see. We have a Tiger Woods update. Here we go.
Tiger by the tail.
It's plain to see.
Oh, my leg.
What's that? You ain't through with me. Come on, Tigger. Here's Tiger Woods. So, Bubba, what's going on with Tiger Wood?
I'm not going to correct you.
Go ahead.
Just keep going.
That's what Bubba calls
Well,
us. I'm
Rick,
gonna
you know, the sports world.
Tiger by the wood, claim to see.
I'm sorry.
He couldn't stop. He was in it, couldn't get
Speedy,
out of it.
I wouldn't sing that lyric.
No.
Because that explains the look on Tiger's face. Yeah. Why don't you just?
Who are you, a waitress?
Look, it's been a stressful week. It's been a stressful week.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
A lot of stress.
I feel like there's a lot of things that are at a breaking point right now.
Yeah.
And,
April. I just thought by April we'd already be through all that. I thought all that would be behind me.
Gosh.
It's April. I thought these be ready. I mean,
I did too, by the way.
I got a place for those.
I thought we could see something right there, too. When people come and drop off stuff. Who is it?
Speedy, are you okay?
See the phones?
I'm good.
Wish I could see the phones.
yeah.
I'm good.
Everybody,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Wood.
So Tiger Woods is going.
Get binoculars like I did.
So what's happened? Was the
Rick,
practice round yesterday?
Yeah, he's
Is that what that was?
Rick,
Has it started?
Rick, look
Stop,
at me.
Rick.
Be quiet.
Okay.
I know it's
Has
hard
it
to be
started?
host and be
The
quiet.
only golf I saw was me and Kevin trying to find the ball in the air for $1 million.
How'd that go?
I can't see it. Can you see it?
Oh, my God.
You know what? That ball. I like how that ball. That ball.
Where'd that ball go?
It reminds me that Jesus gave us a pretty day.
I can't find it, but I'm finding Jesus
That's
love.
right. I mean, I can find that golf ball, but I can point you to Jesus. All right. So
Good
anyway,
stuff.
So Tiger has his opening round. He shoots a 71.
So it's a practice round.
No, opening round.
Stop.
It counts.
Stop.
It goes in the books. Rick. But he shot a
he's warming up.
71, which is really, I mean, that's incredible. That's a great job. And
not as good as a 70.
Considering
Rick. I just wanted to mix it up on golf a little bit.
I just bit my tongue.
what I love is when they show you his score and then show you what his car that he was riding in looked like 14 months ago. I mean, really, it's incredible the guy's even walking around at all. But we have a clip here, Rick. He's talking about what he's having to do to stay on the course and to keep playing. And we have that here, cut 5. Right.
Tiger, after so long away, did it feel like business as usual once you got to the first tee, or did you kind of have to get into the mindset of competition again?
No, it was, I had a terrible warm-up session. I hit it awful. And I went back to what my dad always said, did you accomplish your task in warm up? It's a warm up. Did you warm up? Yes, I did. Not go play. And that's exactly what I did. And went and played. And forgot whatever I did on the range and just go ahead and play shot for shot. Hit the ball in the correct spot. Commit to what I'm doing. Leave myself in the right angles. Hopefully make a few putts and let's get after this thing. And I was able to do that. And then finish in the red. I'm only 3 back and right where I need to be.
Tiger, what will you go through over the next 18 hours or so to get yourself prepared for the second round? What's your treatment like?
A lot, lots of treatment, lots of ice baths, and just basically freezing myself to death, and that's just part of the deal, and getting all the swelling out as best we possibly can, and then getting it mobile, and then warmed up, activated, and explosive for the next day. Those are 2 totally different ends of the spectrum.
I've already heard this.
And most sports, if you're not feeling very good, get a teammate to pass it off to, and they can kind of shelter the load. Or in football, you got 1 day a week. Here we got 4 straight days, there's no one going to shoulder the load besides me, and I got to figure out a way to do it. And my team's been incredible at getting me into this position so that I can compete, and I'll take it from there. I know how to play.
That's courtesy of Masters Radio on Sirius XM.
Okay. But I know.
I can relate to part of that, having 5 knee surgeries.
Did you just say you can relate to the plight of Tiger Woods?
Well, when he's talking about icing. I hate the ice. I feel at one point I felt like Nanook of the North.
Oh yeah,
And
once it gets numb,
there's nothing pleasant about icing.
First couple of minutes, it's
you
torture.
First stick your foot in there.
It does help, especially if you go hot cold, and you can it does get you revived quicker. But it is it's just not
those ice baths. Goodness gracious!
Oh yeah, that just looks miserable.
That's tough.
Mm-hmm. That's the cryotherapy kind of came out of that too, and it does some good, but it's just painful.
Mm-hmm. When's the last time y'all got in an ice bath?
Never.
You've never been in one, really?
Not my whole body. No.
Oh, I've
parts of my body.
I think one of my boys challenged me to get.
We didn't do that
in one of their ice baths because I was telling him that'd be all right. Go ahead and get in here, and I think that's when I stepped in.
Yeah, I'm with you, Greg.
Fun.
It was not part of treatment when we played, and
whatever part you needed, you stuck it in there.
Yeah. Now we got iced all the time, and we got put in the whirlpool all the time, but they didn't do ice baths in so.
For overall full recovery, they seem to work well. But I'd much prefer the cryotherapy to the ice bath.
Yeah,
because it's over quicker. That's the thing. You're only about 45 seconds of your teeth chattering.
Yeah. And I hate to say this,
over.
And you don't have to draw off with a towel. It's not a big mess.
Speedy knows I'm gonna say it, and I have to say it so I can sleep tonight.
Right.
I know you struggle with it.
There's a reason why you can't play 4 football games in a row. Because it's physically impossible, and the reason why you can play 4 days of golf in a row because it's physically possible.
Yeah.
The body can take 4 days of golf. It can't take 4 days of football.
I think his greater point was that
he's on his own.
Yeah,
that's what he was talking about.
That point was better.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
Well,
I knew the minute.
No, he said.
I almost wanted him to cut the audio.
I thought the same thing.
No, the shouldering the responsibility and 4 days in a row were 2 different points.
That's when he should have stopped.
He did say, with golf, we don't just play one a week. We play 4 days in a row, unlike football.
Right.
So that was a comparison. Yeah. But there's a reason why you can't play 4 football games in a row. You can't do football tournaments.
Yeah.
Is because it's physically impossible.
Right.
The body can't take that.
Yeah.
He should have stopped with "I don't have teammates; it's on me," and stop there. And stop there.
That was it's an individual sport. Yeah. But at his age, what he's doing to recover, but to walk all that
and all that he's been through. I mean, he had a lot of physical problems before the wreck. But most people don't walk away from that wreck.
That's right.
The fact that I said this earlier, and you can laugh at me. I don't really care.
Yeah.
What he did yesterday may be the greatest feat that he. Think about what all he's done, and what he did yesterday may be the greatest feat that he's ever had. I mean, to come back from that and to be top 10 at the greatest golf tournament on the planet with the greatest players, that's pretty remarkable.
No, I don't think
he's hurt.
He has to step out.
He's limping.
Yeah.
And
his gait is different.
It's going to be a challenge. Rick, when we come back, I have one more golf question I want to ask about the Masters that I'm a little out of the loop on.
Okay.
And I know we have a lot of people that go and see the Masters. I've never been. I'd like to go see it sometime.
I drove past it once.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure did.
16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Intern Phyllis.
No. I kind of like
You
it.
would have to say
I
it.
kinda like,
You have to say the whole thing.
I kind of like that one. I kind of like
You
that.
have-
Put that down.
What is it?
Indian outlaw, half Cherokee and Choctaw.
I can't write all
Well, not only that,
He
I
can't spell Choctaw.
I can't wait to hear Speedy tell us when she's here.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Let me
You
test
can't
it.
even get out in Michigan the pole vaulting cheerleader. You had her pole dancing today.
All right.
Pole vaulting
Pole vaulting.
dancer is what he said.
Oh, something.
Bubba, what is wrong with him?
Quit screaming, Bubba. I didn't say that.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, you're over there nearest him. Hand check him.
I can't do anything with him. That's why I'm looking at y'all
I
smiling.
mean, you can't even. All right,
You
so
can't have
let-
none.
so
He's
let's
out of control today.
You can't sit next to nobody.
chunky.
And I'm out. I've
What
done
was that
contributed
Indian
enough.
outlaw Cherokee? What was it?
Half Cherokee and Choctaw.
Yo, that's a mouthful.
That's a lie.
Even I say that's a
like 5
mouthful.
Well,
We will shorten it.
You talking about a winner though? It's
Yeah.
just
I
gonna win.
got. Here's what I got.
All right.
I got Ooh, I'm a Model. I've got Zoolander. I've got Bankahannas. I got Poco Ono.
Ono.
And I've got Indian Outlaw, half Cherokee, and Choctaw.
That's gotta be it.
Well, that's it. We're done. All right, let's start voting. I love hearing you read that. All right, here we go.
Greg, did you think of that one?
No, somebody sent it to
I
me.
don't believe
I see
you.
Glee,
promise.
Wait a
Glee
minute.
went along with
I
it.
knew.
Pause before we go any further. There is one at the last minute. Intern Renegade. That's a pretty cool name.
Renegade is good.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty.
But what does it tie into?
Well, I think what they're tied it into is you've got a combination of a little bit of Reagan in there, and you've also got a little bit of.
Ties in everything.
It ties it all together.
But
What
ooh,
did you
I'm
say?
a model.
It's almost too good.
Don't do this.
You know what I mean? It's almost too cool. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's
Are
not.
you saying I'm not cool?
No, I'm just saying intern nicknames. It's almost not bizarre enough.
Yeah, it's too normal.
Too
It's
normal.
too normal.
That would
is.
make 6. Do you want one to go?
No, let's drop Renegade. Okay.
And we can just call you Indian Outlaw. We don't have to do all that other.
No,
but,
no,
but
No,
you're
you
official.
have to say it all. You have to say it all.
If we're not gonna say it all, I don't want it in there.
I'm Indian Outlaw, Cherokee, and half Choctaw. I mean, you gotta-
If we're not gonna say it all, I
is
want
first,
it out of the vote.
Yeah,
You
I'm
have
with
to say
you.
it all.
All right, y'all please quit sending me names. I can't even follow
All right, let's
along.
stop
There's
right
so
now.
many
Here we
of
go.
them.
You can't even have nothing.
All right, I got
have
Ooh, I'm a
crap.
Model, Zoolander, Bankahannas, Poco Ono,
Oh no!
and Indian Outlaw, half Cherokee, and Choctaw.
Say it again.
I see
my
Glee
God.
got a
Really? Do
long
I have
way.
to?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm a Model, Zoolander, Pocahontas, Poco Ono, and Indian Outlaw, half Cherokee, and Choctaw.
Okay, that's the vote.
That never gets old.
By the way, if y'all are wondering where the Elizabeth Warren thing come from, Trump actually called Elizabeth Warner Pocahontas.
Oh, because she tried.
Because on her college
Bingo.
application, she put in there that she was Native American. or something
Oh,
like that.
That's
okay.
exactly.
Okay.
I forgot
Yeah,
he
that went
referred
over
to
my
her as
head.
Pocahontas.
That went over my
When
head.
you see her, you think that.
Sure. That is.
All right, here we
funny.
go. What's your vote, please? We're starting the voting process. What's your vote, please? You're on the show.
Tear down that wall.
Tear
Unbelievable.
down that wall.
All right, Rick
He
and
was doing
Bubba.
a Reagan
Yeah,
impression.
he was.
Okay.
Sort of. It sounded more like Trump, frankly. All right, go ahead. Your vote, please.
Indian Outlaw.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Indian Outlaw, have Cherokee and Choctaw.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show.
I
Your
wish I
vote,
was
please.
surprised. This is all you.
Hey,
Hey, you're on. Vote.
Go.
Moving on, sir.
All right, then.
Yeah. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please. Go ahead.
oh, I'm a chunky model.
Is that an option?
That was,
People do that.
what do we do with that one? Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Indian Outlaw, half Cherokee, Choctaw.
You have to say it like that every time you say it.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Ooh, I'm a model.
All right, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
My vote is Indian Outlaw.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please. Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Indian Beaver. Thanks for the beer, Greg.
What?
Now what'd you do?
That stupid summer.
That's summer get haunts us every
The summer
Rick, I
of
hate to say this.
2016
Rick,
killed us.
I hate
Last
to say
summer
this.
was a death blow.
Hey, it was your idea too. Don't forget that.
Of course it was.
It was your idea.
Look, I didn't say I always have great discernment. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Hey, it's Michael from San Francisco, and I vote Zoolander.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please. Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please. All right, Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Indian Outlaw, half Cherokee, half Choctaw.
Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please. Go ahead.
I like polka.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Historic Rick and Bubba moments that Gene Hallman had to deal with. We'll hear his story, and we'll hear how we have really been business partners that he wishes he could do without because of the trouble we bring. But we are just more beautiful than we are crazy. And you'll hear that coming up this weekend. Also, Fix Mama's Mouth is back. Go to rickandbubba.com. Click on the contest button. Would you like your mama to be considered for a dental makeover from Dr. Dudney? You need to follow the instructions there and follow them every single detail and get her entered, and we'll be drawing that winner here pretty soon. So make the move to do that. Also, new items have found their way to the Rick and Bubba store. If you haven't seen some of the new items, a lot of you are responding to those. Go look. There's a little video there that has us going through some of the new items. Then you can find them there at the Rick and Bubba store. Bubba, you said you had another question concerning golf, was it?
Well, yeah, I did because the Super Bowl is the king of the hill when it comes to pro football, the national championship game for the college teams, and you have that in various sports. The Masters is the Super Bowl of golf. Wouldn't you say that? Or
I would
you
agree
say
with that,
one
yeah.
of the other?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's much like
That's
NASCAR. They
them
have
all.
their Super Bowl the very first of the year.
It is.
Which is kind of odd. But I have never been to that. Is that something I need to put on the bucket list to go?
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody that goes just raves about
So probably a couple, I guess, gosh, it's been 10 years, 12 years ago, the last time I went. And I had 2 tickets, and I asked my dad to go. And I said, listen, I know you couldn't care less about golf. You hate golf, despise the sport.
Oh, really?
But he does, and
I
he's
didn't know
very
he was that
upfront.
bad
Oh,
about it.
can't stand it. I think he must have had some kind of bad experience at a country club growing up, the way he talks about it. But he, serious business, he just was so adamant about no. And I thought, well, this would be a good father-son thing. We can go over there and hang out.
Yeah, you don't even have to like golf.
I don't even care about the golf. This is not about the golfers. This is about the golf course. And he said, no. He said, I just don't care anything about it. Didn't go. Well, then about 3 or 4 weeks later, he admitted to me after talking to some of his buddies at the fire hall that he made a mistake by not going and looking at that golf course. And so to your point, Bubba, yes, it is a bucket list check off. You want to go see this golf course.
You've been there.
A couple times, yeah.
And
it is one of the most magnificent places on the planet.
Well,
It is beautiful.
I look back at other things, and I'd mentioned the other week we went to a couple of Super Bowls with work. Been to the national championship game, been to the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
To me, that's the peak of tennis, is to go to that. And, it was just fun to go, even if you really wasn't even all up in the sport at that time. Just seeing that level of excellence in whatever you're doing.
Can you, because we did the show when the Champions Tour came through to Ross Bridge, which is a Robert Trent Jones course. It's real hilly.
Yeah.
Now, that was unbelievably long and hilly.
Well, they say that's nothing compared to Augusta.
It's a tough walk.
Yeah, but the gallery couldn't follow along because it's so hilly. It was tough to get a group and just follow them. At Augusta, do you pretty much have to find a place and just sit?
No.
Or can you follow along?
You can follow. Yeah, I've done it both ways, and I like to go from hole to hole and check, especially the first time I went because I wanted to see the property.
Right.
But yeah, now it's hilly, and you don't have as much as the players. Okay, when their elevation changes and things that they're going through on the course, but it's still a. Goodness gracious, your Apple Watch will be dialing those steps in.
So how do you what is the parking, or how do you get there? How does that work?
Good question. It has changed a lot since I've been there, because it used to be to where you're driving through a lot of neighborhoods and then all of a sudden you're there, and they've completely changed that.
They bought all those surrounding neighborhoods.
Exactly.
Because when I was there, that process was happening.
And they've turned a bunch of them into parking lots.
Yeah.
And so,
so like Six Flags parking lot kind of thing.
It's
really big.
It's not as bad as you think it is.
Okay.
Well, now especially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not like most of these. It's a handle sometimes to get to these places. You got to bus in and all that. I do too.
Yeah.
And so it's not quite as bad. And I will say this too, Bubba, because remember what I said about going to see the golf course. I've been to both the tournament and the practice rounds, and I enjoy the practice rounds more at Augusta than the actual tournament.
Now, why is that?
Because the crowds are not as big, and you get on Monday and Tuesday, you're really seeing that golf course plush. Nobody's been walking around as much. You know, had the patrons in there. And so exactly, and so it's a little different.
I do need to ask a question on behalf of Bubba because I'm trying to look after him if he ever does it, because I know this is important. I hear some rumor that all they got is pimento cheese sandwiches.
No, it's not all they have, but they do have.
Because I think you're going to struggle food wise there, and I want to.
They have other options.
Not if I got crackers in my pocket.
But they have this all over the course, and unless they've changed, they've kept the prices the same for so many years. So you can go and eat on $10. Yeah, out there on the course.
But do they have other foods than just this sandwich? Yeah. Everybody
do the members of that have to work there?
I don't know about that.
Do I have that right?
I don't know about that. I'm sure.
Are there
they probably want to volunteer to do it.
So there is going to be adequate food for Bubba.
Oh yeah, there'll be plenty of food.
He don't like.
That's what they're known for.
No, they have other. That's a staple though.
I can't quote the story exact. I know Rick, you heard it too. We heard a story one time about one of the members. And it's very pricey to be a member there. Okay, you have to be very well off to do that, and good for you if you can do that. Yeah. But they're successful people. They're successful in business, and so they're not used to a lot of people getting on them. But if you're in charge of something there and it's not going well, they'll get on you.
Yeah.
And this particular person, no one had got on them in a long time, and they really didn't deal with it well when they were getting on them because what they were supposed to be doing wasn't working real well.
Yeah.
And to hear that story was pretty funny.
Yeah.
They'll call a clown there.
Rick, they've got the pimento cheese sandwich, which is the most famous. They also have the grilled chicken wrap, ham and cheese on rye, turkey and cheese, Master's Club, barbecue.
There we go.
They got all kinds of stuff.
Food's fine. You're not going to worry about that.
Speedy, I just worried about you see foot-long chili dog on it?
Now, is this true what Gorosky just said, no cell phones allowed?
It was when I went. I don't know if they've changed that or not.
How do you
I thought that's what you were talking about.
I'll tell you how you enforce it, Bubba, because I've had to deal with it. If you have a cell phone, as they're checking you, they take it back to your car.
So you can't walk in with it?
No, they don't want you.
What if you hide it?
Well,
they're going.
How do you
check your bags and stuff? I mean,
how do you take selfies out there without it?
Can't.
I'm sure people get in without them. I mean, with them, but
it's tough.
Yeah.
Will they take it up if they see you with it?
Oh, yes, they will.
No.
The policing,
like going to Derek Jeter's apartment.
The policing of an event there is much different than most other places.
These are all big questions.
I don't know what it is.
But when I come back, I have a question that's bothered me for years, and today I want to address it. And it's a big one. It's a big question. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh.
Okay, Poco on. Hey, Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Indian Outlaw.
Okay, thank you, Rick and Bubba. Show your vote, please.
That was this big chief voice.
Indian Outlaw.
Okay, there's a need to go on.
No, it's 7 to 1.
Okay, all right, so it looks like the new intern's name. Welcome to Rick and Bubba University, Indian Outlaw, half Cherokee, half Choctaw.
She hadn't brought up the Pocahontas thing.
Yeah, I should have never even said that. It's all Greg. It's all Greg.
That's a good original
Actually,
name,
it is back to
that
you.
one.
Everybody
will remember.
The dog collar story I told you.
Oh God!
I was gonna say it, but I just spared myself.
Look, you'll be remembered. Live up to the name.
I'll try my best.
I missed that. Welcome to Rick and Bubba University. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
There she is, Carrie Joe. Forever. I mean, that's another good one.
That's a dandy.
I'm putting that down for next Good Friday. Well, Bubba, we do have much to do going forward on the program, much to discuss. I saw a lot of coverage yesterday, obviously, and listened to a lot of the Comey stuff. This Comey character. I mean, this guy. I've been on such a roller coaster ride with him.
Yeah, I know.
Just as everybody, and of course, the Democrats don't know what to do with him, whether he's a hero or a villain. They can't seem to decide. It seems to be he's a villain if he goes against them. He's a hero if he doesn't. But seems to be pretty straightforward. But as you look at it, though, I really and this is terrible for me to say. It really is, and I admit that. This is strictly my commentary on the way he handled himself yesterday.
Right. Okay.
First of all, he did not lay a glove on Trump. I mean, Trump was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was not.
There was no bombshell that everybody was waiting on.
Right, and all that. But here's what I took away from it. I found myself disrespecting him as a man. I thought he was cowardice. I thought he was weak. I thought he was shifty. He just came across as someone that I could not. I'm strictly talking about his commentary. Maybe he's had moments in his life where he was a great man and handled himself well and all that. But there was a day when a grown man would have never tried to get out of something by saying, "I'm scared." Hey, you're the FBI director. I mean, you're the director of the FBI.
It's not quite the old Hoover bunch, is it?
Yeah, I guess I was a coward. I just wasn't. I was scared. I was afraid because what they kept hammering on is, look, if the president, coming from the secular world, the business world, into this world, not understanding maybe how things work, comes into your office and says something that you think, hey, that's not really how it works here. Why didn't you file a complaint on him? Why? Ain't nothing criminal. I'm just talking about, hey, you can't come in here and talk to me the way you did or whatever. And why didn't you go to somebody? Why didn't you tell him, hey, you can't do that? Don't come in here and talk like that. That's not the way it works. Hey, you only have so much authority here. Why didn't you do any of that? And for a grown man to sit there as the director of the FBI and go, well, I guess I'm scared. What? I mean,
you almost went Gary.
I mean, hey, I guess I was a little bit scared. You're afraid? I mean, which means, in my opinion, either I have no respect for you because you're not bold enough to stand up for yourself, or you're so panicked right now that they've nailed you on this, you're willing to just say you were afraid and don't have enough courage to do that. I found it embarrassing, and I couldn't have been more pleased that he's been removed. But at the end of the day, other than it goes back, this is what I took away. I know I tend to oversimplify things because I need to, or I get overwhelmed by it.
Right.
But what I took away from it is kind of what we've talked about in the past about how some things are rude, but they're not criminal. You know what I mean? Some people, we're trying to make rudeness into being a criminal act, and it's really not. It may be bad behavior.
Right.
It may be, as my mama would say, a lack of couth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You may not be pleasant, but you're not doing anything that is criminal.
Right.
So this throwing Watergate around and all this kind of stuff is a bit of a hyperbole. But at the end of the day, it sounds like to me that President Trump went in there and said, look, if there's no investigation on me, you need to be public about that. You need to defend me. You need to be loyal to me. I'm not under investigation, and you need to make that clear.
Yeah, and how about this?
He wasn't under investigation.
I saw several people yesterday, and I mean, we're at levels of constitutional law in this that even the experts can't agree on. But
5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Hey, have you checked out boxofawesome.com yet? Have you?
Day without him, brother.
How can you hear the name Box of Awesome and not check it out? I mean, one of the things that gets everybody is curiosity, right? Here's a box over here, and what if somebody said, and he said, what's in that box? And you said, awesome. Wouldn't you go over and look at it?
I'd have to peek, Rick.
Yeah, so anyway, if you haven't checked it out, you need to. It's fun for you if you want to do this for yourself or your family, but it's also a phenomenal gift idea. Especially for those people where you're thinking, man, what am I going to do for so-and-so? They got everything. If they want something, they just get it. I'll tell you one thing, they probably don't have a box of awesome. So they're going to ask some questions about yourself if it's coming to you, or about the person if you're sending it to someone else. And then they'll put things in there that seem to fall in line with the things said person may be interested in. Camping gear essentials go in. Cookout must-have. See, that would be a good one for me. Throw in some hot sauces and some barbecue rubs and things like that. They've got something for every part of your life, no matter your interest. Just take the little quiz there at boxofawesome.com for yourself or the person that's going to be receiving it. It's free to sign up. You can skip a month. You can cancel anytime you want. It makes, as I said, a wonderful gift idea. Mother's Day's coming up. You get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and use our code BUBBA. That'll get you 20% off the first box. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, this question that I think goes before it's been before mankind, and no one seems to want to address it, but I'm ready to address it.
Mm-hmm.
This really, I think, would fall into almost a what's eating Scott Gorosky topic. You know, apparently right now what's eating him
There's a lot of things eating
is
Scott.
us trying to talk about the Masters because
He's eat up.
Right. He's
such a good one. What he said.
Yeah, us trying to unpack the Masters is like LeBron James trying to give a devotional.
Well, I mean, we're just asking questions,
right? Yeah, and so anyway, this is something, and I've tried to let it go, but as I sit here this morning, I've had to deal with it again on TV4, and I don't understand it. And this is my question: why are we obsessed with Valerie Bertinelli's weight? This has been going on for decades.
Yeah, it really
that we
since she was on TV.
But I mean, why do
One
we?
day at a time.
But why do we still care about the constant updates of Valerie Bertinelli's weight? I don't understand this. It's like we're obsessed with it. Oh, we got to do another interview with Valerie Bertinelli. Oh, now she's not today. You know what it is? She no longer weighs herself.
Yeah.
What do we need this update on Valerie
Surely she's
Bertinelli?
got something else to talk about.
Apparently, her book, Enough Already, Learning to Love
Well,
the
I
Way
say
I
enough
Am
already.
Today. She says that her mental health improved after she stopped weighing herself.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write a book that says enough already. I couldn't care less about Valerie Bertinelli's weight. I mean, I have been updated on Valerie Bertinelli's weight
for years.
I don't know why we're still getting these updates. Valerie Bertinelli shows up every now and then and talks to us once again about her ongoing struggle with her weight.
She's a little heavy set, but she's a good-looking lady. What's the big deal?
Why are we? Yeah, I mean, what is she now? She's got to be
61.
61? My goodness. I mean, why do we continue? You see, that's the point.
I don't even know
No.
I don't even know who you're talking
making
about.
my point.
Oh, yeah.
She was a celebrity so long ago, people don't even know. They're like, well, who's this slightly heavy woman we keep getting updates on?
Did you ever see the TV show One Day at a Time?
No, Bubba, no
She
way
was
you
on
saw
that.
that.
She was married to Eddie Van Halen.
That's the closest you could
that's
be
what a lot
to
of
knowing who
people
she
know
is.
Now, y'all still not helping me. I don't
Right.
know. I have no clue.
Do you see the point you're making me?
And that's on me.
No.
It's
On all of us that keep giving updates.
I know why.
It's 20.
There's plenty of fatter celebrities.
Thank you.
More people would know.
Give us an update on Fat Amy.
Yeah,
I mean,
wow, she's just lost her time.
Yeah, she's about disappeared.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think Valerie Bertinelli in 2022 warrants a weight update. And we keep getting. You don't understand, Helms. We've been getting updates on her weight.
Yeah.
I mean, even we even stopped following what was happening with Sally Struthers, but we keep hanging on to Valerie Bertinelli. And is it the Eddie Van Halen ex-wife? Is that what's kept her in the spotlight?
A little bit, and Wolf being in the news.
Yeah.
Well, how's Wolf in the news?
Well, he's got a
We're going to
band.
start
He's
getting
got
into
a
his
band.
weight.
He's got a
I noticed
performer
he's
now.
gotten a little heavy.
Yeah.
He's huge.
Yeah. So are we going to start getting an update on him?
Hey, he's
now?
big.
He's big. He's healthy, boy.
Yeah.
What year is that?
2009.
In 2009. We're getting an update on her weight. 2009.
The headline says Bikini Body at 48. How Valerie Bertinelli did it.
She's she's a spokesperson for Nutrisystem. Then she gives that up. Or was it Weight Watchers? I don't know.
One of them.
And then she tells us, I need to lose weight for my self-esteem. I'm not going to lose weight for my self-esteem. We need to.
Seems like people wouldn't have that big black box on there. They'd sell more magazines.
I
think that was Adler.
But yeah, kind of. You don't really understand what's happening.
2009 and 2009 felt like we were getting too many updates.
Yeah,
right. Rick, she said the number is never good enough on the scale. She said so. She stopped weighing herself because the number she knew would never be what she wanted.
all that. My point is, why are we still getting these updates?
Now, back at 48, she didn't feel that way.
No.
Right?
Why are we still getting? And she, like they say, she can't even make her mind up. One time she says, "Be comfortable with your size." Another time she's like, "I hate my size. I got to change it." And I cry because I'm fat. Now I cry because I'm skinny.
Check me out behind this black box.
I cry because I'm not looking at the scales. I cry now because I looked at the scales. I can't follow this. Why do we care? Helms don't even know who she is.
Can I ask a question? I know Greg will know
How old are
this.
you?
44.
And he doesn't know who she is. We shouldn't be getting these updates.
That's on me. She kind of looked familiar, but
But who says? I tell you who'll move some books. Valerie Bertinelli. What's her topic? Well, it's going to be her weight. Well, we've burned this topic out. I'd rather hear from Wolf.
Adler, do we have a picture of when she was on the sitcom.
I don't know why
One
you
Day at
name
a
your
Time.
kid Wolf.
Do you remember the maintenance man?
Yeah,
On there?
yeah.
What was his name? What was the character he played?
I know you're talking about.
He
was
had the
funny.
rolled up sleeves.
And had tools. Just
Hey,
hanging
had
out.
smoking.
What's the name of the show?
I don't remember.
One Day at a Time. Adler doesn't know either.
No, Adler, if you were not a guitar like obsessed guy, and you knew that Eddie Van Halen, you could make the argument. It's not a fact, but you could argue that. Well, we can't argue this. He's one of the greatest guitar players we've ever had.
Yes.
Okay, let's say that.
He changed the way the instrument was played.
Thank you. Do you think that if he was not married to her, you would know who she was?
And I actually didn't know her name. I recognize her face from just seeing
Only because of Van Halen.
just because of Van Halen, and I just recognize her face.
Do you want an update on her weight?
I think we should probably stop giving her attention for that because it seems to be giving her a complex.
Yeah,
Yes,
maybe people should quit ushering her out here to say, anybody want an update on Valerie Bertinelli's weight? I don't.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure.
Bubba, Pat Harrington Jr. played
it.
Handyman Schneider.
Snyder.
And he died in 2016 at
He
the
was
age of
funny.
86.
He was
Snyder.
funny.
He was funny.
It seems like if we're going to
He
be
was always
obsessed
butting
with
in.
the weight
Yeah, he
gain,
is.
if we're going to be obsessed with weight gain and weight loss of an individual, we have to have an era who has these people. I don't think Valerie Bertinelli is part of this generation's let's check on somebody's weight. They want to check on other people's weight.
Speedy, the mom was Bonnie somebody, and the sister Mackenzie somebody.
I can't believe I'm
Mackenzie
about
Phillips.
to say this. I can't believe I'm about to
Mackenzie
say this.
Phillips.
I think I know it's Bonnie Franklin.
Bonnie Franklin.
How
is
do I
right.
know
He's
that?
right.
Yeah,
How do I know
it is
that?
Bonnie
Is she fat? What did she let herself go after the show? What did she make? Is she
Maybe
alive?
Valerie got back in the spotlight when Eddie died. Last year?
Yeah, she's been back in the news a lot last year.
Greg,
You're right, though.
Greg,
We've
Greg,
followed this roller coaster
Greg,
for years.
she has walked out and grabbed a mic and said, "Let me tell you about my weight for decades."
A lot of years.
And I think we got to let this go.
Yeah.
We got to
There's
stop
very few
obsessing over
people-
Valerie Bertinelli's
And
weight.
evidently,
Rick,
Wolfgang's not looking at the scale either.
no, he's not.
Rick, there's very few people that you go, well, we're sorry your husband died last year. How much you weigh?
I know it.
You
Yeah.
know, we don't do that much.
Why don't we talk
Yeah.
about their grief? Why don't we talk about, I can't call it human Wolfie, but I know that, is that something with Mozart they're trying to do
Wolfgang.
there? Wolfgang Mozart. Okay, he's a rock and roll guitarist. Is Wolfgang a little bit of a reach?
Probably.
We're going to compare a guitar player to Mozart.
Rick, they were trying to be sharp when they
Okay,
named him.
I don't even know that he's that
Wolfgang.
good on guitar. Is he? Did he play bass?
No, he plays everything.
Hey, look at me. This is where you need to kind of
He
be
played
careful.
every instrument on
You're
his
going to start
on his
getting
record.
email from
From
people.
Greenwood.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
about
you
to.
need-
No, he's
I've already
really
got
good.
Gorosky on me about the Masters. I'm not even involved in that. And now I'm gonna get Greenwood on me about
Yeah.
Wolfie. You know,
Yeah,
he
you better
obsesses
careful.
over the Van Halen family.
Be careful.
Maybe Greenwood still wants to know Valerie's weight. I don't know, but I just can't imagine that's ABC or who is that? Who we got on 4?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
ABC's morning show is giving us another update. I just watched Valerie cry again on and it's 2022.
Yeah.
I don't understand these
One
continue-
segment was Valerie's weight. The next segment making frittatas.
Exactly.
Boy, they look good, too.
Which, Valerie now I guess is free to eat those again. I mean, something's got to be done about this Valerie Bertinelli constant update on her weight.
I think it's Valerie who's doing it, by the way. I found out she's got a book called Losing It, Gaining My Life Back 1 Pound at a Time, and then she's got a book called Finding It, Satisfying My Hunger for Life Without Opening the Fridge. So it's Valerie.
And she's always on the magazines at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Something about her weight again. Some article about her weight. Some blog about her weight. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I heard several people say, and I talked to one local attorney last night that said he believed the same thing. The president is within his rights to tell the FBI director to drop an investigation. He is his boss.
Right.
He is the chief of the executive branch. He can tell him when to drop an investigation or not. Because you know why? If he doesn't, he can just pardon them. They can come up and charge him with every half of the U.S. code, and the president can go, pardon, never serve a day.
Well,
so he has the same power to say, look, drop it, let it go.
Yeah, I think yesterday.
But they don't act like that in this investigation.
No, I thought Langford out of Oklahoma did a beautiful job of nailing them on. You just gave away some things we need to see. Can't you get them back? You don't have copies of them,
Right.
And then he comes, well, I guess I could do that. Well, won't you do that? Won't you hustle that up for us? these mysterious papers you're talking about.
How about the head of the FBI leaking stuff?
Right.
Now, it wasn't classified
but
information.
he admitted it. He admitted
but
it
was a privileged conversation.
Yeah, he admitted that he leaked it, which is, it's a stretch, as you said, to say that's something to prosecute. But you're talking about bad behavior, not the way we do things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So saying that Trump came in here and talked to me the way he shouldn't have talked to me, hey, leaking something and telling that person to get out to the press, that's not the way to behave either.
Well, I think I can sum all of it up with a few lines. I'll do it when we come back.
And then, so I thought that was good.
The real story we're missing here, and you haven't heard it in the news again, is this reality winner girl who leaked the other document. Right. She had plans to burn down the White House, had already coached her parents in the right way to answer questions, and she already had a plan in case she was caught how to plan her defense.
Right. And that was a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We have an excerpt from yesterday's grilling of Comey. I thought Rubio was one of those, because I was looking for these that are kind of nutshell that didn't go on and on and on. So first of all, listen, Rubio's going to make the comment we make going to the break. He's going to say, now, wait a minute. Now, President Trump also said, and he talks about what we said going to the break, that, hey, tell me what's going on. I need to know if I got these satellite problems out there, talking about people out there are doing their own little deal. And then he says, all right, there's three things that the president asked you. Mm-hmm. And then he kind of narrows. It's really a pretty good nutshell from yesterday with Rubio. So here we go.
Number of occasions here you bring up, let's talk now about the general Russia investigation, okay? In page 6 of your testimony, you say, the first thing you say is, he asked what we could do to, quote unquote, lift the cloud, the general Russia investigation, and you responded that we were investigating the matter as quickly as we could and that there would be great benefit if we didn't find anything to having done the work well, and he agreed. He re-emphasized the problems it was causing him, but he agreed. So in essence, the president agreed with your statement that it would be great if we could have an investigation, all the facts came out, and we found nothing. So he agreed that that would be ideal, but this cloud is still messing up my ability to do the rest of my agenda. Is that an accurate assessment of?
Yes, sir. He actually went farther than that. He said, and if some of my satellites did something wrong, it'd be good to find that out.
Well, that's the second part, and that is the satellites. He said if one of my satellites, I imagine by that he meant some of the other people surrounding his campaign did something wrong, it would be great to know that as well.
Yes, sir. That's what he said.
So are those the only two instances in which that sort of back and forth happened, where the president was basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, it's okay, do the Russia investigation. I hope it all comes out. I have nothing to do with anything Russia. It'd be great if it all came out, if people around me were doing things that were wrong.
Yes, as I recorded it accurately there, that was the sentiment he was expressing. Yes, sir.
So what it comes down to is the president has asked three things of you. He asked for your loyalty, and you said you would be loyally honest.
Honestly loyal.
Honestly loyal. He asked you on one occasion to let the Mike Flynn thing go because he was a good guy. By the way, you're aware that he said the exact same thing in the press the next day. He's a good guy, he's been treated unfairly, et cetera, et cetera. So I imagine your FBI agents read that.
I'm sure they did.
The president's wishes were known to them, certainly by the next day when he had a press conference with the prime minister. But going back, the three requests were, number one, be loyal. Number two, let the Mike Flynn thing go. He's a good guy. He's been treated unfairly. And number three, can you please tell the American people what these leaders in Congress already know, what you already know, what you've told me 3 times, that I'm not personally under investigation?
Those are the three things he asked. Yes, sir.
You know, this investigation is full of leaks left and right. I mean, we've learned more from the newspapers sometimes than we do from our open hearings, for sure. You ever wonder why, of all the things in this investigation, the only thing that's never been leaked is the fact that the president was not personally under investigation, despite the fact that both Democrats and Republicans and the leadership of Congress knew that and have known that for weeks?
I don't know. I find matters that are briefed to the Gang of 8 are pretty tightly held, in my experience.
And then he asked who was in the meeting.
See, to me, Rubio kind of gives you there it is. I mean,
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back, and here come phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The largest number of people in the shortest amount of time, you can reach it. And we'd love to talk to you. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, and at 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. But there's a chance that you could get a timeout, meaning that you'll get to hang out with us a little bit longer. As you are dialing now, and you will get in if you dial now, let me point you to some things that you need to know. Upcoming events. Let's take a look at that. All right, so coming up on Monday and Tuesday, the Student Leadership University Youth Pastor Summit, this tour that's been going on, that Sherry is one of the speakers on this tour. She'll be in Dallas, Texas. She speaks on Tuesday. So if you would like to go as a youth pastor, just go to burgessministries.com under upcoming events. Or if you're already planning on going, know that she'll be there. Hey, thanks, by the way, all of you that were in Orlando last week that were watching her speak, sending me texts and stuff, updating and sending me pictures of her. I appreciate that very much. So Dallas, Texas, coming up Monday and Tuesday. So this weekend in Las Vegas, themanchurch.com, we'll be in the lobby there with all of our resources for the Altar Conference. Bubba, you remember us talking to Derek Carr about him doing this men's conference now that he's in Vegas playing for the Raiders. So if you're part of that, be sure and stop by and see the guys from themanchurch.com. We'll be out there in the lobby. And then we got a lot of things coming up involving themanchurch.com and places that the speakers will be, or I'll be, or Helmsley will be, and you can find all those at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. If Helmsley or me or anybody from the show's involved, it'll also be at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Let's start with John. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Let's go.
Hey, I heard that Valley Bertinelli is supposed to be on PBS. Wait, don't tell me.
She's supposed to be on what? What? She's supposed
I couldn't hear what he was saying.
What's he saying?
TBS?
Are you saying TBS?
Joke. It was a joke.
I know.
Yeah, it was a joke, but I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, I just, doing a talk show.
It was like a comedian at an outdoor festival.
Doing a talk show that at times will take calls. Mm-hmm. The quality, and I don't mean people, this is not a dig on what you guys are saying. Has nothing to do because your content is actually usually really good. But the phones now are so bad because they're really designed to do everything but actually have a conversation.
Yeah.
But
side note.
But it really hurts talk radio that takes calls. And I've listened to other shows; they all have the same problem.
Yeah, it almost makes me want to mount a wired microphone in the parking lot, almost like a drive-through.
Yeah.
And you just come up and make a comment. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Anonymous, who's driving. Anonymous, go right ahead.
Good morning. I just want to say that I love your show. I love everything about what you stand for and everything. You all have changed many, many lives. And I just would like for the Rick and Bubba audience to be prayer warriors. There's a trial, a capital murder trial going on in Auburn, Alabama, for a girl named Lori Ann Slasinski. I didn't know if y'all had heard about that.
I have not. No, I have not. So thank you for letting us know that, though, and you got one of our timeouts. So, look, this audience has got a lot of great prayer warriors in it, and they'll join you in prayer, and we will too. So thank you for that call. To Yogi in Walker County. Yogi, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yogi.
Only one timeout left. Yogi, go ahead.
All right. Morning, guys. Hey, you were talking about the societal score in China. There is an ESG score, environmental, societal, and governance, that's being used by a lot of financial institutions worldwide, and it's why a lot of the corporations are acting like they are. But it's taking the place of credit scores.
Yeah,
and we're going to get one too.
We were told that was something that was considered in government contracts and all. What did it stand for? ESG?
Environmental,
social, and corporate score. Corporate governance score.
Yeah. What things are you doing to save the world, and what's all the good feel-goodism stuff that you do?
And that determines, like you said, grants and contracts and things like that.
And you have a score?
I don't know if I have a score.
Who gives these scores out?
I think the government does.
The government does.
Person behind the curtain.
Your actions.
And it's why you see all these corporations going woke, because then they can be like, look, we did this ad, we did this, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the absolute?
I feel like our score is not going to be very high.
I don't think we're doing good.
I think ours is very low.
We may be negative.
Speaking of this, the woke thing, remember as Paul wrote these letters to the church in Corinth, the thing that he kept talking about the church, because it applies to what we just said. He said, and I love the analogy, and I can't remember who it was that I read that used the analogy. It's kind of like a boat. It's okay to put a boat in the water as long as the water doesn't start coming in. If it floats, you can be out in the water. In the church, sitting in the world, but not being of the world. The problem the church has is when the world starts pouring into the church, and Paul's addressing this to this church at Corinth. Well, people are sending me all these videos and all these stories of the woke pastors out there, woke church. Have y'all been seeing some of this ridiculous stuff? Like the church that just said that they weren't going to play any songs, sing any songs, worship songs that were written by white males.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were for Lent. They gave up whiteness.
For Lent, they're giving up whiteness inside the church. Okay, they're supposed to be about unity, and boy, that really helps you get unified when you single out white males in the church and basically call them evil.
Of course, he's white. He's just going to keep on preaching.
White.
Right, yeah. He might want to.
Yeah, maybe he should step down.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that you never see the leader of any group who's calling for more equality? If they don't meet the call for the equality, they never step down.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah. Let me tell you the things that Jesus Christ talked about and his exclusivity. He wasn't very woke at all by today's woke standards. And for the church to act like you need to be woke is blasphemy. Eldrick in Florida. Eldrick, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to comment on the Masters. I don't know if you guys heard it or not yesterday after the 18th hole. The Tiger actually gave a shout-out to Bubba. He said, "Hey, little person, you're going to be hungry at the Masters."
When he said little person, I quit listening.
Yes, and that's the same artist that has the Masters song.
Yeah, we should have played it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Stephanie and Helena, listen to ZZK. Stephanie, go ahead.
Yes, I was just calling to weigh in on the Valerie Bertinelli thing. I guess weigh in would be.
Ma'am, wait just a minute.
I don't know what to do.
Pull the string harder on that Dixie cup.
Your phone sounds so bad.
That
I'm so
is incredible.
Sorry.
It's a cold.
Try it again.
Your phone sounds like our audio did for the last 2 days.
It's a cold case from 2006.
Yeah, I sent y'all a.
Okay.
What was about this caller?
The Auburn case that she was talking about.
You went back a few calls.
That's what she was going back to.
Was she?
Yeah, she was.
I thought she said, I'm going to weigh in on Valerie Bertinelli.
She did, didn't she?
Oh, I thought she said, I'm going to weigh in on Lorianne Zelensky.
No.
She said Valerie Bertinelli.
She said Valerie Bertinelli.
She said Valerie Bertinelli.
And then she even said, I guess I shouldn't say weigh.
Valerie Bertinelli is not involved in a murder case.
No, even from 2006.
You see what the bad
she is on the Food Network.
What it does.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, she was not. She was talking about Valerie Bertinelli. And so, you know what it was? The phone was so bad, we had a disagreement on what she was even saying.
It's strange to me we've improved video so much with high definition, and now we're going even to another level. I don't know if y'all have seen all those numbers, but our audio on our phones is just going to pot.
Yeah, and
our bandwidth is just horrible.
And I really want to hear what people have to say.
I do too.
I mean, it usually leads to some good conversation.
It helps with communication.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So everything's been leaked except the fact that you keep telling the president he's not under investigation. Right. We couldn't get a leak on that.
Yeah. We wanted you to say that. We couldn't get that done.
Right. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I thought Rubio, that was a pretty good little nutshell deal. Okay, this is what the president said. Here's what was going on. Is all that accurate or not? And of course, Comey said yes. And Comey did say in the beginning that obviously I've been fired, so I do have a little bit of an axe to grind. And he tried to get ways to make the president look bad, but the bottom line is, I don't have a problem if he doesn't care for the way the president handles things or the things he says, and he doesn't like his personality.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like that he fired him the way he fired him. I got no problem with any of that. But at the end of the day, what we're here to find out, did the president of the United States or anybody in his administration do something that is an impeachable offense and is against the law and can be prosecuted? You know, if we're all here to have an open hearing on some of us don't like Donald Trump, then what are we doing here? You know, is he under investigation? No. Okay. Is there anybody you found in his group, as he asked you to let him know, that are doing things that are involving the Russians we need to know about? Yeah, he did ask me that. Okay. And he's told you to be loyal, right? And he said, look, if Flynn's let the Flynn thing go. This guy's a good guy. If you got something on him, pin him. If not, let's move on. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So where's the where's the big smoking gun? You know, Trump's got to go. We must impeach him, and it doesn't. You know, to me, when you look at all this, the person who, as Bubba's already mentioned, and we mentioned, that came across looking the worst was Loretta Lynch. I mean, she didn't fare well
about
in the
changing the language instead of saying investigation, say
matter.
Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which was the exact terminology the Clinton campaign was using.
You talking about the one they talked about on the plane? They were talking about grandkids,
right? And look, if anybody's guilty of, of obstruction of justice, you got to look at Bill Clinton and her.
Right. So, and
too, Rick.
And another sad thing was, God love him with all due respect, and you know I disagree with him politically, but I'm talking about as far as a man. It seemed obvious yesterday that our brother McCain may be getting in the stages of age to where maybe those of you that have a chance to vote him in or not. He went off on a ramble yesterday, and I was listening to it live driving in the car, and I thought to myself, because look, let me be honest. When it comes to this kind of stuff, you know who I think is not understanding to begin with? Me. I always go, okay, I'm an idiot. I must not.
I'm missing something.
This sounds like that. This sounds like of something that. It sounds like he's talking about two cases that are not related.
He was,
and he thinks they are. That's how I heard it. But then I thought, well, he knows a lot more than I do. I'm not following this. This is on me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And
I was listening to the same thing, and he kept trying to make that same point, and it didn't.
You keep saying it's a big deal. You keep saying it's a big deal.
You closed out the investigation on her, but you didn't on him, and we're like, I was so confused. And then he kept calling. He's supposed to be saying President Trump, and he was calling him Comey.
That's when I knew we had a problem. You know when you call Houston, we have a problem. When McCain was referring to Comey Trump as Comey. When I heard that moment, I thought, Houston, we have a problem. Now, hasn't he come back saying he was trying to pay attention to the?
No, he said he stayed up late.
Too late.
Okay,
I can relate to that.
Right, but you got a big.
Not a good excuse though with this.
That's
this is a pretty big
day. Let's get some sleep.
Yeah, I mean,
this is
hey, this is American history you're involved in tomorrow.
Yeah,
and look, and I respect him. You know, all he's been through. We know stories, military service, being tortured, and all that, and I respect that and everything. But he's hit an age now. He probably needs to step down. I mean, that's nothing. That does not make you a bad person.
Well, it goes.
How old is he now?
Golly, guys, I don't know.
70 something. He's deep 70s, right? Mid 70s.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. At least.
But that's fine. Some people can have their faculties at that time too. It just seemed yesterday he seemed.
Well, there's a time to be, to move on.
He's actually 80.
Oh my, yeah. Okay, well I started thinking about if he was in the war. We know he's got to be more than. I mean, he's got to be up there. But again,
60s.
but I also want to say this because this is fair too, because he is a bit of a moderate for me. Just because someone was a hero and served our country well and sacrificed and was tortured doesn't mean that everything they say you have to agree with, and if you don't, you're a terrible person.
Right. I can respect him and disagree.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people,
and I have a lot of times.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that that have served our country and done things in a moment in time that was heroic, but politically, I disagree with them, and that doesn't mean that anything other than that. And that's okay. I don't have to agree with everything somebody says because they did a certain thing.
Yeah.
So.
But that was bizarre. I was driving down the road going, what am I hearing? I couldn't follow it.
Yeah, at one point, Comey was trying to be the best he could to say, well, that investigation is closed, and it really isn't tied to this one.
At all.
So you're trying to say that we didn't really – we dealt with her on her leaking information. This is – all right. We'll come back. The phone calls are next at 866 We Be Big. Of course, we've got we were talking about we were looking at the updates he sent you and I out this morning. Bubba, I don't know if you're on this, but I know he got it to me. He said he was thanking us for being there tonight and for us to keep praying. He said, he was talking about, we had our first night of people trying to contribute to the campaign. He said we've got over 10,000 people on Facebook, which I had one of the folks that does this kind of, they do this kind of stuff. They've done campaigns in the past. They said for him to have over 10,000 people already on his Facebook page and rolling in 4 days, now 5 days today, is quite a number.
Is this the real life, or is this just radio? Caught up in the landslide they call the Rick and Bubba Show. Open your ears Conquer all your fears and see. They're just two big boys, always on my radio. Make sure you're always up, never bored. They love to laugh, love the Lord. Anywhere the ratings go doesn't really matter to me. To me.
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. We are with you for another hour. And Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Rick and Bubba University, another episode coming out this weekend. Look for it wherever you get your podcasts. What is Rick and Bubba University? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's a standalone 45-minute podcast most every week. Bubba and I interview a guest or we unpack a topic. This is unique content that's available for you over the weekend. And so we still have our daily podcast archives where you can access all 5 hours of the show every day on your time, parts you may have missed, or maybe you can never catch it live. We also now offer a best of hour in our podcast archives, and we say that talking about the 4 best segments of that given day if you'd rather just go in there and grab that. So we're trying to make as many options available for you and super serve you, the listeners of this program, with all the content you can stand, both live and archived. And we welcome back for a brand new hour. Put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, how you doing, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for now 28 years.
28 big years. There we go.
Sounds strange to say, too.
America faces a lot of problems today. That open border is a doozy. As much as the administration tries to get you to look other places, that southern border is a problem, and you're seeing some people now talking about solutions, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott is certainly leading the way on this one.
Well, Rick, we had a thing in place. I think it's referred to as Section 42, and it basically says the CDC can block people coming in during a pandemic situation, and that's what we've had. Well, the Biden administration has announced that they are going to lift that, and they are expecting probably one of the biggest pushes of immigrants coming across our southern border in history in the next few months, just in time for the midterms.
Now, let me ask you this. For the midterms, I hear you, but
Right.
Let me ask you this, too. I saw a story today, and I do believe we all got to move on, and we got to understand that the COVID-19 virus, it's going to be a while, if ever, that it go completely away. We're going to have these variants and these sub-variants and all this for a while, and we got to learn to say, hey, I'm sick, I'm going home, I'll be back when I feel better, not shut everything down. I got all that. But if the left really gets more hysterical, supposedly, about upticks because they think it's a chance to reach for more power, well, if there's an uptick going on in America right now, should the 42 thing be at least delayed? It doesn't seem to make sense to tell us on one newscast, end of time is coming again, be prepared for wearing your mask indoors and possible shutdowns, and then in the other side of your mouth say, hey, we're opening the southern border because we're not going to keep people out anymore. That doesn't seem to go together.
Yeah, Section 42, Title 42 of the U.S. Code, Rick, is about to be lifted. Now, under the policy, authorities say they have turned away 1.7 million immigrants, sending them back home to Mexico or the country they came from. So without that in place, what they're saying is we would have had almost 2 million more immigrants entering into Texas. So they're saying with this being lifted, they were showing people who are renting buses, trailers. We're going to have a mass exodus like you haven't seen before headed to the U.S. border because, Rick, what they were doing, even if you applied for asylum, you went back to Mexico to wait on your case. Well, they won't do that here. You'll come to the U.S., then you have to go to your court case. Well, what they do, they just don't show up.
Right.
I mean, that's well documented. So you're about to have that again. And the governor of Texas, these border states are just beside themselves because they can't get the feds to do what they're supposed to do, but they're in their business in areas what they're not supposed to be doing.
Yes.
So the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, has come up with an idea. He's going to charter buses to send these migrants to Washington, D.C., where they can be closer to Joe Biden because he wants to help them.
To help local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration. Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Yeah, he says, look, you say they need help. You say you want to help them. They shouldn't be denied access to the country, even trying to, make them stay in Mexico so that they're not bringing COVID into the country. We're not going to do that anymore. So there's no better way for you to help them than for Texas to charter buses for them where you are now located if you're not in Delaware. Because you may have to send someone to Delaware because he's there a lot.
Yeah, I think Delaware would like a big slice of that too, Rick.
DeSantis says he will send illegal immigrants to Delaware because he said that they're a what is it called? The state where you say come here.
Yeah, it's a sanctuary state.
He says it's a sanctuary state.
Right.
So you got Abbott saying he's going to send them to D.C. and DeSantis says he'll send his to Delaware.
Load them up.
So makes sense.
Yep.
Right? Why will we deny them access to these states that are so far away?
Well, you can be very generous with somebody else's state, Rick.
You really can. So here's the deal. If this is what you believe, then why don't you take care of them and we'll send them to you. And they can seek asylum in Delaware and D.C. Right? I love that.
Delaware really needs.
They really now. There's not a lot of room there.
No.
I
think that's part of the fun.
It really is.
Yeah.
But you will be closer to Biden because that's where he usually is.
Right. Yes. Right.
And
home sweet home.
And then we have this college freshman that's going to talk to CNN's. How do you say his name? Brian Stelter. Is it Stelter? Stelter.
He's the
Helter
guy
Stelter.
He's the guy that looks like George off Seinfeld.
Oh yeah, Helter Stelter is what I call him.
Yeah.
This is a college freshman that
see how uncomfortable he gets with this question.
Yeah, you're going to love this one. Here it is.
Hi, thank you for coming. My name is Christopher Phillips. I'm a first year at the college. My question is for Mr. Stelter. You've all spoken extensively about Fox News being a purveyor of disinformation. But CNN is right up there with them. They pushed the Russian collusion hoax. They pushed the Jussie Smollett hoax. They smeared Justice Kavanaugh as a rapist, and they also smeared Nick Sandmann as a white supremacist. And yes, they dismissed the Hunter Biden laptop affair as pure Russian disinformation. With mainstream corporate journalists becoming little more than apologists and cheerleaders for the regime, is it time to finally declare that the canon of journalistic ethics is dead or no longer operative? All the mistakes of the mainstream media, and CNN in particular, seem to magically all go in one direction. Are we expected to believe that this is all just some sort of random coincidence, or is there something else behind it?
It's too bad. It's time for lunch.
You have 30 seconds.
No, I mean,
right?
there's a clock that says 30 seconds. But I think my honest answer to you, and I'll come over and talk in more detail after this, is that I think you're describing a different channel than the one that I watch. But I understand that is a popular right-wing narrative about CNN. I think it's important when we talk about shared reality and democracy, all these networks, all these news outlets have to defend democracy. And when they screw up, admit it.
That's an interesting concept.
He didn't admit it.
No, he didn't. He said it was a right. Yeah, but you
right
didn't. Everything that kid listed, CNN actually did.
Let me tell you something about Mr. Bryan. If you enjoy his show, you better watch it this week, because the closing of the merger with Discovery is maybe today when the final ink is done on that. He will be a short timer at CNN as soon as that's done. Goodbye, Brian.
We'll be back. More.
Goodbye, Brian. Goodbye, Brian. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Cars. Over 7,000 of you have already signed up on the website. Of course, they're looking for volunteers. They're looking for all this. And obviously, they are looking for donations, too, because when you run for office, you're not doing it for money. You hope, not a man like Dawson anyway. I know some people you wonder sometimes, but not the kind of integrity we find with Scott. But what you do is going to require money. And if you don't have the backing financially, you're going to have a hard time campaigning with some of those that have been well established with all the different lobbyists and all that for a long time. So it is a grassroots operation. It's a lot of fun, and we had fun last night. And if you haven't gone to the Facebook page there with Dawson for Governor, do that. We got that in show notes again today, and we'll keep driving that. And what that helps, it helps them a lot to be able to save money when promoting too, because for you to be able to get ads and stuff like that, they're always looking for how many people we're going to be accessing and that kind of stuff. So it helps give you some legitimacy and some power there too. And you guys have responded to that great. But if you haven't, do that today too. But had a good time with that last night.
Yeah, we did. That was a lot of fun.
It's interesting to watch Dawson through all that. He always makes the joke that he was trying to teach me when speaking how to do a better job with evangelism, since he's obviously, as you said last night, Bubba, correctly anointed by God and has been on that. And he said, and then Rick was going to teach me how to be funnier and tell stories. And I thought last night Dawson was funny when he claimed that we're such a grassroots operation. As you can see, we only have one sign because they had it out front of the location and they moved it in there by the podium. And he said we've only got one Dawson for Governor sign. That's all. That's all we can afford. Can somebody help us get two? So anyway, so it's a lot of fun, and we're going to now that all the kids are old enough, especially some of them who kind of have some interest in the whole political realm, going to sign them up and let them go to work and be part of what it's like to be part of a grassroots operation. I mean, and right now you see Americans all over the country. There's just a certain atmosphere I think we all have of we're just tired of the same old stuff, and we don't quite trust those that have tried to turn into career politicians or have been, kind of tainted by the system and all that. And sometimes it doesn't even mean they've ever done anything wrong. It just means you get some new blood in there. It's time to move on.
Yep.
You've had your time. You've had your time, and let's go from another route. Especially if you haven't seen any situation move forward really that much. If you look around and say you're a country or a state, and you go, we've been doing the same type stuff, and slight adjustments have not really brought us much change.
And here we go.
Then you got to go with big adjustments, and I think that's what you saw on the federal level this last time. And you're seeing it on the federal level with representatives and senators, and on the state level. And I just, if we could just dial into that, I think. And if you don't think it's important, and I mentioned this last night, and Bubba, I hate to play this for you.
Rick, what are you doing?
I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Rick. But I know we got Dreamland. We're eating it. Maybe that'll help.
Rick, I know. It's like you just pull the plug on the tub, man.
I know.
I hear the water draining out. Huh?
You just pulled the plug on the tub.
Can I ask you a question before we go into this?
Yeah, go ahead.
How is it that we keep having these problems with secrets getting out that are, when governments need secrets?
This is good.
But you never hear the secret recipe to Kentucky Fried Chicken. You never hear the formula of Coca-Cola out there. You never hear the 23 things that are in Dr. Pepper.
Right.
How does these products keep their secrets and the U.S. government can't keep theirs?
I mean, we're sitting here eating Dreamland.
Do we need Colonel Sanders to keep up with the launch codes? I mean, what do we need to do here?
I mean, we're sitting here with Dreamland. You think anybody can get Big Daddy's recipe?
You don't think somebody hadn't tried to hack that before?
Yeah.
The Coke and Pepsi things are going on. I mean, they've had corporate espionage, people trying to get that Coke formula, and nobody's ever done it.
No question.
So how do they do it? Is it just me?
That's funny. So anyway, what I was going to say, and that is a great point. Maybe why don't we, instead of grabbing this young girl from Georgia via Texas, who apparently we didn't vet very well, okay?
If you read her text, you're going to fall out of your chair.
I know. So why could we not vet them? So undoubtedly, to Bubba's point, I think it's spot on. Whomever is in charge of protecting Colonel Sanders' recipe, the whatever ingredients of Dr. Pepper, Coca-Cola original formula, and Big Daddy's Dreamland sauce, whomever's in charge of that, can we now get them vetting out people and protecting things that our country holds dear and we don't want people to know about?
Yeah, launch codes, troop movement,
all Game 7 NBA Finals.
All that stuff.
Right.
Yeah. All that stuff.
Yeah. It just back to this. It's like right now the times we're living in. It's like this thing of, hey man, you're gonna work, you're gonna go take a federal job, you're gonna be in this kind of clearance, baby. They're going to check out everything. Hey, it's going to be road to rooter.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me
20
to my
minutes
knees.
past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make the way back. And we'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up probably at 35 after the hour. So we've got Bubba's daughter is here visiting today. Caitlin Bussey, she has agreed to help and screen phone calls. So we got somebody sitting there on the phones for the rest of the show. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. She'll be happy to get you ready to go. All right, so we got a couple of things here, Bubba, that I think are of interest. Dash cams and cell phones, they capture a lot now. Kennesaw, Georgia. I mean, I've been there many times.
Yeah.
We have a plane crash caught, and I guess we get her name, Natasha Williams dash cam on Cobb Parkway. Now, here's the good news on what we're about to see, because this is going to be bad. The pilot walks away from the scene unscathed. Now, I don't know how that happens, but so take a look at this. He gets the plane, I think, in power lines based on what Adler's got here on the video. Yeah. Oh my God. Was that him going down the highway?
The speed.
Did you see that? Those of you that are watching on YouTube, you can see it. So where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh my! What about when that's?
Is he trying to land on the highway?
It's a good question, Bubba.
Adler, do you know?
Where I can't pick him up quick enough. There he is.
All right, so watch the flash. That's when he hits the power line, and that's what the spark you're seeing.
So but to Bubba's point, is he trying to land on the highway?
See the spark?
Yeah. I missed the spark again. I can't catch the spark.
Look at those top of tree line. See those tree line right there?
It's a little blurry in there. I saw it.
There he comes.
He comes out of nowhere.
How does he not just clobber those cars? I mean, that
how is he not? How's he alive? And you're saying he gets out of this unscathed?
Whoosh. I guess he was okay. Yeah.
Wow. If you're unscathed, though, they're saying you didn't even get hurt.
I mean,
seriously,
why don't they just simply say he's not dead? He can't be not hurt.
He's got to be banged up.
Yeah. I mean, so
he at least needs new pants.
Yes, oh boy, does he
for
ever?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have one other clip today that's disturbing to me. That is pontoon.
Let me tell you, it features pontoon.
Hey, how about that drawbridge?
Pontoon.
The boater passed
I gotta watch up my drawbridge pontoon.
Says the boater passed under a part of the bridge with signs reading "Danger, moving machinery."
Yeah, and then you got some that are trying to
doesn't
just
danger get your idea.
Yeah,
I mean, get
they
your.
start jumping up there.
Yeah, a couple do. A couple.
Are they in the sauce? You think?
Oh my God! I'm not sure.
And it's kind of edited and such, but
that
boat is being crushed by a drawbridge with people in it.
Y'all got to get out of the boat.
Yeah, one guy doesn't seem to.
Does Black Shirt not realize the situation
is coming down?
There's also a couple of dogs in there too.
Well, I hope they make it.
I think that guy in the black shirt's trying to get his cooler out of there.
But why is Black Shirt not getting out of the boat? I mean,
have you noticed the pontoon is decorated in a kind of a
what is that?
Tiki
bar
like
hula skirt Hawaii format.
Has the drawbridge stopped now?
Yeah, I think they stopped it.
Yeah, they stopped.
I'm glad they stopped it.
It's just crushing it.
I don't understand what part of the bridge this is moving, Adler. Is this the back end of it?
So
like the counterweights too?
I think the bridge was either going up or down. Was it going up?
Well, most bridges would either be going up or down if they're a drawbridge.
That was a stupid way of saying that, yes. But you would think it would get crushed when it went down, but I think the boat was just the way the counterweights work. I think the boat was getting crushed with the bridge going up.
Is the woman who jumped out, did I hear her often this is screaming at the top of her lungs, get out of the boat?
Get out of the boat, and then I think people are screaming about a dog that might still be trapped in the bowels of the boat or something.
So why don't somebody say the Black Shirt as much as we do the dog?
Yeah.
I mean, can't we save them both? I mean, why are we ready? Are we willing to give up Black Shirt?
I think so.
For the dogs?
PETA, you know.
Yeah. Let's listen to the one that jumps out here. I think she's
this part is coming down, so it probably means it's lifting the bridge up on the other side.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it is just the pontoon's up in the air.
Yeah. So does somebody running the drawbridge, somebody say you got to stop it? How does it get stopped?
Maybe there's some kind of alarm or something.
Oh, some kind of like a sensor.
They probably got cameras that they can see this.
It's snapping the poles holding the roof on it.
Oh, yeah. Bo, does it hurt you to see a pontoon in duress?
It does.
Where'd the other dog go?
Oh my gosh, we got
shocked,
human beings
though.
on the boat, and she's asking about the dog.
I'm shocked with all the protection they have for everything now.
Yeah.
That there's not, pylons around it so you can't get that close.
Well, they had a sign that said "Don't go in there," and they ignored the sign.
Mm-hmm.
People ignore signs.
Yeah,
they don't really pay
They
attention.
really do. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
Please look at it while listening to the
I
song
know.
now.
It's even better.
I'm
isn't
picturing Bubba and Coach Pearl.
I wish we had a little different angle
Pass
on
me
this so
one,
we could tell,
Coach.
so we could tell what's going on.
I wish Speedy was involved with this segment.
I am. It is crushing one side of it.
Everybody sing it.
Motorboat. Come on. Look how I think
When it picks it up out of the water and starts crushing it.
Drawbridge.
That's when I'm out of there.
I'm
too.
assuming the owner in the black shirt just can't abandon. He's like,
Is he El Capitan?
I'm going down with it. I'm not abandoning it. Or he could read into what was happening and that it was only crushing one side, and he was like, all right, I'm staying with it, hoping.
Can
that
I tell you what I
capsize.
would have loved with this piece of video, and it would have made my weekend before I'd even started?
Where is this at? Jupiter, Florida.
Is if Black Shirt had on one of Bubba's captain hats.
Yes. Yes.
Even better.
Yes.
Oh, if El Capitan had that on.
And plus, the drawbridge ripped the butt cheeks out of that girl's swimming suit. It's dangerous.
Old leopard skin.
You know,
she needs to cover up.
you know how women are about unflattering pictures.
Yeah.
She's all over the country, and I know her rear end in this bikini sticking right in everybody's face. Oh my! That's
of course, the love of self. She's probably celebrating it.
No, you're right. She probably thinks it's great. She probably just posted 9 pictures of it.
I'd be yelling at her, the drawbridge ripped your butt cheeks out of your bathing suit. You should cover up. How embarrassing.
I have to ask this again. Black Shirt does not seem concerned.
I'm telling you, he's seeing something we're not.
You're right. Okay.
Because you see how the counterweight to what Bubba's saying is going down. I think he sees what's happening, and he's like, this is not good, but only half's going to be crushed.
Would you jump already? Did you get out?
Yes.
Who jumped?
I think I jumped.
I jump way early.
Yeah, I probably not until I mean, if I'm seeing what he's seeing, that's the only thing I can think of.
Right. If you're,
all I can think of too is that my very nice boat is gone, and I'm hanging.
I had decorated like a tiki bar.
And I'm hanging on to it to try to salvage something. Surely it doesn't go under.
And when he set out,
I'm telling everybody else to get off.
When he set out on what I know he's calling the party boat, do you think he expected to end like this?
No.
Adler, see if you can get the story from ABC 7. See if it gives us it's a package. See if it gives us more detail.
We'll come back.
What was actually happening?
We may look at that. Also, the plane crash video. We got somebody says they got more info on that, and you can reach us now. We'll do phone calls next and look at another angle on this if we can. 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're gonna know everything. You know, how big your prostate is. I'm like, well, undoubtedly not. I mean, how about this? If we don't cull this young lady, she doesn't get a red flag. We must not have the cull factor we once had. But do you think some of it's been damaged by we're so afraid of ever being called mean, ever be called bigoted, chauvinistic, xenophobic? Back to that again. I'm gonna start using that one more, even though it's spelled not like the way it sounds. If are we more concerned about that than having, say, the best military in the world?
Yes,
to
absolutely.
to have the highest clearance in the world, the highest security of the world, a secure border. So all these things seem to be coming back to the same problem. And Ben Carson, whispering Ben Carson, called it at the prayer breakfast when he called out Obama and said, what you don't understand, political correctness makes us all less safe. You're not going to be able to do the security you need to do. You're not going to be able to openly express yourself the way you need to. It makes everything, I mean, less safe because political correctness rules the day, and you'd rather be politically correct and not be deemed any of these things I mentioned than to actually do a good job or to be secure. You and I went to a gathering last night, and I've had somebody say, and I'm looking at some of the comments on social media, I put a picture of you and me up with Scott Dawson last night, this little banquet we went to. There it is. Adler's got it on RBTV right now. And there's people commenting that they don't think they've ever seen you and I dressed up before.
Oh, yeah, we've been in a suit together several times.
Well, I mean,
we got pictures on the website when we spoke, at a get-together before President Bush got there.
Well, these may be new people. New people say they've never seen it before.
Let me ask you about this, though. Do you think my gut or my forehead's bigger?
Well,
I'm a good-looking thing.
Well, look, you got it. You got it just like you like it. You look.
Yeah.
I mean, you look nice. You suit up. You styling.
You got that button unbuttoned. Both
Please
of them.
tell me you have tennis shorts on from the waist down.
No, I wish I did.
No.
Do you have dress shoes on?
Kinda, yeah.
Because you'll go New Balance. Or
I didn't.
Some kind
I didn't
dark.
do my black tennis shoes, but
Okay.
I wish I had.
Did you wear your boots and stuff your pants in them?
I tell you what you miss in that picture is a gold chain.
Yeah,
that's
the only thing missing. I tell you, we'd be able to see it.
I hadn't done any gold in a long time.
Gold chain and some serious.
I'm just
serious cologne.
It's.
I can see your sternum.
Y'all, if I'd have buttoned it up anymore, people would have been confessing sins to me in the back. So that's not very.
I got my
very
name
low.
tag on.
Yeah. Look.
I pulled mine off. It wouldn't stay off.
Yeah, mine.
Of course, he lost his name tag.
I pulled it. It just
I'm
wouldn't stay
completely
on.
against them, Bob. I can't
I
stand
know.
name
Hi,
tags.
my name's Michael.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
I can't stand
I
that.
never wear them.
I struggled with mine.
They used to make
but
us,
Rick, it helps when it's people you
No,
know, but you
no,
can't remember
hey.
their name exactly.
Yeah, I was about to say, Hams, do me a favor. Don't be against name tags for those of us that shake hands with people that we're supposed to know.
Oh, I know.
We used to.
I get tired of going, "Hey, pal, how you doing?"
Hey, pal.
Hey, sir.
Hey, buddy.
The
Hey,
power
brother.
was a threat to have a meeting like that, and we'd have to wear them, and we would all swap them up.
Sure,
They'd
sure
have the
you
wrong
would.
name on them.
Yeah.
And watch people call you by that name and go, yeah.
Yeah, I actually was writing Scott Dawson on mine,
did too.
and Sherry screamed too early. Too soon.
Yeah. And then you have some of those that take names that are offensive. You don't
Thank you,
realize it
Greg.
until you say it all at once. You know what I mean?
Oh, those
it
are
looks like a real name, and then when
Those
you
are
say it.
fantastic.
We got a list
Harry
of those.
Butts and all them.
Well, how about this?
Stop there.
I had to
will. I'll stop there.
had
There's
to-
my go-to, and I'm not going to bring it up.
Right.
I had to
The
go.
governor.
Yeah, that's funny. I had to go with the can't have nothing. Got all fired up, even though it was, we talked about this on the air before. I don't fully understand business casual. I've had a number of disagreements with my wife on what is business casual.
Mm-hmm.
My wife thinks that you wear a jacket, you wear pants, you just don't wear a tie. That's business casual. I've heard people say, no, business casual allows khaki pants and golf shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
In my world, it does.
That's just her wanting you to wear a coat, Rick. That's all that is.
Yeah. And
Well, I love wearing a coat in the summer. I don't know about you.
oh, that's my
Listen,
favorite.
it don't cost much more to go first class. Y'all show up and look
Well,
sharp.
we did.
I know.
We did look. I thought we looked nice. As
you
nice,
hated it, but
I mean,
yeah.
I'm talking as nice as we can look.
Yeah.
We got lipstick on the pig. It's still a pig. I
Yeah.
got it. But
Yeah.
but what I'm saying
It's
is,
still oinks.
here was my can't have nothing. Y'all know when my wife and the kids that still live at home were gone last week, and one of the things that I did, which is taking time away from when I could have it like I liked it, and went and got a suit because I don't have a suit anymore. I've got this sports jacket I was wearing in this picture,
Suit.
but I don't have the this is a formal situation. Okay, so I went and got one, picked it out, and they of course had to do some hemming on the sleeves and on the pants.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
So I go and pick it up. Of course, y'all know. And here we go. It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Phone calls, by the way, will be next. So if you want to reach us now, you can get in. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Mike Lindell and the MyPillow team are letting you know they've lowered prices on some of the best-selling items right now. Go check them out. Send a message with your purchase at MyPillow.com/Bubba for all those that they want so bad for Mike Lindell and MyPillow to fail and to go out of business. But you know what? They make great products. Even if you agree or disagree with them politically, you still like great products. So their Giza Dream bed sheets, 60% off right now, only $39.99. MyPillow slippers, 50% off. Men's and women's sleepwear and loungewear, 50% off. So this is the time to move there. They're high quality. You know, if you've ever been to luxury hotels, the type of towels you find there, the towels that he has, you know, at an incredible price, they're just so much better than what's out there. They absorb so much better. You get a set right now for $39.99. That's a $70 savings. And then the classic MyPillow, if you don't have one, get one, are only $19.98. So move now to this URL and let the savings begin. MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba, or check the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Standing by, and if you want to get in, there's lines available for you. Just make the move now, and we'll get you lined up and ready to go. Wendy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I had a couple of quick comments, but I did want to tell you, my mom says every so many miles of highway is supposed to be flat two-line land to plane. I know you got more on that. And on the pontoon boat, I had a request, and then I got a couple of things that were on my heart. If you'll play the pontoon video, and y'all comment as if you were on it. Now, I know Speedy will be throwing them in the water trying to save them. But I'd like to hear what y'all would say. And also, the other couple of comments, I want y'all to be nice to Bubba. I'm ready for a summer of Bubba. You know, he's just trying to do a little bit better and lose those pandemic pounds, as am I. And then on the Tim Tebow interview, I thought it was wonderful. I recommended it. Several people watched that. I was scared Greg was going to ruin it, but he didn't.
I held back.
You know what? Can I say what an excellent call that
yeah,
was?
she
covered
did
a lot
not
of
waste
topics.
anything.
One more thing. I'll write it down so I'll get it so y'all won't make fun of me. Thank you, Caitlin, for being on the phone. It was much easier to get through with somebody manning it.
It is, yeah. Because without a call screener, we have to keep rotating different people through there because, you know, Harry Murdahl, you know, is
right.
He
He's retired.
He gave us all he could.
Yeah.
Mandatory retirement.
So, yeah, when you have a call screener, then they can keep screening through calls throughout the whole show, which sometimes helps. So let's go to
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, as far as us on the pontoon, looking at how slow it was eating the boat, I probably would have finished my sandwich first.
Yeah, I think I'm right.
Listen, I don't play with giant things eating my boat. You know what I mean? I'm out of there.
Well, I'm with Speedy Blackshirt. Saw
Bad
something
place.
that might have given me confidence. I might have been fine.
Mm-hmm. And that is the part of the bridge that counterweights what's going up. I looked at it on a different video clip, and they said there's other cameras underneath the bridge, but they have not released any of that yet.
Anybody got any idea what the guy's doing that safely got in the water, then climbed back in?
Yeah, he's getting back on.
Is he hoping to help? Is he speedy? Is he going to help others?
No, I think he jumped in thinking, "Oh my gosh, it's done," and then he realized, "Hey, we're not capsizing. We're staying afloat, so I'm getting back on."
I think he went back to get his beer.
Yeah, that's possible.
Well, that's true too.
Get the beer.
And I also think he's trying to counterweight it kind of lifting up and putting his weight down on that side.
I mean, it's just like a giant can opener.
Or am I
squeezing
analyzing
that
video
thing.
now?
Todd in Birmingham. Todd, welcome.
Hey, guys, I hate to be the one that has to follow that last lady because she was really good.
She was.
The other day, a few days ago, I was listening to the news on television, and it had said they were talking about taking prayer out of stadiums, and then I think it was the very next story or close to it. It said, "How do we keep violence out of the streets?"
Right.
And I thought that was hilarious. I thought it was like this. I'm a guy that's overweight. Okay.
A little large.
Kind of like if all you do is eat junk food all the time and you don't exercise, and then you say, "Why am I gaining weight?" That's kind of what I would compare that to.
Yeah, I'm still weirded out by the fact that this topic is back. I thought prayer out of stadiums at government schools was long gone.
Well, you had somebody doing
it's
it.
volunteer, student-led, all that, and how that's implemented is always debated. By the way, there is no constitutional guarantee of freedom from religion.
No. Well, that bunch got
there
involved.
is no government-mandated version of it, or no mandated denomination would be a better way to say it. But there is nowhere, imagine, a freedom where you think you can walk around in our world and be free from people practicing their religion. It's obviously, the Constitution's right opposite. It says you have the free expression thereof.
And I know we all have said that and we agree with that, but I will say something I do want to say, and I know, Todd, you're not intending that, but I think it's a good time to say it, and you said it a minute ago, Bubba, to a degree, and I'll expand on it. But I do want to caution those of us that make the claim of faith, and we've been told to make disciples and to teach everyone all that Christ has commanded. Of course, we need to know that. But if our plan to stop the evil in the world is we sure hope it'll be solved by somebody praying over a football PA, and that's our effort as the kingdom, and nothing wrong with standing up for it and saying,
right, absolutely.
Even in the country, say,
hear what we're saying.
As you just said, in our country, our Constitution really does not forbid any of this praying over, no matter who's funding the school. That is a constitutional fact, and I'm with you. People should fight these cases more because the freedom from religion group is misnamed because that's not even constitutional, to Bubba's point. No. However, let's be real careful that we sit around and we obsess over something like this. And one way that maybe we could stop all the evil out there is go out and make disciples. Because if we had more disciples of Jesus, we would have less of all this. But, and I assure you, what's going on in the street is not going to be solved by somebody getting on a PA. And frankly, in a lot of places, doing a prayer that, in many times, doesn't say a whole lot.
Well, but I mean, it goes back. You remember the schools were doing the "Meet Me at the Pole" prayers for a while, where people were, and some people had run into some resistance with that. And look, I think it's a great event. You should do it if at all possible. I think some good things came out of it. But here's the thing: don't fight for your right to go to the pole and pray, and then go back and backtalk your parents and not listen to them. Right. Don't do your homework assignments. Use bad language. Use drugs. Be sexually immoral, and then mad that they won't let you pray at the pole.
That's so good. That's right.
It's the reality, not the format that we need to be worried about.
Right. Yeah. I mean, when we stand before our Lord after that call to make disciples, to be disciples and make disciples, and you go, well, I never really got around that, but I talked a lot about how I can't stand they took prayer off football stadiums. Well, I mean, that we should certainly, on the right and wrong, say that we believe that should be going on. But if that's all we're bringing to the table, it ain't much to bring.
Hey, join hands in the stands and pray before the PA guy gets on. There's a lot of ways around this.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike in Tennessee. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Go ahead.
Hey, me and my wife were down in Augusta this past weekend because our nephew was in the drive, chip, and putt competition. And I just first of all wanted to say real quick that Helmsley's right. You can still not have a phone in there. But there's a funny story about my wife trying to get a bottle of water in there that goes along with the story where Rick and Sherry were trying to get across to that parking deck that time, and Sherry was kind of having a fit with the security person. Well, my wife's sitting there questioning this person, saying, "Why can't I bring my bottle of water in?" And I'm just sitting there like, "Please, honey, I'll buy you all the water in here. Let's just please get through this gate and go in here and watch him play." And my wife's just like, "I don't understand. I just don't understand why I can't bring a bottle of water in." And finally, the security guy just says, "Well, ma'am, our bottles don't make noise. Your bottle does."
Well, there may be some truth to that. The crinkling sound.
How about this? It's the Masters, and here's our rules.
Yeah.
It's really
if you want on our grounds to watch our event, follow our rules. Yes, sir. No, sir is the correct answer.
Yeah, has it always felt weird that they make you take your bottle of water and throw it away going through security on airports, and then when you get on the other side of it, there's a place selling water, and you pick it up and go on the plane with it? Yeah. I mean, I heard it say, well, you could have tampered with that one. I don't have time to tamper with this one. I mean, we've screened you and all that. It does seem a little silly, doesn't it? I mean,
but you know the rules going in.
Yeah, but you do, and you know what you do. You drink,
follow the rules,
you drink before you get
or you sit at home,
or you don't get to ride. Bobby in Dothan, News Talk 103.9.
I want to see Tiger.
Bobby.
Hey guys, I think Caitlin Bussey needs a Rick and Bubba intern nickname.
Well, we never. Every time any of our kids have interned, they already have nicknames that we gave them when they were kids. So
Taylor, what nickname do you want? You know, you got several.
We can do KK. We can do
K-Bo.
K-Bo. So,
I can't see her face.
Well, she's trying to hide it.
Yeah, she's on the desk in there.
Let's go to Jess in Alabaster. Jesse.
Hey, guys, I was wondering if Dickie Nadmeyer could give us an update on spring football at Alabama.
You talking about the only spring football that matters to me? And that's A-Day down at the University of Alabama. Team looks good, probably win another national championship if everybody just listened to Saban.
What about that player that was suspended, Dickie?
Well, we get players suspended all the time, usually a player that we don't want. And he'll end up playing somewhere else and get beat by us.
How many Heisman players y'all got playing quarterback now?
We got about 6. And we're about 6 deep on Heismans. Now, nobody believes in us. Nobody thinks we can do
That's
it.
right. Yeah. Nobody.
Everybody's against us. Don't nobody believe in the Tide. And every year we have to give everybody just a little ounce of shut up use. Now, last year.
You average winning one every other year.
Right.
So
Now, last year we didn't win that game because Saban drops one here or there to keep the team motivated. And good for the little Georgia Bulldogs. But that's part of our long-term dynasty plan. We don't think short-term in Tideville. We think long-term. That loss last year will equal to us 3 additional championships.
Probably so.
Road Tide.
It is 13 minutes to the top. You think you can get Dickie to go see the USFL this spring?
Ain't but one spring football I'm interested in, and that's Bama.
Would he go cheer for former Bama players that might be on the team?
I would take right now our current team this year. We'll play the current Stallions and beat them by 14.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Y'all know me too well because I did hear this and I understand it. There was a moment, and I credit the person there. Do you want to try it on before you leave? Mm-hmm. Oh no, man, that's good. so I get the jacket out and put it in. And he said, "Well, let's at least put the jacket on." He said, "I'm not really worried about the pants, but the jacket." So I put the jacket on, and it fit. And he said, "Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate that very much." Go over, and all of a sudden, so I get home, and Sherry's like, "Well, why don't you go ahead and wear your new suit? And you just don't have to wear ties.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I want to see it."
Business casual.
She said, "I haven't seen it," and so I get out the jacket, and I mean, of course, I did the first thing where I walked in with no shirt on, just the jacket, and I said, "Hey, I'm ready."
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah, of course.
You did chest blazing.
You have to do that.
You know, chest blazing with a button up, like I'm gonna go just like that. And she says, "Go put your clothes on and put a shirt on." So I do. Put the pants on. They never hemmed them.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, no.
And I said, "You can't have
Rick.
nothing.
I'm sorry.
Got to drag my butt back up to that place, get them pants, give them back to them again." What happened? Did something? What happened? I mean, I'm not talking about, hey, y'all miscalled on the marking. Yeah. They were never hemmed. They're
just got through.
And I'm like, how did my pants not get hemmed? It was even hanging in the pickup, ready to go. Deal. Made an effort to go get it yesterday too. Didn't need that.
Rick, can't.
But you know what I do? Tell me.
Mad.
All right, listen. I'm about to open door. I'm about to open door on something. And I want to see if you're all the same way. We all hate honeydews and we hate errands.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Everyone, there's things you have to do and there's things you want to do, and then there's things you need to do. You know what I mean? There's need to do it, have to do it, want to do it. Okay, those are the 3 categories. This fell into the I need to do it because I need to go get the suit and be done with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I do this thing. I mean, this is so funny because I have to give myself like rewards. Did I say it right?
You did.
Like if Sherry says, "I need you to go to the grocery store. Please, could you do this for me? I can't get there and pick up these items." I grab me a piece of candy. Something to make it worth me going in there.
Right, that's a great point.
You know
Like a little happy.
How about this? Or
You don't have to tell everybody that.
Right. How about, or I'll drink a chocolate milk as I'm picking up the stuff. I'll get it out of the dairy, start drinking it through there.
Yeah.
Something, and I do pay for it. I throw the empty bottle in there. So all of a sudden, I was
along
like,
with the empty grape thing.
So the location was, I said, I got to go get that suit. Golly.
You can't have.
And I thought, all right, what's going to be? What's my reward? Ooh, Steel City Pops. Steel City Pops.
Oh,
yeah, like that. So what I did is Sherry, I come walking and she goes, "Did you go by and get Steel City Pops?" I said, "I have to have something that makes this kind of just
tolerable.
mundane.
Rick, tolerable is the word.
Mundane things you need to do or have to do that you can't have nothing." And I said, so I rewarded myself with a Steel City Pop. And which are these frozen popsicles, which are phenomenal.
Yeah.
And yesterday I said, "Rick, don't get complicated. Chocolate. Don't get complicated. I mean, just go simple." They got a lot of flavors, and I know you want to try new ones. This is not the day to try something that might blow back on you.
Go with something you can depend on. Go with your old friend Chocolate. He's never let you down. And am I the one that does that? If I have to run these, I have to give myself little rewards to get me through it. You know, I've gotten to the point. Sometimes I found myself looking forward to it. Things like, hey, that's near the farm, because that's back when I had fish. But, you know what I mean. But
I had to go by the drugstore the other day and grabbed a Cadbury milk chocolate bar while I was in there.
So you say I'm not the only one.
Was good.
That's where my love of peanut M&Ms came from. A bag of little rewards.
That's it.
I'll go box of Milk Duds if you don't watch me.
What about when I put those pants on and realized I can't get that time back? Thank the Lord for that Steel City Pop. And I put them pants on. I said, you can't have nothing.
Rick and Bubba.
We've hit a lot of stories if you just joined us, so you have to go pick those back up. But we'll move into something. It was last night. I knew that the Good Time Gang had something going, and that I was on a group text because Bubba and I, again, were at a little, what would you call it, the banquet?
A little get-together.
Little shindig, Rick.
Little shindig to get Scott Dawson's gubernatorial candidacy rolling, getting some people to volunteer, to get some people to give some money to the campaign, talk about the vision. So inside my suit jacket, my phone kept buzzing. And so I think, well, let me first of all look and be sure that the two teenagers or something, there's nothing that's really needed. I just kind of looked and I saw the group text and I said, all right, the Good Time Gang's got something going. And it went on and on and on. And what it was Calvin Speedy Wilburn. If you don't know this, his oldest son, Tyler, is a baseball player at Jacksonville State. Their season is over. And, of course, over the summer, you get opportunities to play, in different leagues and keep working on your game. And something close to home, Alaska, is Tyler has been.
I don't know if you can get further away.
Has been invited to play in
the China League,
which we did not know that Alaska has this summer baseball league that the communities get all fired up about, and the players go stay with people, and they play 10 weeks worth of baseball.
Yeah.
We're back. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Gene Hallman, our guest. We talk about a lot of historic Rick and Bubba moments with Gene, and we get a little bit of historic. So catch that coming up this weekend. All right, so Bubba, we're looking anything you see out here. I mean, there's still some phone calls left before we wrap this hour up. I think we've covered most of the stories.
Did I hear correctly that Nancy Pelosi has COVID-19?
Correct.
And she gave the president a kiss on the cheek at a White House get-together the other day. Not a mask to be seen anywhere, by the way.
No.
But she's fully vaccinated, boosted, and she's been in her mask most of her adult life the last 2 years.
If you listen to Pelosi, we should all have every shot that they could ever come up with and walk around in our lives wearing nothing but a mask. And
Psaki,
there should be no non-mask time.
They are claiming this right here is not close contact.
And Psaki
not sure you can get closer than that.
Psaki tried to.
I'm not making that up.
If you're not swapping slobber, you can't get any closer.
Yeah, that's his tongue runs out.
Psaki
or
tried.
is he smelling her hair?
He may be.
Is that
or putting his forehead against hers.
What did Psaki try to say?
She tried to defend the CDC guidelines about close contact and ran a list of stuff to try to defend what we just seen. Something about within 6 feet for 15 minutes, and she ran the list. But you can't defend that. No. I mean, it is what it is, though. I mean, heck, people are getting it, but don't hide it. They're obviously pretty close there.
Well, why don't you just say this? We've deemed, like the rest of our country, that some of the things that we did are no longer necessary, and there's only so much you can do. The key is to keep your body's immunity healthy and working properly. Be careful if you have comorbidities or you are maybe up in years or have health issues of any kind. But for the rest of our country, it appears this is going to be like any season we go into where people get sick and they go home and they try to get better and they come back when they feel better. Some people, unfortunately, will lose their life, even with pneumonia, the flu, COVID, or whatever's out there. And, we keep yourself healthy and work through it, and we're living our lives. And apparently you can be boosted, vaccinated, masked, whatever, kiss the president, and you can still test positive. You can still test positive for COVID, So we continue with phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Les is in central Alabama. Les, go ahead.
Yeah, what's happening, guys?
Good.
See you, Nerd.
Good. I was just wondering a little while back on Fox News, Brian Kilmeade said that Nick Saban wrote his buddy Joe Manchin to try to blow up the filibuster, which I finally figured out means conservative Republicans could never vote again, and the filibuster keeps either party from overrunning the other. I'm just wondering what was more important to you or Nikki Nadmeyer, a trophy or Republicans being able to vote? Because if that had went through, thank God for Joe Manchin, make a decision in Christian cinema. I'm just wondering what's your opinion on Nick Saban, a coach, using his power to try
Les,
to
let me ask you
my
something.
vote to right.
Let me ask you something, Leslie. What team do you pull for? Because I know it ain't Bama with a question like that.
It sure ain't. It sure ain't because that.
If you pulled for Bama, hey Les, this is what losers ask Bama fans.
Pull for Bama, it don't matter.
I'll take a championship.
Pull for Bama, it don't matter.
I'm gonna take a championship, and if as long as Nicky Saban gives me championships, what he does in his own life is of no concern to me. Roll Tide.
Okay, well, I'd rather have a right to vote.
No, it sounds like you'd rather have a loss.
No matter what.
Sounds like you'd rather have a loser team. Your team is a loser.
It's a game.
It's a game.
It's a game.
It says people who don't win championships. Says people who don't win championships. They always call it a game when they don't win. If you were winning, you'd say it was more than a game. Take you. Hey,
Dickie,
go
what
home.
team does he pull for?
What team do you pull for? Auburn?
It doesn't matter.
Auburn?
I just asked you.
Did you pull for Auburn?
What?
He won't tell you what team you pull for.
Tell us what team you pull for, Leslie.
That's right. Why does that matter?
Your name's even less.
Why does that matter? I figured I would hit a nerve.
No, what I said this.
He's real.
Hey, let me ask you this, Les. Hey, Gus Malzahn, would you agree is a pretty solid follower of Christ, right? When he lost, y'all sent him packing. A road Tide.
Rick, he's going to come back tomorrow. Well, we're off tomorrow. He's going to come back next week and argue with Beth Moen.
Golly. I want him to argue with Underwater Man.
Right.
Or Pigeon.
Yeah. What do you think about Underwater Man?
You know what I'd like to hear is Underwater Man talk to the pigeon.
Oh, y'all. Did I just hear somebody get an argument?
You did, Greg. My gracious, what is this world coming to?
Oh, my gosh.
I just hit my head.
He must have saw them interns we had.
Hey, let me break it to everybody out there in the real world. When coaches win, they stay, and when they lose, they go.
Yeah, but you ain't got a right to vote. No, see.
Gus Malzahn still for your right to vote, and you send him packing.
Almighty dog.
Road Tide.
He said, I knew I'd touch a nerve.
When he's arguing with a made-up character.
What was funny? What was funny is
all those opinions.
What was funny is he didn't realize who was touching whose nerve.
Rick, and he's mad about statements made up by a made-up person. I tell you what, that Woody on Toy Story, I don't like what he thought. So I'm going to think he's better than everybody else.
I never agreed with Charlie Brown.
Y'all have a good weekend. If
That's
you're leaving
good.
us right now, thank y'all so much.
here you are.
Appreciate you being with us and,
Wow, what an
and
ending.
supporting what we do. Why you do it, I'm sure people question you all the time on it. Thank you so much for doing it, though. And have a good weekend. If you leave us, if you got more, enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.